Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to new Patreon, Goldie McKinnon, thank you very much for joining, indeed, Otto Skylark, Phoenix Rising 86, Retro Bill, More Books, Cannabear, Fibre Oats, Michael Kahn, Rob H, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Troy Shuker, Harry Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Neelands, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Liam Nedrick Jr., Abraham Mohammed, Adrian Quintana, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, and David Wayne Foster. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Unbelievable.
Well, that's why they're not here and we're talking about other subjects.
Right. It's like they don't come, and just the fact that they don't come anymore speaks volumes, boy. This elevation angle is crippling.
But it's good to go over all the bases and get into it. The audience wants to know how to use it in the back and forth. Doesn't have to be a debate.
Absolutely.
But there's half of the audience that want to see it overcome. Maybe more. Maybe more than half.
Correct.
They want to see it
You
fail.
see it in chat, Nathan.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, but they don't have any warriors to send in here to overcome it.
No, that's the problem for them. So what they're going to do? I mean, what are they doing? That's what I want to know. Are they... It's not like back in the day with the Black Swan where they're just dumbfounded by it and throwing out refraction even though it undoes their own claim. In this instance, they're not coming back with anything. We've had a couple of so-called warriors come in, you know, Proto Thad and Dr. Bob or whatever it's called. And neither of them did anything other than use a flat plane in the first instance to acquire the elevation angle. So who else have we had? MC Toon, also similar thing. He, you know, used Proto Thad's example that required a flat plane, but that's it. From then till now, who else has attempted anything?
Well,
I'm going to tell you. Hold on. It's coming in asking why we're not taking the challenge for the 10 grand rebuttal. If it's what it is, why aren't you taking the challenge? Not understanding what the challenge is about.
Yeah, but we do understand. We took it apart from day one as needing a flat Earth elevation angle in order to... okay.
Not us. Of course we understand. They don't understand.
No, it's a trick. It's a trick of theirs with a fancy title. They already lost because Nathan just explained. Day one, they need elevation angle. So the challenge starts with a flat Earth measurement and then says, let's disregard how we got it. Now take on our challenge and we're going to tie your hands and you can't use this, you can't use that, you can't use this. So we can't use anything. It's like a false challenge. And then you got Protothad coming in chat saying how he came on the show and won. And just leaving all this.
They're in delusion. They're in delusional world. And on top of it, I think Brian's right. The more interesting question is, why does anybody come and get that Bitcoin that David Weiss is hanging there dangling like a carrot?
I mean, prior to this argument, several people did try and come and get Dave Weiss's Bitcoin, though, didn't they?
Yes. But why there should be more? I mean, come on, Nathan. If Earth is a sphere, if Earth is a globe, they should be lining up to come in and get that Bitcoin.
Yeah. But it isn't. And as it stands, they've got nothing to refute our positive claim of Earth requiring angles from flat planes. What have they got to, literally, I haven't got an answer. What have they got to come back from that yet, other than using a flat plane to get an elevation angle, then justifying how we would explain how that angle they took from a flat plane would work on a flat plane? That was the best they had.
That's why I said this argument is crippling. Rangers lost last night. I'm devastated.
Oh,
It might go 7, Neil. You'll see more of it.
Oh my God! Please, 10th man, I can't handle that. So my son, the heliocentrist nut, has them at the because I'm streaming them. I don't have cable anymore, so it's like a pain in that constant buffering, freezing. So I couldn't get the game like right from the beginning. So when it finally came on, like not even a minute and a half into the game, and it says 1-0 Tampa, and I totally flipped out. And my son's like, you know, it's all fixed, right? This is not real what you're watching. So he's got a point there.
So just remember those words when it comes time.
I do what the ballers do with the black swan. I pretend it's not there and it doesn't exist.
Is anyone in Discord around?
What's up, John?
Not much. Not much. Just arguing with the kids about summer camp.
They don't want to go?
No, not at all. That's what we're fighting about right now.
how old are they?
10, 6, and 4.
Are you going to bundle them all off to summer camp, or just the oldest?
The oldest 2 go to the same summer camp, and then the youngest one goes to a different one.
The very youngest goes to a different one.
Yeah, it's not an overnight summer camp. It's more like a school kind of thing, I guess.
I see.
I had the worst experience at summer camp. I got my ass beat.
Why would you bring your donkey to school, Neil?
It's crazy because I drove my mother crazy. I wanted to go to this Ronald McDonald camp at 6 years old. And you know, you should listen to your parents. She knew what it was about. I mean, first of all, I was the only white kid there. Second of all, the counselors were like, they beat the shit out of me on a regular. It's the worst freaking week of my life.
It made you tough, though.
As I say, what a wonderful story. Thank you, Neil.
Has there been any brewing on a...
What else have we got? Nobody's coming in here.
Oh, there's one guy in Discord now.
Have you done a sound check yet, or do you need somebody to go over and do it?
Maybe he's got a summer camp story.
Puck, can you say hello, just so you can do a sound check? Huck, can you hear us? Maybe he will. Yes, please, John.
Yeah, I'll step over real quick. I'll be right back.
Isn't that nice of him?
It's nice to have someone that steps to the dark side and comes back.
Check, check, check.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. Slightly clearer on Discord.
Who's that other guy that always comes in from Discord? He's obviously he uses the word obviously a million times. Moop or something? He's got some good questions. He's funny.
Who?
Did you say you could hear me? I'm sorry.
Yes, we can hear you just fine. Sorry, I should have said that. I didn't say.
Obviously.
You're making a moot point. Can you say it again?
Obviously.
So, Nathan, when they say refraction, what do they mean?
They mean 7/6 of the radius in standard form. They mean atmospheric refraction.
Is that the only thing they take into account for refraction? Is there presumed bent air to match the curved surface that the Earth, if it was a ball, would have?
Yeah, it's just a mathematical derivation of R.
Interesting. There's
But
none
there
of
is-
that. There's none of that. I'm getting feedback. There's none of that in those terms whatsoever in celestial navigation's refraction.
No, they're
None
dealing
whatsoever.
with the light that you actually experience, and the negligible refraction that can throw you off by a very minor degree.
It has to do with temperature of water and air.
What real refraction, as opposed to 7/6 of a radius or any other derivation of R that's called atmospheric refraction? Yeah. That actually occurs in our world, though, doesn't it? We experience that with our eyeballs.
Correct. So the refraction in the sextant manuals is about temperature of the seawater and the air in the barometer.
As far as I can tell from what you've shown me, yes.
Oh no, it's in writing. they've been putting their foot in that bear trap since the beginning.
Did you ask me something? Sorry, I stepped away a second.
No.
Oh, okay. I mean, I was here the whole time
So-
paying attention.
So Nathan, how do they pull a bait and switch when they say refraction? How do they turn into 7/6R?
When
Because
they
they
move
start
to-
out.
In actual terms, when they move to the model, so they'll talk about refraction in terms of what you actually experience, akin to what 10th Man's just described when navigators account for it, refraction. Then when they move over to their model and show you a side aspect view with a bent line to a tangent point in the distance, that is where they're saying their refraction is the replacement for what they've just talked about in terms of light deviating from straight when you experience it with your eyeball. So normally when they move to the model,
And how come people can't see this? They don't
Because they're
catch
both-
it, or
because they're both called refraction, so if you miss their introduction of the word atmospheric, they might even use it when they're describing real refraction. This is what we can experience in our atmosphere, they may say. At the moment, they beg the question of sphere-shaped air. They're implying that the effect that you've just observed with your own eyes, describable and accountable with mathematics on a flat plane, is suddenly turned into a Muppet View bending line. rather than a line that has a point that it traverses a medium, a la Snell's law. They just have a bent line arbitrarily moving through sphere-shaped air. But like I say, the bait and switch normally comes when they've used that word during the description of actual refraction. So they say, this is something I can show you happening in our atmosphere. And then they show you light deviating from straight in a practical example. But by that point, you've already fallen foul of their claim that that's happening because of their automatic insertion of the word atmosphere. So if they say that the demonstration's because of atmosphere, you then say, well, atmosphere is a term I know means air, and we do have it, right? I'm breathing. Well, no, you don't have sphere-shaped air, but you've already lost at that point because the bait and switch has already been set up. You ever seen Matchstick Men?
Is that the con? Is that the con movie?
Yeah, Nick Cage movie. So
Yes,
in that movie, what he does is he gets his mark and convinces him that there's a lucrative money currency exchange loophole that they're exploiting, but they just need clean American dollars to do it with. And the way it works is the guy comes along with $2,000, say, gives him $2,000, and then the con artists literally go to their bank and get out $10,000 and give it to him. Yeah? And the guy's like, wow. So I've got $10,000 out of my $2,000. And they're like, yeah, we had to convert it to yen. And then on the conversion back again, we end up with this massive profit. So they then leave the mark, it goes away, and they're relying on the mark's greed to come back and want more. So the mark eventually does come back and says, I've got a lot more money. This time I want to do it with $20,000. Yeah? Now, when they do the exchange, what they're going to do is they're going to take his $20,000, and this time, instead of going to the bank and getting him, the amount that they've said, they just go and get a load of paper, put it in a suitcase. But they've got two suitcases.
Mic check? Anyone? Hello?
Hello? Did someone want to add something? Maybe not. So they've got two suitcases. So they go to the airport to do the exchange. They've told him that the money's all gone through and they just need to hand off the American dollars back to him in the increased amount. So they go to the airport, and what they do is they open the suitcase with the actual amount that he's expecting to get. And then they cause a little commotion. So his partner, the con artist's partner, causes a little ruckus in one of the gift shops. And the guy who's there to collect his money turns around to see what the commotion is, at which point Nick Cage character, the con artist, reaches behind him, grabs a different suitcase and literally swaps them. And then as he turns back, he closes the suitcase and locks it and hands it to him. And then they walk off to disappear into the distance, never to be seen again. And the guy, when he opens his suitcase, realises he's got a whole load of paper rather than the money, and he's been conned. So that's the bait and switch in a practical sort of example with a mark, as opposed to you being the mark, you being shown, not $10,000 or whatever amount I said a minute ago, but you're being shown atmospheric refraction. Then a little bit of confusion or a bit of distraction will occur. That closes with real refraction that you can experience with your own eyes, and a different suitcase opens when you're distracted and gets closed as you turn back around again. And in that suitcase, there's atmosphere, sphere-shaped air, something that isn't real. And suddenly all of the effects that you think you've just been shown are real are in the suitcase that's been closed. No, that's got 7/6 Muppet vision refraction in it, on the assumption that you've got sphere-shaped air, which we haven't. There you go. There's the bait and switch in as much detail as I can give it you.
You got some good analogies, Nathan.
Now, there's many problems there, because even with the sphere shape there, to even make that claim, you have to have a measurable R value to the Earth, correct?
Yeah, you're going to need R for that.
Okay. So if they don't try the bait and switch and just come in with the sphere shape there, you're back to point one. How'd you get R? And then you got to go back to the stories, whether true or not, dip angle from the mountain from Alberuni. Well, how do you get that? Well, you had to measure the mountain and the height using flat. And then when he gets on top of the mountain, he disregards all his measurements and says that the base that he used to get the mountain is now curved. So we're back to taking them to the roots of the trick, right?
Well, yeah, other than in this explanation with Al-Biruni for where they get R to have 7/6R, the 7/6R would preclude Al-Biruni from looking at the horizon and deriving that geometric value from it, because he's going to use triangles and trig and the law of sines in order to do it. Well, he can't do it if he hasn't got a straight line, and the whole point of you going to Al-Biruni in this juxtaposition with what an anti-flat earther would say is to get them their R value. But why are they getting the R value? Oh, yeah, so they can bend the light. So, again, paradoxically, how is Al-Biruni looking at a straight line to derive a triangle from to give him R? If the line's bent, that's why we're getting it. That's why we're getting the R value, so you can insert it into sphere-shaped air. You know what I mean?
All you need is a straight bent line, and you're golden.
But that's what it boils down to. So you need R to give yourself the atmosphere, sphere-shaped air, terrestrial refraction. The bait and switch suitcase closes on that 7/6 of a radius. Okay, so we know what we're talking about. 7/6 of the radius in standard form, or any other derivation that you might employ, depending on the circumstances that befall you as a ball believer. Okay, so we know it's got R, and we know it's deviating that line from straight in a curve at the rate of 7/6 of the radius of Earth at 3959. Okay, cool. Where'd you get R? Well, the line that I'm bending, let's ignore everything I've said about it being bent and draw a straight line to a geometric horizon to derive the radius, so I can bend the line for the photo we're looking at now. Al-Biruni doesn't bend the line because he needs it to be straight to get R, so I can bend it now. Okay, sounds cool to me.
Hey, Nathan. Hey, everyone.
Hey, Brian.
What's up, Brian?
What's up, Brian?
Kind of sounds silly when you put it together like that, Nathan.
I was just going to say, it really does sound silly.
I'm just drawing out the paradox as it actually flows. That is the paradox. That is how they would disclaim what they need and what they do and how they've done it. Well, how they've done it is going up a mountain after measuring the height off a flat plane and deriving a straight line to a geometric horizon so you can get an R value to bend that line that you just measured straight to the curved line that you also measured straight. That's what they're doing. There's no other way of dissecting what they're doing. That's what they're doing.
You forgot the main thing. He was wearing a dress.
And he was... No, that's Aristophanes.
No, they both were wearing dresses. I looked it up.
Oh, okay.
They both wore dresses.
If you looked it up, then obviously it's true.
That's one way to skirt the issue.
There's a problem with the whole Al-Biruni thing, because Al-Biruni went up a mountain to look at an horizon, and then this is after he used trig to find the height of the mountain, right? So flat Earth trig. So he went up a mountain to see the horizon. The reason he went up a mountain, right, to see the horizon was two reasons. One, so he could get a good dip angle, right, from parallel, and two, so he could get away from all the heavy, dense air and all the other nonsense that's heat and all that's at sea level. So when he went up that mountain, right, now I know, and I guarantee you, Nathan, you know, and everyone else on the panel knows, that for the past 7 years, there hasn't been one high elevation observation from our opposition side where they actually got to see an horizon that would fit their globe geometrically. They, as far as a distance to the horizon, they always have to add in 7/6R, because when you go up high, you don't have all this mirage, inferior mirage, and all these other things that they can hijack and call an horizon and call it the leading edge of a ball, like they used to do some years ago. So when you go up high up a mountain, what you're seeing is an horizon that's going to be way beyond what it would be if we were on a globe Earth, right, with a radius of 3959. So when Al-Biruni went up that mountain, there was no way for him to have seen an horizon unless there was a big fog, there was no way for him to have seen an horizon that would have matched 3959. But there wasn't any supposed refraction back then. So what did he do? How did he come up with 3959? Because that is what he came up with. Because the horizon wouldn't have given him that.
Well, the answer to that question is A, did he really exist at all? And B, if he did he actually go up a mountain that he measured off a flat plane to derive a geometric R value from what is claimed to be the leading edge of a sphere, aka the horizon, with the law of sines? Did he do that? Did he even exist? Or is it just how the story comes out? Because as far as I'm concerned, it's just a story.
Yeah, I considering what they say he did and reality, the two things don't match. Because I know myself, and I said this yesterday to Adam and the lads, when I went up, there's several places I can go, and they're not as high as a mountain, but they're cliffs that I know I can go to. They're between 70, let's say 60, 70, and 100, 110, 15 foot in height. There's several of them I can go to, and every time I go to them, the horizon, no matter what the conditions are, the horizon is never where it would be if we were on a globe Earth. So that means the whole story has to be completely fabricated, because he never would have seen what he would have needed to see for a globe Earth.
I agree.
As far as,
I agree. They just matched the maths to the claimed needed to be done observation, and voila, you've got your story about how the reverse is true. He got the maths from the observation. No, it didn't. They needed a story to give him those geometric limitations, so they just made one up. In other words, they started with the maths, not the other way around. But the story, as far as I'm concerned, is just a load of made-up nonsense. But there we go, that's their story. And what about sphere-shaped air? Does he go up higher, and does the air stop being sphere-shaped? No, it does not. Not in your paradigm, it doesn't. Where do they get the horizontal from in the first place? You said to get the dip angle from. I know in the diagrams he's got a sensible horizon. Where's he get that?
Yeah, well, as I said, he got a dip from parallel. Do you know what I mean?
Where'd he get parallel from? Parallel to what?
Exactly.
Flat plane, baby.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is, when he's doing it to derive that line straight, not refracted, to the tangent point. That's the horizon, aka Earth curve, right? But he's doing the dip from horizontal, isn't he? Well, where's he getting that? Sensible horizon. Well, if we've got two, because he's drawing one to give him a geometric limitation to Earth curve, that's the horizon he's drawing his dip measurement to. But from what? He's doing a depression angle measurement, isn't he? That's all he's doing. He's doing a depression angle to the horizon. Dip, they call it. Okay, depression angle. Well, where's he getting the parallel to what? Parallel with what? Horizontal to what? He hasn't got a second horizon.
Well, he's not doing it. In his mind, he's not doing it parallel. He's doing it from a 90 from his eye line. And then the difference between his vertex and the horizon is greater than 90 from his eye.
And how does he establish that his eye line's 90 degrees? How does he do that?
From vertical.
How does he establish any of this? It's not in the story. You can tell me how it's done mathematically all day long, but how did Al-Biruni in the story do it? Did he have
the story?
Did he have a sextant?
No, he had an astrolabe in the story, and it's it's a weighted thing with a little thing on top, so it gives you a plumb bob effect, and so you get your vertical directly. You don't need to do the horizon first and then go from that point like the sextant works. So you get the observer's vertical with the plumb bob effect of an astrolabe. So that's how the story goes. But the fact that Brian just totally took it apart by saying that anybody today would do the same thing, the 3959 will never match. So it must have been a foggy day so that it matched perfectly. I mean, come on.
Exactly. Even if you go by the story like John just talked about there a second ago, you won't get 3959. You won't get anything like it.
Yeah.
And what if we went in a different day?
Hold on a second. The horizon moves everywhere. Even if it appears in a geometric position, it's not geometric.
That's not the point. Yeah, but the point I'm making, John, is to get 3959, right? There's a cliff I go to, right? And it's I go up to about 77 foot on this cliff, between 70 and 77 foot. Now, for the horizon to be where I would need it to be, right, to get a 3959, let's say, dip angle, right, pre-assumption begging the question fallacy, it needs to be 11 miles away from me. Now, that would mean, if the horizon was 11 miles away from me, that means that the islands that are 17 and 19 miles away, right, would have to be down behind this. And the horizon that's normally at or around those islands would need to be, like, that's about 18 to 19 miles. So that would need to be 8 or 9 miles closer. And those islands would need to be down behind it. Like, the horizon moves, yeah. And I've seen the horizon closer than the islands, and I've seen the horizon past the islands. But the horizon is never 11 miles away from me, which is where it would have to be geometrically for a dip.
Yeah, I'm sure it is on one day. I'm sure that you'll find a day. I mean, I know this because I watched our opponents cherry pick from their various different images that they would take. You're like, why is this image taken from the handy cam when you've got all these P900s lined up on tripods? Why? Well, because the focal length and depth of field and particular weather on the day meant that particular image, crap, from a handy cam, actually gave them something that looked like a physical geometric sphere edge limitation to your view. Because if you had a bit more zoom on that day, you could see things beyond the horizon that was formerly geometric. So they just cherry-picked. So when you say, oh, it never seems to line up, well, no, but with the right camera and the right weather circumstances, believe me, they can cherry-pick one that does.
No, they can cherry-pick one and add 7/6R to it, Nathan. They always have to add 7/6R.
Yeah, that's how we started this. Oh, I love it. I love it when I forget the whole point of the conversation.
This is the point I'm making.
Yes, you're spot on.
They can never get anything that remotely... They never get a geometric horizon, an horizon that will match 3959 geometrically. They'll always have something that they can add 7/6R to, or even infinite over R refraction. You know what I mean? As Ruev once said.
Or to put it more bluntly, they haven't got a straight line to claim any of this geometry. To put it more succinctly.
Well, hold on. Y'all are. That's true. Yeah, but at the time that this argument was being made, I don't think he was incorporating 7/6R into his claimed measurement.
No, he wasn't. It's disclaimed at the bottom of all the wiki entries about him. So no, definitely not. And he couldn't be because it violates the geometric derivation that he's going to do. Right? He's drawing a triangle. So he obviously can't account for 7/6R because then he's got a bent line to the triangle. He can't have 90 degrees at the tangent point. It doesn't work anymore if the line's bent. And they've bent the line, right, with terrestrial refraction. So they've broken their own geometry.
But that's my point, John. The point is that Al-Biruni, in the story, doesn't have 7/6R. He doesn't know anything about refraction. So... yes, he goes up a mountain. This is the claim. Yeah, he goes up a mountain, right? He does nothing about refraction. Yeah, he goes up a mountain. Why did he do that? But anyway, that's a separate point. The point is that he went up a mountain. That means for him to get this dip to the horizon that will match 3959, right? He'll never get that. The closest he'll get to it is something that in today's world they'll add as much refraction to as possible to make it fit.
But you can't add refraction. You can't add refraction when you're doing the dip angle measurement for R because the triangle's no longer a triangle. You've no longer got 90 degrees. You can't apply the law of sines anymore. It does not function unless it's a straight line. So when you say, oh, they can add, it'll never match. It'll never be a triangle.
Yeah, it'll never work.
Yeah, he can never get it.
You mean like the picture?
Yeah. Hold on a second.
Real quick, the picture of the triangle and the boat on the sphere, the one that we laugh at,
well, kind of.
Yeah,
he's doing a dip angle measurement, so he's got the curved line underneath meeting the base of the mountain rather than meeting his point of visibility. So it's slightly different to the teeter-tottering boat, but I know what you're driving at. It just simply doesn't work. The straight line of that triangle doesn't sit on the sphere. Now, when they're doing it, it did, because you can draw a line to a sphere. This is one of John's points. Well, yeah, you can if you know you've got a sphere, but just assuming it still needs a straight line, because otherwise you won't get a triangle with 90 degrees at the tangent point.
That's right.
Right, we're trying to argue with anti-flat earthers and the knowledge we have now set against Al-Biruni, and I can guarantee you he didn't have an anti-flat earth argument.
Well, who said? Was it Brian earlier who said, well, if he's going up the mountain, and then you question the anti-flat Earth, well, why is he going up the mountain? Well, to get a clearer view.
To a geometric.
So he does know about refraction then. He understands the principles of light bending as he gets lower with the increased density of the atmosphere. He must know. He's going up high, right? Yeah, how's he going to get the triangle
that's
again?
not why he's doing it. That's not why he's doing it. He's doing it for a differential.
An increased differential. But he can still do the same exact maths from 1 feet above the ground, though. There's no reason with a physical obstruction why it would make any difference. It would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That is it. Doesn't matter about the height.
Yeah, why did he go up that mountain?
Well, John's
To
saying
show
to
the
give him
differential in
bigger differential.
altitude.
Sorry, John. Go ahead.
He's trying to show the differential in altitude and the change of the horizon's position, the geometric horizon, as he believed, and its position relative to his height.
Yeah, but as Nathan said, he could do that from 1 foot above the sea level. And it doesn't matter.
That's what I'm saying.
He'd have a better chance of getting something that would match 3959 from 1 foot above sea level than he would from the top of a mountain. He'll never see, right? He'll never see the horizon he needs to see to come up with 3959. Because even in today, like we know this today, because there's not been one observation that ever matched 3959. They always
I would be careful.
refraction.
I would be careful saying that, because then if they produce one, what have you become?
Yeah, exactly.
They
That's what I was saying. They
produce
have. They have. I know you were around doing the rounds, but you weren't necessarily here while the Isle of Man debate went on. But believe me, they can definitely produce one. I assure you.
Yeah, they can, but they have to add 7/6 or every time.
You keep getting me. He's done it again. You're
not
right.
listening to Brian.
Hold on. Let's just point out what's going on. What we're doing is we're going round and round in circles in a paradox. So the moment we square the circle of having a day that's, say, suitable or height that's recommended for a better differential, then Brian just comes back at the end of that and says, yeah, but the line's bent. And then as soon as you square the circle of having a bent line, which you can't.
That's using knowledge that you have today that you can't show that he had at the time.
Yeah, but he didn't have. That's the claim is he didn't have. That's the claim. He didn't use refraction. He had an horizon matched 3959. That's the claim. And that claim was claimed to be a globe's geometric horizon. But I'm
not arguing for the claim. The claim is obviously wrong. But I'm saying that you can apply the knowledge you have today to him and say that he couldn't have done it.
I can. Because I know that in 7 years, not one time have any of our opposition come up with any observation from a height looking out over the sea where they could come back with something.
Okay, you're both right. Let me just interrupt you.
3959.
Sorry to
I didn't
interrupt,
have to add 7/6 off.
You're both right. The reason you're right, John, is because if it's used as a claim, that automatically becomes the claimant's claim. So if they use Al-Biruni's example, then you can fight against it as a modern equivalent because it's being used as a claim, therefore becomes the claimant's claim. However, Brian's also right because you can't necessarily attack something that's just offered up in whatever their scriptures of heliocentrism are and attack it based on the current knowledge if you're only taking it out of the citation and saying here's what Al-Biruni did, because then you are directly attacking what Al-Biruni's claimed to have done back in his time period rather than a claimer taking ownership of that claim because they put it to you. So you're both right. I think I got the people who stated the positions wrong though. I think I said John when I meant Brian and vice versa, but other than that, you know what I meant.
Hello, guys.
Hey, Arwin.
It sounds to me like someone took what Newton said and made it what they wanted Newton to say. It's almost like the same thing. If he even existed, if it all happened, then they said, we need this to be 3959, so let's change the
Well, people do that all the time. It's interpretation.
Or reverse engineering. Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, how dare you, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto, thanks button, and all that good stuff in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcomed back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now, we are joined by Arwin, Brian, Neil, 10th Man, Refracted Curvature, did I miss anybody? And a whole bunch of people in Discord, so welcome one and all.
Let the massacre begin.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hey,
Hello.
hey, good morning.
There's no massacre, there's a fortitude of... Is that right? Is that the right word when something's heavily fortified? That's the right word. A fortified building that's got us inside it with armour and guns pointing outwards. And we're going... Why is no one getting anywhere near us? Yeah, they're not getting anywhere near us. Say again?
It might be because they're surrounding us, pointing their guns out as well.
They're
I meant the
surrounding us.
massacre of the globe.
Hold on. What you're saying is, were we to leave the heavily fortified building, then we'd immediately be confronted by people with bayonets. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that they're pointing their guns out from the direction we are because there's no debate.
Oh, I see.
They're-
In a perimeter, hypothetically speaking, around this highly fortified building that we're all occupying, there is a faction called anti-flat earthers. Now, they actually point their guns out towards the fields in all directions, not in towards this fort. Why? Well, because they actually fight with the same argument that we fight with. They require a flat earth and know it because of the current elevation angle argument. So while this analogy started off with us just in a fort and people chucking rocks at us from the outset, no, they're actually pointing their guns out at you, the globe believers, because were you to encounter them, they'd make it abundantly clear that you're going to need elevation angles measured from a flat plane in order to have your sphere belief. They know because we know. But you don't know, you're a globe believer, you just think that Earth's measured as a globe. It isn't.
Said massacre. I don't mean our opponents. I mean just the globe itself.
You
Nah.
can't massacre what doesn't exist.
Nah, you can't. That's true, Arwin. That's a very fine way of looking at it. It's not real. It only exists in the mind's eye of the people. So therefore, to get rid of the globe, something that isn't really in existence anyway, you've just got to be of the mindset that you do actually want to change the minds of the masses. Now, I don't know about you guys, while I love the subject and it gives me a lot of joy, and I like disseminating my understandings about the subject to my audience as a YouTuber, I don't necessarily care for changing the minds of the masses. It doesn't really fuss me if I go out on the street tomorrow and everyone aligns with my understanding about the nature of the Earth being flat. But for people like Neil, it's very, very important.
Hold on a sec. No. You're missing my point. We massacre the globe daily. Are you out of your minds?
I think Neil is getting a hard
The
time. He doesn't
information
deserve.
we got.
Well, we do, but from
Neil
that
doesn't deserve that hard time. He just said, let the massacre begin. That's all he said. And now he's getting strung up for it.
words have meanings. Choose your words carefully.
Massacre it daily.
That's because his Rangers lost yesterday. Give him a break.
Yeah, I need something to massacre.
Yeah, but
I think what Neil is saying is pull the curtain back and show the magician Oz, and the people will get it.
There you go. You got it, 10.
You don't need a massacre, you just need a mass, and you need an acre.
by mass, you mean people, and by acre, you mean land, which is a nice segue back into my analogy. So while we might be in this particular location heavily fortified and massacring the globes, as Neil puts it, well, this is one fort, isn't it?
Yes.
Right. So from one fixed position, are you going to take over them, win the hearts and minds of the people, to put it
Who
eloquently?
cares? It's on them. We put it out daily. It's on them, not on us.
Yeah, we put it out. So we've got a
What?
foghorn at the top of this fort, and we're shouting it out. But if you're not within 5 miles, say, you're not going to hear it. And there's plenty of people beyond 5 miles from here.
Share the show.
There
Well,
you
what's
go. We got
happening-
there in the end. You see? If you lead someone enough, eventually they'll sip that water. That's right. You need to share the show. So for that, wow, 50 people watching already. We've just started, haven't we? 5 minutes in, 50 people watching. Wow. Please share the show. Thank you very much for sharing it already. That's probably why there's 50 people watching as soon as we started. Hey, Chocolate.
What? Hey, Chocolate.
Good morning.
What's going on with the anti-flat earthers at the moment, Nathan, is instead of trying to stop people from getting the flat earth, they are putting a perimeter around us. So when people who are ballers come anywhere near us, they don't get to us, the ordinary everyday baller. They meet an anti-flat earther, and that anti-flat earther then proceeds to try and force them away from us, as if they're doing them a favour. And that's what they're doing, because the ordinary glober can either become a flat earther or become an anti-flat earther. They can't, once they meet us, they can't, let's say, not just our group, but let's say flat earth in general, they end up not being able to go directly back to the globe. They have to either become anti-flat earth or flat earther. You know,
Well,
and that's the problem. So they don't want that interaction at all. Come on.
Okay.
But that only works if they actually understand your arguments. If they never get to that point, they can still walk away and be like, I don't really want to know any of this. So it doesn't always work. But
Well, I
if
was
they
gonna
prove
disagree
that
with-
they understood the arguments, if they gave it back to you, yeah, then it's too late. Now they actually let it inside.
Well, Brian said that they've got to be convinced that they're not being done a favour, or words to that effect, when they meet the anti-flat earther. But at that point, I was going to disagree with him and say, well, how is it the case that they're not being done a favour? But then Brian went on to qualify it and say, because at that point, where I used to describe them falling down the hill, in other words, once they've got to this point, they're then on we'll go back to the original metaphor. They've reached the perimeter with anti-flat earthers standing around it, pointing their guns at them. Now, they don't know that they've got their guns pointing at them, but because they seem really friendly, and they're going to tell them how they don't need to be concerning themselves with this flat earth thing, and because of all the reasons that they'll give in the anti-flat earth rhetoric. But by the time they've met that person, they're not, you can't describe them as having had the capability of benefiting from not knowing. In other words, they're not in the Matrix with Morpheus offering them a red pill or blue pill, because they already are in that situation by then. They've only got the choice of the two things. They're only anti-flat earth or flat earth once they're here. You can't not be, because you've already heard the foghorn, right? If you're at that perimeter, you've already heard the foghorn. You are within 5 miles. Therefore, you're not going to. You've already gone past the point of no return. You can't go back to being a globe believer, just a standard normie, because you've already heard all the stuff that goes on here. Doesn't matter if you heard it from anti-flat earthers or us.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. You still need to understand it, though. If you're just hearing it, that doesn't make you automatically understand the entire situation.
Yeah, there's
even if we
grey
all spell it
area,
out in
Arwen.
detail.
There's people who are walking around the fringes on that 5 mile radius that might just skirt the interaction of one anti-flat earther while they can just vaguely hear the foghorn in the distance. Yes, there's exceptions. Yes, there's grey area. Not everyone falls down the pit. But just to tie in with Brian's example, he's got the example where you're at that point where you're in this arena, in Brian's example. So therefore, you're not going to become a globy normie again, are you, Brian? At that point, you've got two choices. Flat Earth, realisation of the actual reality, or trying to pretend that you're still fighting for the globe when really you're fighting against it.
Yeah, Nathan, that's exactly it. And where I'm seeing this is I'm seeing it online in obscure places. I went to this app I have there the other day called CoinMarketCap. This is an app that's based around finding the details, all the kind of the financial details of any particular cryptocurrency you want. I went looking for this coin just to find out some basics about it from the last 24 hours. And I see this comment in there, right? anyone who's investing in this coin still at this stage, they're the same as flat earthers. You can show them the evidence or something like that, and they don't listen. And it's like, why did this person feel the need to add flat earthers in there? And that was like the third example like that I've seen in recent times, in the past couple of weeks.
Okay, well,
Why
this is,
did they feel the need to put that in?
if it's not rhetorical, this is where your and Arwin's examples collide, which is great. So that's the type of person that has been in that grey area that Arwin just described. They're on the fringes. They can kind of hear stuff about flat Earth, and it makes them very, very uncomfortable, right? But then they wander back into Normiville. They have actually managed to escape falling down the pit, or, you know, in this case, reaching the perimeter and maybe even going inside the fort. But by the time they're there, they've heard the foghorn, right? It don't make no difference. But for that guy, they're like, I skirted flat Earth once. Very scary. Now I need to make it surely known to everybody that that is not me and that they are idiots. Because that's how the indoctrination works. And it works right up until the point that you can hear the foghorn, in my analogy.
Well, maybe instead of calling it a foghorn, which is a good analogy, especially concerning battle, it would be more like a siren song, right? As soon as you like get pulled in, you're gonna turn. You are gonna go to that siren, and then you're gonna turn into either a flat earther or anti-flat earther. But there might be some that still might hear the siren song, but are like tied up or disabled.
I love the
They
siren
can't
song.
get
That's even
there.
better. Have you seen Harry Potter when he's in the like competition and they've got to figure out some clues? And one of them means he has to go into a big bath of water and open this egg thing, and he hears this beautiful song coming out of it. But prior to that, when it wasn't opened underwater, it gave out the most horrendous, squealy, horrible noise that no one could bear. Well, that's the equivalent. To some, what was a foghorn is now going to be a siren song. They hear it and they go, oh my god, I can't stand it! Ah, stop it! They become anti-flat earthers, right? We hear it and go, oh, the tranquility, the beauty of it, the harmony. Oh, wow. Feel it rushing over. It's so amazing. What's that? What? I'm a what? A retard? Excuse me enjoying my siren song. Shout out to Godzilla.
Exactly. You know what? I think Nathan. Sorry, Nathan. Go on.
I just can do the shout out. He's just his globe. Okay. He also says, make all your flat earth friends laugh with this word joke. And then the punchline was globe. Sorry, I read them in the wrong order. My bad. I've completely ballsed up your joke that cost you about £4. I'm sorry, Godzilla. Thank you for the super chats, though. I'll do it again. Pretend that didn't happen. Make all your flat earth friends laugh with this one-word joke. Globe. Thank you very much, Godzilla. Go ahead, Brian.
I think what's after happening is the anti-flat earthers have gotten to the point where, without realizing it, they've come to this is going to be a contradiction. Without realizing it, they've come to a subconscious realization that their enemy now is not us. Their enemy is the globers, who can become us. And that's what they need to do. Without telling these other people that they view them as an enemy, they're literally treating them as an enemy. You know, keep away from them flat earth. Never mind that Nathan Oakley. You know, stay back, nothing to see here. You know, that kind of a thing. It's like keeping them back because their enemy or their opponents are our opponents, our true opponents, which is the globers. But they know now they can never beat us. So all they can do is try to stop the globers, the people they used to be, from coming to us and either choosing our side or their side. And more of them keep choosing our side when they get here. You might have 10% to go anti-flat earth or 20%, but majority of people eventually choose our side. So we always have the majority vote. So that's their enemy. It's like the real enemy is stopping. The real thing to do is stop, you know, strategically, stop them getting to us, and then that limits our numbers.
Well, that's certainly how it's been done with the...
I think the whole existence of them, it just the fact that they exist, right? There's this group of people that go against this other group of people that are just asking questions, right? And they they're so profound at going against them that they don't even stick to the main crux of their argument. They choose to, at times, remix the argument to their own fitting in order to have a debate with this other group of people. So why do they have to do that? Why is the mainstream story not good enough to hold, to stand up to scrutiny? Why do you have to change it and mold it into something
It
else
don't
in
work.
order to argue it? Yeah, it doesn't. Because if you did, then we wouldn't be here talking about it, right?
They would have wiped us out a long time ago.
Godzilla
And it's
37.
boring. The globe idea is very boring. That a ball goes in a circle and blah, blah, blah. It's boring.
Oh, I totally disagree.
That is not boring.
Not boring at
I
all.
disagree,
Very exciting. We'll get into that in a minute. Thank you very much for the super chat, Godzilla 37, who says, "I'd give up. Chocolate would have loved it." Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't help myself. I'm sorry. That said, I put the chat up before your super chat because there's some good comments going by from, well, everybody actually, moderators, members, and from the general public. So I'll put the chat up because it does actually have some good information as I'm reading it go by, going, yeah, that's a good point. But rather than just having it get lost into the time of ether and whatever else of YouTube, I'll stick it on screen so that regardless of where this ends up, you can see what the people watching have got to say about it. That said, I will plug the joining mechanism. If the show is full, which it's not, there's still 3 spaces, so if you did join the Discord server, you could just join the show right now. Just by clicking on the live stream, you join the show. You automatically on mute until someone takes you off, which I'll check everyone in a minute. If the show is full, i.e. you can't get into the live stream, there's 13 participants, you can join the live stream queue and somebody in the Discord server can move you in beyond the capacity of the room. So, you know, if you do want to join and you do want to express some of these excellent opinions that I can see flying by on my fabulous monitor, then feel free, just join and, you know, express it verbally, because this has obviously stimulated a conversation that I didn't necessarily would, you know, trigger the enthusiasm of the audience and the panel as much as it has, which is great. But I've got one other thing that I wanted to drop in just before I forget, which is to say that how we're describing this is in terms of the grey area and pushing the fringes away and the anti-flat earthers pointing their guns, and also, you know, they're the enemy now because keeping them away from the reality of flat earth is the best they can do when they can't win. Well, all of those things are exemplified by the way that YouTube is structured. Got to be careful here in terms of not breaking any YouTube community guidelines, but nevertheless, we are considered fringe. That is the category that flat earth, true flat earth, not anti-flat earth, sits in. And in the description that I think Neil or was it you that gave this? I can't remember. Gave a minute ago. The best solution is to keep our opponents, anti-flat earthers, as a ring around us, so that they can push what is truly the enemy, normie globers, getting anywhere near us. And if you do a search for flat earth, that's what you will find, anti-flat earth content. While we're shoved into the basement nether regions, still allowed to be monetized, but nevertheless very difficult to find, anti-flat earth opponents with the same titles and tags will make it to the forefront of those searches, which effectively is the description, albeit without much better analogies and forts and guns and stuff, which was much more fun. But, you know, in terms of the YouTube algorithm, how it presents information to you, as a normie general member of the public, even if you've accidentally had this subject become part of the forefront of your mind, and then you happen to search for those subject matters, you'll be presented with, you know, the best line of defence that they can offer, which is our opponent's opinion before ours. And then at best you'll be turned away and become that guy who's like, oh, why would you invest in this Bitcoin? It's like talking to flat earthers. You become that guy. The guy who's bounced off the wall of anti-flat earth, not got close enough to hear the foghorn, will never get near the fort to see us and have us convince him otherwise. Just potentially have a few questions that get immediately addressed with the newest layer of bullshit from the anti-flat earth camp surrounding us.
Yeah, they need to keep. They need. I'm back feeding on someone there. They need to keep the ordinary everyday globers away from us, because when they come near us, not only will we have it easier than ever to absolutely destroy any arguments they bring, but we also can show them logically and physically, geometrically, how they're completely wrong. And then a portion of them may become anti-flat earthers, but they know the majority of them are going to go, no, this globe thing is wrong. Flat earthers are right. Now, some of them might go towards Bob Nodell and the stuff he says. They may not all stay here, but the point is that they won't be believing in a globe, and that's the scary part for our opposition. Our anti-flat Earth opposition. They need to keep our numbers down, and the best way to do that is not to show the world them getting bet by us in debates, or them bringing stupid arguments our way and us laughing at them. That's not the way. The way is to stop all those other normal people from getting near us. That's what it is, isn't it?
Indeed. Anyone else got any comments on this? Doesn't seem to have inspired anybody to join. I've got to be honest. Hopefully they will.
I was going to say, isn't it sort of like a physical expression of cognitive dissonance?
Perfect. Go on, whoever it was from Discord. Sorry, John.
Yeah. There was. Go ahead.
No, we were waiting on you, Don. Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't know it was echoing. There's an observation. I've been studying it for quite some time, and I wanted to share it. I wanted to get more things together before I shared it on the show, but I've been looking at rocket footage, images from the so-called ISS, and I noticed one thing, and I dubbed it, I named it like circumference of light. So a small local sun would cast a circle, if you will. And as soon as they put the sun in a different density gradient or a different, you'll get the incident of light. And as soon as the incident of light hits the molecules, it'll spread. It's called Rayleigh scattering, short wavelength, long wavelength, and it will cast a circle. Now, I have a couple people that have been helping me out, to mock this up in Blender, and I'm not saying it's proof, it's just evidence. Higher you go in altitude, more pronounced that circle or max visible distance of light, if you will, would appear as a sphere. My question to the Globers is, how do we determine the difference from actual sphere Earth curve at high altitudes versus the circumference of light over a flat plane?
Very interesting.
And I have demonstrations, I have stuff, clips if you want to check it out. It's just light in general, has nothing to do with the surface. But it does appear as a sphere higher you go.
Demonstrations on a YouTube channel that I can promote?
Yeah, it's Blender. It's on That's Tough TV.
On what?
It's called That's Tough TV.
Non-YouTube related?
Yes, non-YouTube. Okay, so I will post something in main chat right now. It's a little 19-second clip in Blender.
Okay. Can someone grab this from Discord and we'll have a look at it?
Yes.
I think I understand what you mean though. Did everyone follow along? I thought he was fairly concise in describing what he's about to show us.
So it's right there.
So. I think it's a great point. Yeah.
So the thing is, right?
I didn't hear it.
So with like refraction, right?
Well, don't go through it again until we've got the imagery up. So we'll go through it again, and hopefully we'll have some visual aid to understand it. I think I understand. I may not. Let's not be too hasty about me saying I wouldn't be able to paraphrase it back to my audience at this point. Let's put it that way.
Don, are you including Rayleigh scattering in what you're talking about on the globe side of what this Rayleigh scattering?
Well, Rayleigh scattering is just, it's just the incident of light. If like even if like light is in water, right? Well, the incident of light through water, through air will change. It will refract and diffract. It'll scatter. I mean, when Globers put the sun, it's regardless of the medium. I use their argument against them in some cases, right? It's like playing, devil's advocate. But when you put the sun in a different medium, you will have that incident of light, and light will scatter, and it will produce a circle.
The reason I asked you about that Rayleigh scattering thing is that Rayleigh scattering. Now I understand it, and I can't say it's right or wrong, but it is something that they've used to explain why the sky is blue. If you know what I mean. But
yes.
I think that was something that they needed to come up with to explain why the sky is blue.
That's
so
correct. But
I don't know if Rayleigh scattering is...
Well, their claim of Rayleigh scattering works with the sun outside of our system and then as it comes into our system, the scattering occurs and then breaks up, and you only have the blue light coming in to your eyes after that effect has taken place. But that description relies on a necessity of the sun at a certain distance and us between it with something to cause the Rayleigh scattering, i.e. the atmosphere. So yeah, you're right, that's their description for why the sky is blue, and as depicted on screen now, you have to make the assumption that the light below the sun isn't a local light, it's a very far distance, and there's a essentially contained but not contained atmosphere that's having Rayleigh scattering give you only a blue remaining light traversing into your eyeballs. But I don't buy that either. It was one of the first questions I started to question when I got here. I was like, so if it's not a heliocentric system, then the description of Rayleigh scattering doesn't necessarily apply then. It might still apply. I've obviously changed my tune in terms of it's not true. It might be, but that's something that's only required because of their setup in heliocentrism, which once debunked, you can automatically, as far as I'm concerned, discount their explanation because it works within the heliocentric construct.
Well, now, as far as systems go, I didn't actually hear atmosphere in the description of Rayleigh scattering. It seemed like it involved systems more.
No. If you look up why is the sky blue, type that rather than description of Rayleigh scattering. Rayleigh scattering won't give you that description, but Rayleigh scattering is applied to why the sky is blue. So, again, when you see a picture like perfectly timed was on screen a minute ago, you've got this local light lighting up a little bit below it. That's what it actually looks like. That's what it appears to do from altitude. Now, I haven't experienced that with my own eyes, but so I'm going to choose my words carefully again. But ultimately speaking, to have it light up the whole of the blue bit below with Rayleigh scattering, you have to assume that that light's at a tremendous distance, lighting up everything evenly and scattering the light, only leaving the blue coming into your eyeballs. That's their description. As soon as you see a picture that shows it's apparently local, then that goes out the window, doesn't it?
Well, that's what I was going to ask is, because it sounded like in the description you gave, all it requires is the source to be external to the system. Did I hear that correctly?
No, that's what's necessitated by the heliocentric system. It doesn't necessarily mean that fits into the description of Rayleigh scattering. It's just that's how it's applicable to a heliocentric system.
Just to add something to this, unless you have something else to say there, John, I don't want to step in our toes.
Well, what I was saying is the heliocentric concept can take that description and apply itself within it. But does that mean that that doesn't mean it's heliocentric? But I was just saying,
no.
Is that a proof that the sun is external to the system?
No.
Or the source? I'm sorry, the source of light, not necessarily.
Well, it is in that description, yes.
Well,
if go ahead.
No, you go. I go after you. Go on.
No, it's slightly. I just it's plain devil. It's like reverse engineering, if you will, right? There's flat earthers that will. I don't know where the sun is. We don't know where it is. I don't know. You know? I don't know. But I use reverse engineering on the argument to state my claim of the circumference of light over a flat plane, if you will.
Yeah,
you'll get snail law, you'll get refraction, you'll get snail's law, refraction, diffraction. Higher you go, that's why the moon seems smaller. It's a less dense medium. Higher you go, right?
That's true. Yeah, the moon seen from high altitude balloons is often a tiny little thing, and the sun is just a white circle. You know, that's what it looks like, doesn't it? White circle.
Right. And to add to it, right? So refraction is where light bends, or just for argument's sake, bends to the denser medium, right? So a curve down, higher you go, because it's like what 14 psi at mean sea level. 30,000 feet, 50,000 feet, 4 psi. So the light will curve down, depending on the aperture of the camera or the camera lens, if you will, and the angle you have it. it will appear as a sphere. And I have images. I've been looking at rocket footage. I've been looking at all kinds of footage, even at Mange, that what Mr. Sensible's video he had. When I looked at it, I'm like, it looks like kind of like a pizza. I'm not saying the Earth is a pizza, the bottle. I'm just saying that portion. See, we've seen a 360, not just with our vision, but the circle of light.
Right. Just one minor correction just for Brian. When you say you see a circle, if you look at it over time, it's a bit like the movements when you describe the movements of the wandering stars and having them go back on themselves. No, they don't, but in terms of where they appear in their pattern, that's what they're doing with relation to the pattern over the course of a week, say. Well, in the same way, have you ever heard the term libration before?
I heard it, but I can't remember what it was.
Okay, so libration's quite interesting. Again, I can only describe this because I used to look at the moon a lot with a telescope and understood what I was looking for when I looked for this. But over time, as the phases of the moon change, if you were to take it as a circle, then you'd have a certain amount that was visible on the extremities, the edges, if you will, of the circle. Will you agree with that, first of all? You've got a plate, and on the plate there's a pattern, and that pattern's a picture of a meadow. You're only going to have that picture. There's nothing beyond the edges of that picture. So if we call the circle with a plate as a comparison, with a picture on the plate, you only get 100% of the picture, correct?
Yes, that's
right.
True.
As the phases of the moon move around, if you added up the total area that you can see, it would equal 110%. In other words, you're seeing more around what seems apparent around the side of the moon as the phases change. Therefore, you're not just seeing 100% of the picture on a plate, you're seeing round the sides and seeing more than the total would be if it was a flat disc.
Yeah, but what I said about the moon was that it appears really small. I said the sun appears to be a white disc, a white circle.
Okay, my bad. I thought we were talking about the moon.
Yeah, well, we were talking probably about both of them, but no, but it's what I said. No, I said it pretty fast. No, I was saying that it appears very small.
Sorry, Brian.
Balloon.
Can you just click on that video, top right, whoever's got this presented, and just make it big? That should be, hopefully. Here we go. This is libration. So this side now that you're seeing would equate to overall being. You can even see it moving, like it's exposing more on the left-hand side as it looks like it's spinning. Now it doesn't actually do this, because obviously you're not going to see the phases of the moon change in a way that this is depicted. But you're seeing more on the extremities, the edges of the moon. I'm sorry, this wasn't even the topic. Sorry, Brian. Thank you, whoever presented that.
No, it's good because I appreciate it. I had forgotten what libration was. I remember you mentioned it 2 or 3 times.
My brain is vibrating.
Libration, not vibration. Libration. L-I-B.
What I was going to add to the whole sun thing was that in celestial astronomical spectroscopy, when you're asking them what is the sun, and because QE did this in his presentation, the spectroscopy presentation last night, and you know where they end up telling you about the cool thin gases that are before the sun, and they basically come up with a continuous spectra, right? Continuous spectrum. And they then state that some of these dark lines that are on this continuous spectra are a layer of cool thin gases just before the sun, and the sun is then this continuous spectra. It's all convoluted and contradictory. But what about if what they're actually getting is cooled, which would be cooled, thin, let's just say very low density of gas up at a high elevation, and they're getting, basically they're hitting a solid. But they're not getting the sun, because the sun we don't know what the sun is, but the sun the source of it may be outside of the solid. You know, so if we use what their actual, because what's really going on is they're using an astronomical spectroscopy, and they're seeing things and they're trying to make it fit a heliocentric model, when the truth is what they're seeing makes no sense whatsoever to the heliocentric model, you know, or anything even similar to it. You know, because even like the best you can make out of it is that they're encountering light that may be coming through a solid that's hitting, let's say, low density cooled gas that's up high. That's all you could really I could really get out of that, because they don't seem to be talking about the sun at all. They're talking about a solid and cool thin gas. They haven't given us anything about what the sun is. Now, I could be wrong about that. I'm just
you've got to avoid that, right? Yeah. Because otherwise, if you start getting into the wrangled angle of what the sun actually is, you start describing a second law of thermodynamics violation. You know, imploding gases in a sky vacuum. Shout out to Tech Mind, by the way. He says parallel zeniths debunk the ball Earth model. They do indeed. Thanks for the super chat. Should we do a bit of housekeeping? We haven't actually done any of this show. Should really do it.
That's what I asked. Are we doing any housekeeping today?
Let's do it. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere-edge horizon, formerly known as the curve of the Earth?
Al-Biruni certainly didn't see it, yet he's claimed to have measured using it.
Need that bent straight line. Any evidence you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
Using the curved baseline, absolutely not.
Is there a distinction between baseline and surface?
It depends what you're doing with it. If you're measuring an angle, then it's got to be flat.
The baseline or the surface?
If you're using the surface as the baseline, then it's got to be flat.
Okay, you got, all right, damn it. All right, yeah, yes. I concede now.
Any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
Well, I have been having kind of an over and back with a glober or an anti-flat earther who has been trying to claim that the ring laser gyroscope proves rotation. I mean, that's the best they got, I think, at the moment.
Right, ring laser gyro drifting at 15 degrees an hour because Earth turns underneath for you to see the deflection. That would be Coriolis deflection.
Well, the ring laser gyros that they have in the airplanes, right? If they are encountering like if they are registering a drift, I don't know how they're registering a drift because the Coriolis effect is a visual effect, but if they're registering a drift in an airplane or a movement of the Earth underneath it, then surely we would observe a Coriolis drift, may that be the correct terminology, of the airplane. All airplanes would have to take a curved path from our vantage point.
That's right. If globe Earth is, as claimed, to have drift at 15 degrees an hour, and the claim in this instance is that the ring laser gyro demonstrates 15 degrees an hour drift, then that means Earth's turning underneath the inertial reference frame at 15 degrees an hour to cause that apparent drift. That's what is Coriolis effect, and the globe does claim we have it. But that would shorten flight times, because that would mean Earth's turning underneath the aeroplane in order for you to see this 15 degrees an hour drift. So you're standing on the ground, part of a turning reference frame according to globe Earth. You look up at a plane and go, look, check it out, it's curving. And the guy next to you says, no, we're turning underneath the plane. That's 15 degrees an hour deflection. You know, like Neil deGrasse Tyson says, when the ball goes through the goal because the goal's turned under the ball, assisted by Earth's rotation, causing the drift through the goalposts. Well, that's why we're seeing the plane drift, because we're turning beneath it, like we turn beneath that football. You understand? And the guy says, yeah, I understand. Earth's turning underneath aeroplanes. But if Earth's turning under aeroplanes, wouldn't that shorten the flight time when going west? And the guy says, yeah, from Charlotte, North Carolina, to Los Angeles, only takes an hour and a half in a plane because Earth's turning underneath it for us to see this drift. But that doesn't happen. Doesn't take an hour and a half to go from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles. Takes about 4.5, 5 hours. Earth's not turning underneath anything.
Can I address something?
Yeah.
Because it's a good argument, of course. It's always the same. But even with the ring laser gyro, it's like, okay, so this thing drifted over time. Let's not even address the orientation at which it drifted, which is not going to be in relation to how something would drift on a spinning ball Earth. But yeah, when in planes, does that also mean that these ring laser gyros, then as you travel over the supposed ball Earth, that it's going to rotate as well? Or does it just drift over time alone, which
not an
obviously
either or.
disconnects it from any assertion of globe spin?
It's not an either or situation with Coriolis deflection. Either we have not actual deflection, that's Coriolis drift at 15 degrees an hour, because Earth is a non-inertial turning reference frame, and anything that leaves that reference frame goes into the inertial reference frame from your vantage point and drifts. Now that's not maybe it'll drift. In the same way as if you launch a drone off a roundabout, it's not a maybe it's going to go into the air and the roundabout's going to carry on turning underneath. If it leaves the roundabout turns underneath. At no point will the drone track with the roundabout. It's left it. Well, that's what Earth's claimed to do. Now, it would do it in all circumstances. It's not an, oh, well, maybe not under... No, if you've got two reference frames, then you've got drift, and the globe claims to have drift. Therefore, we've got two reference frames according to the globe. And the consequences of having those two reference frames, we do not experience. Therefore, the claim is wrong. It's not an either or.
The consequences are always going to end up making us win in this argument. I'm just saying that the entire point about why gyroscopes drifting is such a big deal was because, well, the rigidity within space as it is moving, whatever is moving, right? That's the whole thing. That's the whole argument. So if it is supposedly drifting, right? Mechanical gyroscopes don't do that, by the way. It's just the ring laser ones. But if that would be then claimed to be because of the Earth being a ball spinning, and that causes the passive drift, well, does that mean it's also going to then turn as you move over the Earth with it? I highly doubt that.
Yes, like a roundabout with a drone. Does that mean that you're going to move over the roundabout when you launch the drone by just pushing the up stick? Absolutely not. It's never going to track with the ground unless you force it to. But as soon as you force it to, then you're artificially getting the drone to move at the same speed as the roundabout beneath, and you're carefully trying to keep it above the exit launched from that's stuck to the roundabout. Well, their explanation that it wouldn't happen. No, it must happen. It's claimed to happen. That's your globe claim, 15 degrees an hour Coriolis drift that we don't experience. Simple as that.
Right. Well, my part in the argument, I'll leave it. Sorry, I'll leave it after. But my part is just that the claim really is based on gyroscope rigidity in relation to whatever the Earth's supposed to be. And it's not even a complete claim because it's just this passive drift, right? That's not enough. That's not even enough to complete the claim. That's my point.
It would be if it happened.
Well,
it would be if it happens, but I don't think it does do that.
It doesn't. I mean, if you're saying a ring laser gyro, which is a piece of tech, doesn't perform the same way other comparable mechanical tech operates, then there's a problem with the tech. Doesn't mean we've got a natural phenomena observed.
Absolutely. And I totally agree with that. That was a good point when you said it. It's more likely that's just a technical flaw in the device. Because they're not supposed to be doing that.
Yeah, well, figure out what causes the technical flaw. Don't ascribe a natural phenomena of Earth turning to it. Because then it must have drift that exhibits the same in the football, the bullet, the aeroplane, the hot air balloon, the drone, and none of them do.
And the mechanical gyroscope. And it doesn't either.
Exactly. Even a comparable piece of tech doesn't do it.
Just to give a little bit, just to give the audience, and maybe Arwen, if he's interested, I'm not trying to lecture you, Arwen, just if you're interested, a little bit of information about the mechanical and light gyros. When they use them, I'll use the gyro compasses as the example. For the mechanical gyro compasses, they use obviously a mechanical gyroscope. it takes them 4 hours to spin the gyroscope up to the correct RPMs. If they don't spin it up to the correct RPMs, it will precess. And it will precess in the direction that the motor is turning, right? So the only reason that a mechanical gyroscope will precess will be when it's not spun up to the correct RPMs. Now, the Lite gyro takes a half an hour to get to where they need it to be for a Lite gyro compass, when they use them in the gyro compasses, the more modern ones. That takes half an hour. So it's very likely, and I think I've said this before, it's very likely that people are turning on let's say ring laser gyros and other things. Now, even though the whole thing is total nonsense, it's very likely that they're turning these things on, and the thing is precessing because they're using it, they're turning it on, and maybe they're not giving it a chance to get to where it needs to be, that half an hour or whatever they need to do to get it to whatever it needs to be at, I don't know, whatever internals it needs, point it needs to get to. And then they're experiencing a drift, and they're going, the drift is because of ether, or the drift is because of Earth rotating, or whatever. Because I don't know if the ring laser gyros that they have in airplanes are drifting. I don't know if they're drifting. I don't know that. I mean, if they're in an airplane, I expect that they'd spin them up on the tarmac and give them that half an hour like they have to do with, I would say, like they have to do with the Lite gyros and gyro compasses. Like, surely they would have to do that. So then,
maybe,
like,
but what you're now doing is you're troubleshooting gyro compasses.
Yeah, I know, it's ridiculous.
That's correct.
But the audience now gets to hear a little bit of logic to go along with these ridiculous claims. Oh, hang on, you're supposed to do this with that anyway. So it could just be a simple thing where they're not giving it the chance to get to where it needs to get. And then they're seeing this effect and going, our turn or ether or whatever, when it doesn't prove any of those things for a start, and secondly, it has nothing to do with any of them.
Okay, so you're saying it might not even be a mechanical flaw, just a misapplication of use? They just didn't use it correctly?
Could be that simple.
Listen,
They just didn't.
Bob Nodell proves Earth's turn. Thanks, Bob.
No, he didn't. Not unless you affirm the consequent and accept that if your demonstration of a drift in a ring laser or fibre optic gyro in that instance is claimed to be caused by Earth rotation, then the natural consequences are 2 reference frames, because that's what's being claimed. Well, if you're seeing drift in a gyro at 15 degrees an hour because Earth's a non-inertial turning reference frame, then flight times get shortened, and balls drift through goalposts, and drones whiz away from you 1,000 miles an hour on the equator the second they leave the ground. Now, none of those things actually happen, even though one of them, the football, is asserted to happen. That would be Earth rotation under a football to cause a field goal. Now, beyond that claim, and snipers, who are claimed to have to track their targets because the Earth's going to turn under the bullet after it's left the barrel. Well, those are claims that Earth's turning underneath stuff that's left the ground. Well, if that's happening, flight times get shortened and drones whiz away, and they don't. Simple as that.
Well, I have a question. Is this claim dependent upon a non-inertial turning reference frame? And if it is, do you need a radius value for that?
You do need a radius value for a non-inertial turning reference frame. Any evidence of the R value? Earth radius.
Oh, dear.
It can only be derived from a flat plane.
That's true. That's why it's so quiet. I do feel a little bit sorry for the
That can be both an Arwin and a Baldwin answer, by the way. That's the funny part.
I know this is expanding on from the discussion we had in the pre-show. Become a member if you want to see this sooner rather than later. It will come out eventually, and probably next week now, on the second channel. But we were discussing in the pre-show sort of the position that anti-flat earthers, globers, and us in the fortified building find ourselves in. And with that example in mind, we've got I don't know how to put this. I've lost track of what I was talking about.
The fortified castle, the massacre.
Oh yeah, right. Why it's so quiet. You've got a position where they don't want to come in here anymore, but with a bit of empathy, you can appreciate that speaks volumes for their current mental state, doesn't it? Typically, there's going to be, even if it's quiet, a couple of days where they might not come in. but by the end of the week we'll have had a couple of fundies, right? Well, that simply isn't the case at the moment. Now, if you, like I say, empathise with their position, typically they'd want to be showing us how we're wrong and calling us idiots and retards by barking refraction with the black swan, or telling us that we do see a geometric horizon, it's just refraction of the buildings behind it, in the case of the Isle of Man discussion. But in case of the elevation angle argument, what are they doing? What's their state of mind while they're watching us discuss how paralysed they are by this argument? And you've got to feel sorry for them, right? That was my point. I got there in the end.
Nope,
Not me.
not I.
I would feel sorry for them if they weren't so unrepentant.
But back to Conspiracy Cats, when he was talking to Haunted House, and he sort of put in the third person how somebody who comes across this lie and appreciates that it is actually a true position, that flat Earth is real and that the globe is all a big lie, you'd have to contemplate all the other big lies that you might be facing, and then society would collapse under its own, and that would cause you a lot of lost sleep. That was Katz's position, although positioning it in the third person to Haunted House. Well, I'm trying to get you guys to picture, even though you don't want to empathise with them, which is fine, I totally get it, what might be their state of mind while they're looking in on this, not being able to come up with any rebuttal for it.
Well, their state of mind is probably, I think they're going to get to the point where they're going to want to kind of just join in on the show and conversate. Because I think they're getting to the point where debating has become kind of pointless. Because it's not going anywhere for them. You know, how did they debate for the globe when everything they've come up with for 7 years has been destroyed, and now it's been totally destroyed, as the whole basis for the radius value is based on flat Earth elevation angles, the Polaris. All they have is orthographic view geometry that shows that geometrically, orthographically, it doesn't work. But we don't look at things orthographically. You can't buy orthographic glasses. Everything is seen in a perspective view. You can't, and you're seeing it through the weather, through the air. So you can't, each day could be different. They have nothing, and that's the problem. They don't have anything that they can really debate with. So I reckon they're going to start coming in for conversations.
Maybe.
Now, Brian, hold on 1 second. That's what pisses me off. There is no debate, but they'll scream from chat that they would love to debate Nathan without his mute button. Now, that shit irritates me.
Shout out to Godzilla37 who says, I've read this 3 times and I still don't understand what he means, but I'll read it out as verbatim as I can. Get damages, COD, in he says he wants on. Does anybody understand that?
Yeah, he's speaking jive.
I just wanted to say, how can I say something? How is the boycott working out for the anti-flat earthers not coming on here? How is that working out for them? I mean, have they actually progressed because they didn't engage versus our progress? How's it worked out for you so far?
That's what I'm saying, Owen.
Well, that was the next thing I was going to... Hold on, Neil. That was the next thing I was going to move on to conversationally. So, further to your typical normal set of circumstances where they'll come in and bark refraction at us or bark geometric horizon with refracted targets at us in previous days gone by and previous arguments gone by, we're not getting the response videos. Now, I look for them, and I haven't seen them. There aren't any. Where's the equivalent to refraction in video after video from Flat Earther, where we have to go in, if you were so inclined, to the comments and say, refraction means you haven't got a straight line anymore, or something to that effect. Where's the videos saying, you idiots, we have a bent straight line to get a geometric horizon and a tangent point horizon and a sensible horizon? Where are those videos?
Just leave it to a quick comment you don't understand, and then they move on quickly.
No, and the thing, that's what I'm saying. The tax that they use, they make sure it's seen in chat that they would love to debate, but it's your mute button. This is what they do. They have nothing, but they got to get that out there.
Listen carefully. That makes no difference in terms of them putting out their standalone videos, you know, while their double standards will say, well, we don't want to come and discuss this on an open public platform because the show host has got control of his show. Okay, fair enough, good excuse, yeah, whatever. But meanwhile, typically, they don't need to when they want to say we're wrong. They don't need to come in, they just make a standalone video. And hypocritically will say, oh yeah, and he's got his mute button, or whatever they say about me, when I'm not in there giving them the opportunity and open door as I do to reply in the moment, live. They're just making a standalone video. But where are those videos in relation to the elevation angle arguments? Third time I've asked.
You're not going to get them. You're not going to get them.
Well,
It's
not
over.
just that. Well, not just that, but like the idea that they don't want to come in because you're using their mute button. If you remember, I put out a challenge where they could choose the platform, the moderator, and anything they wanted, and by proxy they could claim victory over Nathan if they beat me. And the closest I've come to anybody answering it is to debate me on whether they'll debate me.
No, true. Exactly. It's every excuse under the sun that's going to come our way. Godzilla37 says, it's a username in chat. He wants on. I couldn't see him in chat. COD. C-O-D. No, I don't see him. Either way, if you want to join the show, there's a live stream. Oh, perfect timing. There's Dank in there so I can show you how this works on the live stream itself. So Dank's obviously not able to join because the show live stream is full, but I can move him in and then take him off mute. So, Dank's now part of the show. He couldn't be before, but you can join live stream queue. Somebody, in this case me, will move you into the live stream show if you did want to join and you wanted to tell us that we were wrong, or like the guy did earlier, just fill us in on something you're doing that's interesting. So there you go. Thank you for the super chat, Godzilla37.
So is Dank here?
Yeah, but he was just my example. Go ahead, Dank.
God bless all y'all.
It's actually Dan, but yeah.
Yo, Dank. What's up?
Hi, everybody.
Going on, brother.
So whoever Godzilla37 was referring to, yeah, if you want to join the show, just join. I don't think it was Dank. That wasn't who he was talking about. But either way, back to the fourth time asking, those videos, normally you guys will come along and say, here's a video that's from X YouTuber, and X YouTuber says, we are wrong about the Black Swan. Because, let's have a listen, refraction! All right. Then we explain, based on the video that we've played, without them even being here, but with them still having something to offer up that we can respond to. I'm saying it's super quiet because we haven't even got that. There's literally nothing at the moment to respond to the elevation angle argument.
Let me ask you a question. Can you respond to it, Nathan?
Well, my response is leading into what John just said a second ago, which is the feign attempts that have come our way actually prove a flat Earth. You've got to have a flat Earth to measure the elevation angle measurement in the first place. But that is the essence of the argument. So to come and just pose the argument and say, well, I measure an elevation angle or measurement from a flat plane. Obviously, it can only be two straight lines. It's an angle. But then, once I've got that flat Earth elevation angle measurement, I then put that on a teeter-tottering globe and move my position to the centre of a... All that is after the fact they've just measured a flat plane. So, that's what we had early on. Well, of course I measure a flat plane. And Zanuck even came in and said, yeah, of course it's got to be measured flat first. I've got to measure it flat first. But after that, after Zanuck, crickets.
Shout out to Zanuck for that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You're answering your own question. They're not coming because they can't come. They'll just prove a flat Earth for us.
Now they're just waiting for Akumu to finalize the Akumu paradox, right? Because Akumu has the way through. It makes no sense really, but at least it gives hope that you can have a straight line of sight even though light is bent, right?
So
he can do it. He can do it.
I don't think anti-flat Earth is resting on Akumu viruses. Bev deals with that all day long over on Bev Try Thinking. Subscribe today. But he's dealing with Bendizontal all day long with other idiots. So I don't think the arbiter of Bendizontal is Akumu virus. That type of doublespeak's been around for a while. I mean, it doesn't help.
But at least he put it on the map here, right? At least he came in and actually had the balls to show what he thought.
What, double
line
speed?
of sight to the refracted horizon?
Line of sight that's straight and bent and refracted and not refracted, and it depends on the day whether or not you'll see Earth curve. Yeah, that kind of double speak doesn't help them, though. That's not a rebuttal, is what I'm saying.
How are they going to make all the videos that you're asking about? How are they going to make all these videos talking about now how they have a straight baseline when they have numerous previous videos talking about how light's always refracted?
Guys,
That's what we're asking for, right?
understand.
That's what we're asking for. We're not even saying, come on and face the horror of a mute button. No, just where's your response? If you're saying a Kumu virus, and I'm comparing it to the people on Bev Show, they've been saying it for years, that Bendizontal's the answer. Where's the videos about Bendizontal as the answer then? I want to see them and laugh at them.
Well,
The point is that since Akumo's introduction, there is no more problem about light being bent and they not having a geometric horizon, because they can have their bent light and still have a straight line of sight, eating their cake and still having it.
The last video I saw from any of their opposition, because I don't even know if they're really making much videos anymore, because I don't really see much videos on the topic at all. But the last video I saw was Craig McNeil, Fight the Flat Earth. He was on one of Professor Day's videos, and it was titled "The Worst Flat Earth Arguments Ever" or something like that. Now, I don't know what the arguments were. Maybe the elevation angle thing was in there somehow or something. I don't know. But that was the last video I saw
that.
from Annie.
No,
Yeah.
I saw that. Somebody, not either of those two particular YouTubers, but somebody presumably on our side that was subscribed to, did a trimmed out version of it. And I would expect the YouTuber, who I can't remember to credit, I never can, I'm really sorry, would have trimmed that out if it was there. So I can assume that they didn't cover it. I also heard that reference, so that's what triggered my memory. Them saying, "Oh, it's the worst argument ever," and then I was expecting to hear them lay out. That's why I paid attention to it. Lay out the elevation angle argument and why it was poor. I was like, "This should be good."
Well, you guys, you don't understand. It's not a debatable issue on whether the surface is flat, right? Both sides are accepting you need a flat Earth for elevation angles. But after you accept that, we can then go on and discuss about how it's curved.
Oh, I see. Damages COD. Okay, the guy in chat, if you want to join, there's, like I said on the live stream, I've gone out of my way. I didn't see you going by in the chat when Godzilla referred to you. But yeah, just join the live stream queue and tell us. Sorry, John. Completely ruined your point there. You're right. That was the main point. Exactly. It's not debatable. It has to be and can only be measured flat. Now, as John just said, and I'm basically repeating verbatim to make sure the stress is left in people's minds after his excellent point, you can't argue with us about how you will use that flat Earth angle to prove a globe. It's just stupid.
Can I make another backing argument on that? Right? So
Sure.
Let's just say that we all get our measurements even for the ball from a flat Earth. So let's just completely go from scratch, create a physical globe model and start mapping it. I promise you, if you're going to do that it's a tedious process to do all that with the math and measuring and all this curve shit. I bet you're not going to have an end result mapped out that's going to be compatible with the real world maps that we use here on Earth.
Yeah, because they're all flat. Just draw out an elevation angle in Google Earth and you'll see it's flat as a pancake for thousands upon thousands of miles.
Right, and if you're going to actually map a actual ball, it's the data coming off that is going to be completely different. It's a completely different type of mapping process, I promise you, than the actual Earth-based mappings, because those are all made from a flat plane.
It's
So it's
basically
different data.
it's basically what Andrew Thomas Young already said when it came to his studies on refraction being all from plane surfaces. And then he says, but the Earth isn't flat, exclamation point. So now we must make geometric considerations and pretend we're on the globe. That's what happens when they do angle measurements and say, okay, we just measured the flat Earth, but now let's do geometric considerations and make it work on a sphere.
Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
Nah. It's in the sky.
What is the sun?
Something we see, and we got angles to it, and that is it.
Well, interestingly enough, the ring laser gyro, the way it records an interference is because the laser moving in one direction ends up having to move a greater distance than the other laser, than the laser moving in the other direction, right? Because one is moving clockwise, one is anti-clockwise. I know they're not real directions, but we're just using them as a reference. But there is actually a frequency change that happens because one laser has to cover a slightly bigger distance. Now, that means the inverse square law is basically taking hold. Now, it probably a small frequency change because it's a laser, but the point is that there is no way we could ever have parallel sun rays because it would be impossible. If a laser can't even, and the ring laser gyro, as far as I know, is a vacuum unit. I would be very surprised if it's not a vacuum unit. So it's like if a laser going through a vacuum starts changing its frequency, like, I mean, it's basically the inverse square law of light starts taking hold in that small space enough to create a phase change, a phase pattern. Then there's no way we could have like parallel sun rays. It'd be impossible to have parallel sun rays. So wherever the sun is or how far away it is, it can't be what they're saying.
Well, Brian,
how far away is it according to the inverse square law of light?
Sorry, say that again.
How has it been measured on its distance according only to the inverse square law of light?
But it's changing in frequency. You understand? Because a laser is high frequency. So if it's changing in frequency, then that means that the further if it had a further distance to go, the more it would change. So it's becoming less a high frequency. That's why. So that's due to the inverse square law. Well, it's not due to the inverse square law, but that's what the inverse square law describes.
Calculated with. That's what you meant. I'm tempted to keep the live show going, by the way, because I'm having fun. So yeah, please share the show, smash the super chat, support this channel. It's going to be an extended live show today, just because we haven't got all the way through housekeeping, which I tend to like to do towards the end of the show if we haven't. But as I'm having fun and the conversation's good, we'll keep the live show going a bit longer.
Nathan, I put a slide.
4 more hours.
No, not that. Not 4 more hours, but yeah. Okay.
Nathan, the Master B, I put how the sun.
Crepuscular, however you say it. Light coming through a cloud. Got it.
Crepuscular. Yeah, this is my
Crepuscular,
picture.
that's the one.
Yeah, I took this picture. This is how we see light. Right, Brian? We don't see any parallel light.
No, we never see parallel light rays. We never do.
So another assumption, because they need the sun to be far away so they can have a corresponding situation with the center of the Earth to the surface of the Earth. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, the parallel light rays would be a super GP, as Chocolate calls it. You know, a super GP, because any side of the globe Earth that would be turned towards the sun would all be the GP. There'd be no GP position on any particular point.
Mark Marquez is Super GP rider, my favorite rider in Super. So there is a Super GP, but it involves motorcycles.
Yeah, not Grand Prix.
The Isle of Man.
Yeah, that's the TT. Okay, right, let's move on. Any scientific evidence of gravity?
Science.
You gotta have a phenomenon.
I feign no hypothesis for such a thing. An absurdity that any person with rational thought should just disregard. Paraphrasing my boy Newton.
Yeah, I was going to say, end quote, Newton, in a letter he wrote.
They got no phenomena.
any single viable hypothesis from any of the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics?
Never.
Not to
According to Arwin in the past couple of days, that they could do it, but they don't do it. That's what he said. Now maybe he can
correct.
clarify that. What could they do?
Well, they couldn't do anything within their fictional medium that they've conjured upon the celestial lights.
I love it.
But they could actually get involved with the celestial lights, or attempt to, at least.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove like the observed phenomenon. The DV is we observe stars moving, right? What IV do you come up with for that, and how do you manipulate it?
Who says it's going to be that specific type of
Yeah, you've
scientific
pigeonholed him into the phenomena being the movement claimed to be caused by Earth's rotation. That doesn't mean that they can't. I think what Arwen's driving at is, if you take, I tried to paraphrase this yesterday, I believe, with quasars and binary stars and black holes and various other things that potentially you could, maybe not black holes, but potentially you could see. And then you can say, I think the cause is this, and the effect is that motion of that binary star, and my null would be, I think this would be the cause, X is the cause, and it won't cause the motion of the binary star. Now, although they haven't, Arwen's saying that they could. Now, I disagree, because in almost all instances, when you do what Brian's done, although you've done it for example that he hasn't given yet, pigeonhole them into what they're actually needing to claim for that motion. It's an orbital mechanical motion that they're describing. So you're never going to vary and manipulate that either. And I don't think you'll come up with an example that you can, which is what Brian's saying. Unless you can,
hold on.
It's pie in the sky conjecture.
But the problem is, as soon as you're going to go there, you're already conjuring forth the entire model.
That's what the question's
if they
about.
Completely bypass that and just see it as light and things happening with them.
No, that's not the question.
And not conjure the entire model.
Stop. I'm not asking you on the panel when I say any from the fields. I give the names of the fields. Bloody hell! It's not Arwen's.
That's what I've been picking up.
Well, isn't
Look,
the point
they're not gonna do it because their fictional medium is their field.
But that's what Brian's saying. God, you're so frustrating,
they could
Arwen.
technically do it. That's my point.
You started off when he said, how do you do it? By telling us what you can't do, which is immediately infuriating and frustrating. And now you're agreeing with him, basically, based on the parameters he gave that you disagreed with until I clarified them. How annoying. I know you're doing it deliberately.
Well,
isn't the point?
That was my point from the start, though.
What?
They could mess around with what is potentially causing those lights to be the way they are.
Oh, I'm going to have to do this again. He's making me do it, Brian. Exampled by, for example, Arwen?
I don't know how to do it, but maybe they could
pie in the
figure
sky
it out.
conjecture then.
Objection.
I never claimed that they are doing it, never claimed that they will do it. I just say they could potentially at some point do it. It's very nitpicky.
That sounds like when you ask a bullshit
Objection.
person, they're like, they haven't measured it, but they could one day. Like,
But that's not fair because we know they can't. But they can't measure their model. That's the entire paradigm. They
is done
can't
to wind
actually
you up,
measure
Brian.
the
It's
model.
just-
It's fictional.
It's done to
But
wind you up, Brian.
supposedly
It's
the
just
model came
infectious.
from measurement, right? The
Hold on, let me just tell Brian what's going on. While he's doing
I
this,
don't
just-
know. I was trying to say. You said, is there? The question is there any viable scientific hypothesis from the fields of astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics? That's the question.
Yes.
The answer is no.
Well, the answer is no, but you, Arwen, you did say that, but they could do it if they wanted. And I questioned you about that, and you started talking about anything but those three fields.
Yes, of course. It's very frustrating.
They have specific claims, so they have the phenomenons. So how would they go about proving these claims they have?
He's just said,
They can't,
before you've got your
but if-
annoyance out and described the problem that is being faced, he's already disclaimed they can't. The answer's no. He's just said that.
Arwen has a dream that one day they will. Listen, Arwen has a dream that one day they will.
Yeah, so glad I kept the live show open for this. Let's rattle our way through the rest of housekeeping before Aaron triggers everyone on the panel.
I agree.
I think the point got lost that there's no existing scientific hypothesis for any of their claims. That's the point of asking that question, right?
Not a viable
That's not the point of the question. And further to that, can anybody offer us any viable hypothesis from any of those fields that don't have any to date?
Well, would be the testing of the nature of moonlight perhaps fall into that classification, right? Because I've devised a test.
No, it's claimed to be a reflection of the sun in a heliocentric model. So how are you going to vary and manipulate that which is assumed to cause that effect, the reflection of light in the heliocentric model? That's orbital motion again, Arwen. So still
No. Yeah, right. Now, if you're going to specifically contain it within that presuppositional framework, then no, nothing about that could ever be proved because it's not correct.
Yeah, finally. Thank you, Brian. Yes, you were right all along. Thank you for prolonging that so much, Arwen.
But I thought the point of that, more than anything, was to show that this thing that has been implanted in our minds as science from a very early age has no science backing it.
Spot on. The perfect conclusion for me to move on with. Thank you, John. Indeed. Any evidence you can have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container to press upon?
There's no way to test that.
Yeah, there is.
Even if it would be possible, how can we test that? We're contained.
Yeah, but you should be able to create a higher pressure without a container if it's possible. Within the basic sea level 14.7, you should be able to create a 16 or 17 psi pressure without containment. But the only way we can do that is with containment.
Or, for example,
that would require some damn good radiation influence that have to be a lot of heat and cold.
He's asking you to show the tire pressure, the nice cushy pressure, be above the atmospheric, in quotes, pressure that we experience, right? The cushy advantages of stuffing more air into a tire. Brian's saying, show those advantages, i.e. the higher pressure, without the tire.
That would require potentially an extreme heat source surrounded by a very extreme cold source. And then maybe something almost in that direction.
Back to maybe.
Convection, you end up with creating.
Is a fan considered a container?
A fan? No.
Nope.
Does it increase the pressure?
Yes, but it's solid, though. It's solid. It is effectively
I'm not going to let John get away
barrier.
with that. Hold on, Arwen, don't rumpus this. Sorry. The already in existence gas pressing on something to have pressure, does it change that?
All right, hold on.
That's all I have.
That goes back to Arwen's point. There's no way that you could test that.
Yes, there is.
Because we're already contained. We have to be. We have gas pressure. How can we ever truly test how it could work without a container?
Brian just
because
told
we're
you.
in a container.
Brian just told you. Let him repeat it. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, exactly, Nathan. You should be able to create a higher pressure than the 14.7 without a container.
Tire pressure without the tire. Higher pressure than atmospheric, in quotes, pressure, but without the rubber around the wheel. Not furnaces, not differentials in existing gas pressure through thermodynamic reaction. No, Owen, just gas pressure without a container.
It's just a lot of man-made containers in that
Hold on a
case.
second.
That's the point.
A differential is a vacuum.
Well, you can call a differential a vacuum. That's part of their vernacular also, but technically by that standard, we're in a vacuum at sea level. Space, outer space. Hold on. Outer space by that standard starts at sea level and is described that way by NASA.
Yeah, you're going to need at least two containers and tin foil in order to demonstrate this.
Yeah, the idea that creating a higher differential at sea level would prove that you don't need a container to have gas pressure.
No, because you require a container to demonstrate that. It's all pointless.
No, because you can heat up a part of a room and create a higher pressure at that little part there. But you won't be able to have just higher pressure just sitting there on your table.
Let me finish this off.
won't be able to do
No,
that.
Brian, hold on.
Let
Brian's
me
making the
finish
main
this
point.
off.
Hold on. Hold on. You can just hold on. Hello.
You can't
Hello.
create a
Hello.
gradient
Hello.
without a
16
container.
more times, maybe, Arwin. Destroy everything that's being said.
Not destroy
No.
anything.
What Brian has just described is literally what I can do by holding a cigarette lighter. I can increase the pressure of the air around the flame. But what happens afterwards? Does it stay at a higher pressure, or is it subject to entropy law? Well, obviously you can disturb the pressure in the air, you move through it. Well, that disturbs it. But it eventually dissipates and reaches equilibrium or goes back into the cycle that it was in before you disturbed it. Normally, in the contained environment that we're in, it goes into a cycle. But that cycle is a gas pressure cycle. So to have the gas pressure, you first got to have containment. It's an antecedent-consequent relationship. And what Brian is saying is, okay, we don't necessarily have to get into a position devoid of pressure in order to show that you don't need containment for pressure. And John's adding to it by going, you can qualify a differential as a vacuum because you've got one pressure here and a different pressure here. Well, as soon as you pop a balloon, for a split second in time, there is a higher pressure without containment around the balloon as it falls in line with entropy. It diffuses. Now, you hear that effect as a bang, but the bang is produced because it's going back into general equilibrium with the room or whatever the balloon is in. But for a time, there's an increased pressure that you hear as the effects of entropy take hold. Not that they've ever let loose. So the point is that those effects that we exhibit when we take something that's contained and let it re-equalize with the surrounding pressure, those effects need to be demonstrated without the container, i.e. a ball of higher pressure without containment in existing pressure, equally easily to qualify as a vacuum as NASA do, and when qualified that way, you literally have them describing space, outer space, a sky vacuum, starting at sea level.
All right, good point. I still want to finalize the argument, if I may, right? Because, yeah, if you're going to call, like, lower pressure a vacuum, that's moving the goalpost. It's very dangerous in this situation. I wouldn't do that.
They do.
I
So
know
if
they
you
do. But
Right, so if your hypothetical isn't a hypothetical, that's the opponentry that we do actually face. They do qualify in that way. I just said NASA qualify in that way.
yeah, that sucks. But
It was
in the-
already.
come on, let me finish
It
my
was
point.
already finalised
Come
for
on.
us by conspiracy cats. Without the balloon, there can be no pressure. That's the end of that. Sorry.
Right. So I had a final point, please.
Go ahead, Arwin.
And that is, you can't create a pressure gradient without a container. Done. Over.
Yeah, it's a delta of gas pressure. First comes gas pressing on something, then comes gas pressure gradients, or deltas. I.e., if you've got equilibrium within the containment, then you can release a different pressure into it. Well, as you pump the pressure in, are you going to say that the gas pressure that you're introducing into that system prior to equilibrium is a gas pressure without a container? No. It's the start of the entropy, the diffusion. That's all that you're witnessing. And overall, if you pump more gas in, the pressure of the overall system goes up. But you've got to have a system overall to start with.
A container.
Right, isn't that
The idea that, oh my God.
Good, Eli.
Neil,
Hi.
can you rumpus the crap out of this, please? Go ahead, Eli.
Yes. I was trying to get in for a minute, but you think you say something and people hear your voice and then they'll go, "Oh, you can go next." No, they're just gonna jump right in front of you. But the idea that we would have to explain to people what we experience is what we experience without the added presupposition. There's I can't even call it that because you have gas pressure. Like nobody's gonna walk up to me and start debating about a tree. What is gas pressure? It's something that happens when you have an enclosed environment and you put air in there. That's it. Like this, the only reason that this is a conversation and why it has to get all philosophical and let me think about the stars. The only reason that all of that even has to happen is because there's an imaginary idea about what's going on up there, which is the exact opposite of what we experience here. And now we're arguing about that. Not we, but in general, the idea that you would have to tell somebody to achieve pressure, you have to have an enclosed environment. That's crazy.
In other words, the religion of heliocentrism defies the antecedent-consequent relationship that is gas pressure and containment. And it's crazy that anybody would have to have that explained to them when it's patently obvious. I agree. But that's the indoctrination of heliocentrism for you.
It leads to a point of being crazy, right? Because look, you got a guy who, I don't know, is claimed to be a teacher of students, right? And his quote is, without the balloon, there could be no pressure. So this same person later on, when is asked, how can you have gas pressure without a container, decides to say, no, that's not the question. The question is, how can you have a pressurized gas without a container? Apparently forgetting his previous statement of without the balloon, there could be no pressure. So that seems to be a boondoggle that these guys just lean themselves into because it just can't make sense. And that's why it terrifies them.
I mean, this is the second mention of conspiracy cats on this show so far. So the first mention was the same guy. We're talking about the guy who had an interview with Haunted House and talked in the third person about how terrifying it would be to contemplate the reality of flat Earth, because it would mean there would be a much greater lie, and that would be devastating to your general normal societal existence. Well, that expression of fear over on Haunted House's channel is also not paralleled, but exemplified by the fact that the guy has that cognitive dissonance when describing how gas pressure is maintained, with an example of a balloon, and then being asked, well, how can you have a heliocentric model without containment? And all that you get back is a paraphrasing of the question in some politician's way that doesn't actually answer it. Well, that's the pain and suffering that anti-flat earthers face in this realm that we live on. That would be a flat earth.
Indeed.
Any evidence of a self-perpetuating molten iron core at the centre of a presupposed spherical Earth?
You like my T-shirt?
Your T-shirt? Let's have a look. Nice. Gas pressure
Did
without
you make
container.
that?
Nice.
Hold on.
My daughter made it for me a few years ago.
No gas pressure without a container. Yeah,
That's
very
dope.
true.
That's ace.
Not quite.
Where's
just
the
do
one?
it, but
Where's the one that says on the shirt, "Find me the R"?
That's the next one.
Yep, molten iron core. Anybody?
No, they got they got
Oh.
an elaborate tradition now on how to define cores of presupposed planets, and they have their mind made up on. There's a convention now on how are you going to arrange the core of some planet, right? They have a lore for this, but they haven't actually proven any core situation yet, even here on Earth.
We didn't
and didn't you see what I put
just
in
one sec,
Master
Neil.
B? Come on.
Just one sec. It's interesting that you use the word law, because you mean like natural law, but actually hijacking just a description they've come up with, aka just so story, but LAW, right? That's what you mean, as opposed to LORE.
No, lore with an R.
So you did mean the latter. Oh, that's even more interesting. So there's an interesting bit of wordplay with law when it comes to law being the backstory and continuity, which we discussed the other day, versus law, LAW, which has several meanings, i.e. the letter of the law of man, versus a law of nature. Well, all three things actually intertwine, don't they? Right?
Right. Well, they turn the lore into a law.
Exactly, Arwin. But they're interchangeable. When you say, for example, atmospheric law, what they use is LAW, meaning a law of nature, how the world that we experience just behaves, whether you like it or not. It's a description of how it is. That's what a law of nature is. But it's not. It's LORE, because it's their backstory, their nonsense that flies in the face of real natural law, i.e. the second law of thermodynamics. So their law is just their backstory that often has lots of continuity errors in it.
Right, like the lore of gravity.
LORE, right? The backstory to
Exactly.
gravity, which has changed several times.
Indeed.
Doesn't have a great continuity. The lore that is gravity. I love it. Interesting. Anyway, with that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this extended live show, this is where we bid you farewell. So, a huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, hit the PayPal link, smashed the thanks button, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley once again. Stay tuned if you're watching on a premiering stream, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
How do I work this? Here we go.
Good show. Well worth the extended live bit other than Arwen's rumpusing.
Look.
Hey, I only rumpus for a purpose.
It did develop good conversation.
Oh, look. 6-in-1 experiments with a dinosaur on the front. You can't
look. You got the globe. You got dinosaurs. You got volcanoes. Look. Unbelievable science.
Oh, this is
Bro, take a picture of that, bro. Take a picture of that.
Damn.
Please.
That's special.
That's hilarious.
Eli, they at least put the disclaimer.
I totally get it. I have to do that with my kid. In fact, I did that today because my youngest is at the nursery, so I can do the box of science. Ugh, it's not science at all. But even without me wanting this to happen, my eldest daughter still says, "Can we do the science?" Not only is that terrible English, it's not science, right? We're just putting, colouring into crystals and filtering out colours and things like that. In the rainbow
it's
science.
Wizardry. It's wizardry.
It's not even wizardry.
They call it science. And
naturally observed phenomena not included.
Yeah, phenomena and cause and effect relationships not included. Definitely.
Are you talking about those color change crystals?
You've got it.
Well, couldn't you say the cause of the color change? Couldn't you figure that out?
Because you naturally come across coffee filters covered in crayon in nature, and obviously when they fall into the water by their nature's way, then you'd see the crayon colouring into the water, and that's a phenomena. I agree.
No.
And if you guys ever have those...
Hold on a sec. You could run into crystals in nature that change color.
True. Have any of you guys ever had like those silly little cars, like toy cars that would change color when you put them in warm water?
But John's just solved a little problem that I had, Arwen. Thank you, John. That's a very useful thing to take into consideration when I next describe it. Gives me a segue to explain how science is what it is, which is about the age she should be wearing. No, maybe she's still a bit too young. But either way, I can still point out what science really is, and when the awkward question comes up, well, this isn't that. Well, it is, because it's comparatively this. And that's how I would do it. Thank you very much. Very useful.
So did any of you ever have like those toy cars that would like change color?
Yeah, you just got them warm.
I'm like still fascinated by that. Still to this day.
I have a real car that changed color due to the heat of the sun.
Yeah.
Well, how cool would it be to actually have your actual car painted with that kind of stuff?
You can.
That would be freaky.
You can. There's several different variations of paint that does that. So the most basic is called pearlescent, which has just got little flecks of plastic in that reflect the light in different ways. So the car will apparently change colour as you interact with it at different angles. So you can have literally a car that goes from green to purple as you look at it. Well, also, there's cars that have a specific pigment of paint that will change depending on temperature. So you spray your car with cold water and it'll go blue, and then as the cold water evaporates off and the car heats up, it'll go red. It'll literally change colour depending on temperature.
That's freaky.
Very. Looks cool.
Very cool.
Looks especially cool when they...
I mean, thank goodness that technology exists, because, we wouldn't want that other technology that apparently got us to the moon, but we decided to destroy it because, we can't do things in 2022 that we could do in 1969.
It's all right. I've got an old Game Boy back there somewhere. I'm sure I can match that technology's power in compute cycles.
Yeah, but you don't have the flight program, though. That's what it's all about, that flight program of that time,
What do you mean? I thought, didn't they say it was like some lady who came up with all the math? It was just some lady doing calculations in a room.
That's the thing. Real technology.
She was a black lady, so you guys can't say it was fake. Don't discredit the
I
blacks.
don't care.
No, Ray, you're telling me that the Black Heritage Story's got a woman who did the calculations for getting to the moon? Are you serious?
There's a whole movie. Where like the three black women did it before they were like computers. They were just like in a room somewhere.
Yeah, but that means the character actors in the movie were
Before computers, they used nerds.
Hello. So is that an actual fact in terms of their race in reality, though?
It's a claim.
Supposedly, yes.
So you're telling me that the moon landing story's been racially weaponized? You're having me on.
Because how else? Why would they not use one of their strengths of control?
It's not hard. It's not hard, Nathan. It was a
an
race to
opportunity. They're going to
space.
jump on it.
A race to space.
Race to space, boom boom. Sorry, what was that from Discord? I had some rumblings.
The movie's Hidden Figures, by the way.
That's what we're talking about. I didn't know that. I haven't seen it.
That was the name of it, right? Hidden Figures? Is that what it was?
Yes, sir.
Remember. Thank you. Yeah,
Hey,
that's a thing, Nathan. Yep. Apparently.
Hey, listen, I'm wearing my shirt that says no gas pressure, no container. And the guy asked me, he said, "Are you constipated?"
So when Tyson talks about calculating the fuel capacity, technically speaking, he's just supporting his fellow black brethren, really. Because,
Neil,
black and proud, baby.
Neil, he might have meant, "Are you Constantina?"
But people don't understand what they don't understand what this means.
Things just got real.
On screen, guys. There she is.
Okay. Oh, this is a real photo. Cool.
Yeah, so this is from National Geographic. Her name is Gia Johnson. What's her first name?
It doesn't seem to want to appear.
Yep.
Give me a sec.
Yeah, when I'm being sarcastic, there's usually a basis why I'm being sarcastic when I bring something up.
Yeah,
I don't just make stuff up.
I'm glad you have been, because it's fascinating.
So, yeah, she apparently did it all, pen and paper, sat in a little room.
Which proves we went to the moon. Whoa. Boom, boys.
Exactly.
I mean, she is female. We should believe all women.
Exactly.
Boom.
I mean, unless you're sexist.
Especially Amber Heard.
No.
Very interesting. So, yeah, there's all sorts of calculations going on regardless of the person's race or gender. It doesn't actually matter to the story that she's portraying. She's just doing some calculations. And I'm sure she was very, very good at it. And I'm sure she was handsomely paid for doing so. But none of those things are relevant either. Her calculations don't transpose into a heliocentric model because the sky is not a vacuum. Now, they're claiming, I used the example earlier in farcical terms for a connection in race, which I'm sure there isn't. That's just a joke. But he's talking about calculations of fuel quantities needed to get to the moon, and how obviously if you've got those calculations, it would be harder to to it'd be easier to do the actual journey than to fake those calculations. Well, no, it wouldn't. You sit this, person in a room and ask them to do the calculations, and off they go. Job's a good one. Did she need to go to the moon? Did she burn any fuel? No. But you can apply the maths, and there they are doing it.
But isn't it funny how they'll tell the story of how they lost all the telemetry data? Like, so you had some lady come up with all this stuff in a room somewhere on pen and paper, but and that stuff was used to achieve the greatest achievement of humankind. And then what do? You lose it afterwards?
I know what happened. I know what happened.
I do too.
They did it because you got to think about Don Pettit, and then you go, oh, of course this mistake could have happened. So remember, NASA made Velcro, and they also made erasable ink. So perhaps they had her put the equations down.
Nice.
Didn't know where I was going.
That's great. That's great.
That was great. Now, I think the official story is that they ended up just the telemetry data and indeed the original moon landing footage was just recorded over. So it was not necessarily a cost thing, although they did kind of imply it on the source I watched about it very long time ago. The implication was that, the tape itself is just very hard to come by, and you've got to record other stuff, right? So basically, man's greatest achievement was recorded over, like you'd record over your wedding accidentally.
You know what? When I was a kid, I used to buy a bunch of cassette tapes blank because I used to record music off the radio, LPs, whatever. And with a budget of $50-some billion a day, you think they could do the same as I did, buy boxes of these things.
Yeah, like I say,
Yeah,
even
you
rich
really
people
get, like,
tape over
five
their
for a
wedding
dollar.
day sometimes. It just happens. NASA's no different.
Well, I once
they
heard
should.
a story about so the individuals that created the 1080p format, the HD video, they had approached NASA for the moon landing footage because they wanted to make it HD and sell it to literally every human being on the planet because everyone would want to see that shit in HD, and that's when the tapes went missing.
That's not my understanding of the reason that NASA developed 1080p. My understanding was that they wanted to get a high resolution imagery on the launches. So they wanted high resolution to look at various different. Oops, who's causing that noise? Delay.
Hey, how are you?
Dr. La. Dr. La, can you mute, please? So my understanding was that they wanted to get high resolution footage of the launches so that they could see any potential problems in good quality and address them. And the place I got that from was a whole massive NASA propaganda piece where they used this poor sod who worked at NASA, who was very concerned about the launches that they were doing early in, I think it was like early February. And he was saying that the temperatures were causing these O-rings to not seal properly and people's lives were at risk, and he appealed to them and they didn't care. It was all very emotional. It tugged on the heartstrings. But part of that explanation, and as a result of not being able to monitor it in such a high resolution, they developed that format for it. But that was my understanding. Maybe I'm wrong. It was put out there in propaganda.
I mean, I thought it was crazy back in I think it was in the 90s or something when I first saw there was some documentary about how they lost all the data and the tapes and stuff. And I was just like, see, I already had problems with it just growing up being a kid and just saying, I don't think people went up there and jumped around and bought a car. I already had problems with that. But then when you think, all right, well, obviously human beings, we keep documents, right? We try to establish our history, right, per se, right? So how could this, which was classified as one of the greatest things that we've achieved as the human race, how could this be something that flippantly we just lose, or even worse, record over?
By equivalent, it's, Mummy, you're saying that we really have got a Santa Claus in Lapland? Yes, of course, Johnny. People film him. This special agency called, let's say, BASA, has visited Lapland and obviously filmed it and all sorts of stuff. Okay, Mummy, I believe that the Santa... Mummy, can I see those tapes? No, BASA accidentally taped over them. Mummy, I had a problem with Santa already. You said there was tapes and there isn't.
That's what I mean. Like, just human behavior, how we act, how we progress in the world. I mean, come on. There's technology that we just destroy without actually being able to further that technology. So you think I'm supposed to believe somebody like Don Petty who says we've destroyed it? But you destroyed it. Well, that's great if you destroyed that, because obviously you would have moved on to better technology, right? Not destroyed it to the point where now we can't achieve the thing we previously achieved. Come on.
You just don't understand, Chocolate. Wardrobe science was much different back in the 60s. And back in the 60s, going through the wardrobe was a lot easier back then. We destroyed that wardrobe, and we can't get it back again.
Well, hold on. Doesn't this play into the narrative that they want you to discuss, whether they lied about the tapes or the tapes have been destroyed?
Yes, it does.
Assuming they exist.
Yeah, assuming that there's space and we have travelled to it, wouldn't they, in that assumption of space and a sky vacuum, second law of thermodynamics vacuum violation, wouldn't they have kept the tapes? Yeah, that's the whole point.
No, you guys have
only construct a proper wardrobe from a special type of wood, from a special type of tree, and that tree no longer exists.
I understand all that.
Hold on, let Owen go, because Owen's got a point, right? Yeah, you need special trees and stuff to get to Narnia. Correct. That's absolutely right, Arwin. You do need special trees and special stuff, and we've destroyed that technology to go back to Narnia. But so long as we're arguing about whether or not those special trees could be, cut down and made into a wardrobe again, we're all under the assumption, we're all clear here, that Narnia is real. But we are debating the construction of the wardrobe.
I had a special tree yesterday.
Special trees prove Narnia. Exactly. We can get that technology back. We just don't want to.
You guys don't know the real story. The backstory is human resources changed, and the woman who was in charge was married to a husband who was a pack rat. So she decided to get rid of all the tapes. She couldn't stand any clutter.
Exactly. And Bassa are now much more interested in getting to Eternia. They've put all of their funds and resources into technology to get to Eternia. So the wardrobe technology, we're probably never going to build that again. Meanwhile, Eternia, that's far more interesting.
Yeah, man, the power of Eternia.
Listen,
I'm totally
so I get all that.
You should be able to build it back better.
Rumpus all of it.
Yeah, I understand, John, what you said, right? That's part of the narrative to keep them talking. But I'm talking about within the narrative, like in my mind state, as I was obviously in the narrative, right? When I was in the 90s, way before Flat Earth, when you're just a normal human being watching this, and obviously you've been asserted to that, we've been to the moon and we did this, we achieved this, it's great. Every show is celebrating it. But then when it comes to brass tacks, it's like, that didn't really happen. I mean, do we do that? Do we achieve things and then just destroy it and don't do it ever again? That's not how humans act. It's the same thing with the astronauts. The way the astronauts acted. Now, I know people say, oh, yeah, they're just actors. Yeah, I know that's the point. And you can see them acting. To me, as just a normal person watching this, I was like, well, if these guys actually achieved what they actually say they achieved, they wouldn't be acting like this. They would act the way you would when you're a hero. If I walked on the moon, I'd be a hero. Heroes don't act like the way these guys acted when some guy is just basically coming around and say, hey, did you go to the moon? Want to put your hand on the Bible or something? Like, people don't act like that. And I know that's distraction from the main point, but when you're in the narrative, these are things that people need to think about. Or maybe they don't,
But arguing about it, you could say that all people are different, and some people react differently, and they just were acting professional.
No, come on.
There's certain
Did you see the interview?
That's like saying we created a plane, right? We were able to achieve the sky. We get in the sky, and then now we just don't do it again, right?
Can I give another example? Because actually, that's all I wanted to do was give an example.
Hang on, Chocolate. We were just passengers. Come on.
I was gonna do the voice too.
So it's like I go to my friend. I'm like, yo, So I was dunking yesterday. And he's like, "Oh, all right, let me lace up my kicks. Let's go to the court. Let me see what's going on." Hey, and it's like, "Oh no, I was dunking yesterday, but I can't. Not that I don't have the equipment or material, but I've lost the muscle memory, and it's a painful process to get it back."
Right. I was going to give an example of. Do you guys know who Donald Campbell is?
No.
At one point, he was the fastest man alive, and he was driving around in a car called the Bluebird, doing land speed records. Well, that guy chased that dream to the ends of his life, quite literally. And his passion for it never died. And when you saw him talking, doing interviews about it, you could tell that it was all-consuming. Now, he wasn't out for glory or to be described as a hero, but in some people's mind, he very much is. And that's the behaviour of somebody like that. I'm not talking about your... Is Chocolate saying an actual name of a hero? I don't know if that's a good example to throw in here.
No, it's a fictional character.
Okay.
That
Well,
would-
Superman.
He's a hero to us.
He's a hero to us. Exactly.
An actual fanatic.
No, I'm describing the astronauts. Like, I mean,
yeah.
They put these guys on to have interviews with school children as heroes, right?
Exactly. So compare that to someone like Donald Campbell. If he was in front of school kids for whatever reason, you can imagine him disseminating the passion and telling them how he wants to go out there, and next time he's going to do it so much better and faster, right? As opposed to, we're going to now juxtapose that with the interview from the guys who were the first on the moon doing their press interview with the Sky at Night guy. What's his name? Oh, I've forgotten his bloody name. It doesn't matter. But they're being... Say again? Patrick Moore. They're being interviewed, and he's more passionate than they are. They are acting like they've just found a turd in their cornflakes.
Yep.
Absolutely right.
Again,
If you just compare their reactions to the France winning the FIFA championship, it's like dramatic difference.
Exactly. That would be a much better Donald Campbell. I don't know why that footballers. That's a
They're
much
not
better
very
example.
enthusiastic.
Just a team of people. Now they've realised this in the current crap that they feed kids today from SpaceX and NASA. It's a totally different ballgame. They've obviously realised that getting ex-flyboys to lie about not going to space and then have them coming back and looking like misery isn't the best look. Much better to just have people so compartmentalised that they really do, hopefully are stupid enough to, really do believe what they're doing is really happening. And then you see a contrast with the today version of we're going to space or the Mars or the wherever they're claiming is in Narnia. And they'll see them wooting and whooping and jumping out of their chairs when they see a little red light flash on a monitor. Woohoo! Yeah, we did it! Woohoo! The whole room erupts. Now compare that to
nominal.
First Man on the Moon. You know, we didn't see the corona, no.
That's nominal.
I don't even remember if they saw stars or not. They're looking at each other like, did we?
Did we see the solar corona? Maybe we should discuss this for a few moments. You walked on a moon. You can't believe your enthusiasm is at 0%.
Michael Collins said, "I don't remember seeing stars." And Neil Armstrong. It looked like Neil Armstrong kicked him under the table, like, "Hey." That's what it looked like to me at that moment.
We used the sextant and the stars to navigate, but we also can't remember if we saw them. We were a passenger just along for the ride. We were also navigating with a sextant. I mean, who knows? It doesn't matter.
Hey, Eli, to that guy in the basketball court, maybe you ought to have him produce a VHS copy of the mixtape and show him how you used to do it.
Oh, I taped over that. My kids' dance recital.
And what's sad is now today's astronaut can't stop saying, "Oh, we're still trying to get out of low Earth orbit." You got Orion guy talking about we need to solve these problems of going through the Van Allen radiation belts before we can send people to this region of space. Hello, I thought you had missions to that region of space 6 times between 69 and 72. What happened?
Remember that? They didn't know about that when they first went through. It's okay.
Remember the interview with the astronaut about that?
Guys.
He says, "Yeah, I don't remember that. Well, they must have fixed it."
1 second, guys.
Hey, can we do one thing real quick? Nathan, there's a guy named Austin Tages or something wants to jump in real quick to give you his take.
That's what I was just trying to clear the air for. Go ahead, my friend.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Very well. How are you?
Can you hear?
What's up,
Yes, we
buddy?
hear you.
Oh,
loud
doing
and
well.
clear.
I see. There's a bit of a delay. Hey, thanks for talking to me. So I took a video. I'm a pilot, a professional pilot, and I am a glober. And anyway, I took a video, and I was wanting to see how you guys would explain how the video would be possible on the flat Earth model.
What's the video of?
It is a video. So basically, in a jet, and we are level at a low altitude, and I filmed the sun setting. It almost completely set. I couldn't stay at that level any longer because of ATC clearance, but I took a video of the sun almost completely setting, and then we started a rapid climb. And once we start the rapid climb, the sun comes back up above the horizon. And anyway, we're heading north. The sun was obviously setting
that's all
in
I
the
need.
west.
Okay, sorry. Before you give us more details that aren't really needed for your claim. So what are you claiming that? So what's the cause of that, according to you?
Well, I'm claiming that the cause is that as the sun has, or as the Earth has rotated and put the sun below the apparent horizon, from my perspective, as I gained altitude, the sun came back above the apparent horizon.
Apparent horizon?
Well, the horizon. I mean the horizon. What I see, the horizon
And what is that?
of the caused by the Earth blocking
you
the
think
view
the
of the sun.
horizon's Earth curve then?
What do you mean by Earth curve?
You said that the sun came up, i.e. above a
Yes.
physical limitation, and I'm clarifying that you think the horizon's a physical geometric limitation to block things like the sun then?
On a globe model, wouldn't that be the case?
Do we live on a model?
Well, we live on a globe, as far as
Do
I
we?
know. I'm just asking
or
for an explanation.
do you just assume we live on a model? Because you just asked me if that works on a model.
No,
that way.
I'm not coming here with any presumptions. I'm just asking you
Stop.
to
Stop.
take a
Stop.
look at the video
Stop.
and tell me
Stop.
why,
Stop.
how it would
Stop.
work on a
Stop.
flat Earth model.
What part of stop don't you understand? Stop. Don't claim you haven't come up with any presumptions. You've made two. Number one, you assume the horizon is a physical limitation to your view to block the sun. That is an assumption. Let's get that absolutely clear before we move on with you declaring that you haven't made any assumptions. You've just assumed the sun is blocked by a physical leading edge called Earth curve at the horizon. That's an assumption. What kind of demented idiot pilot are you? Don't you know what an assumption is? Don't interrupt me.
That's fair.
Don't interrupt me. You'll be told what you are assuming, as you've declared you haven't. I'm correcting you. Do you understand what being corrected is, pilot?
Yep.
Now shut up. Your first assumption is that Earth curves the horizon. Wrong. We'll debunk that for you momentarily. Your assumption. Number two, you have assumed that Earth rotation as a sphere, technically a third assumption, but Earth rotation causes that limitation to block the sun. So you are assuming Earth is rotating and that the horizon is a limitation to your view. Two assumptions. I'd like you to prove those assumptions before we move forward in your false dichotomy where I justify your claim by way of assumption. I won't be justifying what happens in your video. It's your video with your assumptions of Earth curve and Earth rotation. So how is it, pray tell, that you have come to this conclusion, aka assumption you deny, that Earth is turning and that the horizon is a limitation physical in nature? How did you come to those assumptions you just denied?
Well, I didn't come to those conclusions based solely on the video, if that's what you're asking. That's
what you've just told us. Hold on, stop.
Well,
that's what you've just told me. I don't care what you've done prior to this. That's what you've literally just told us.
Okay, well, I'll fully admit that the video in itself does not prove.
So why the hell are you asking me to justify it then? You utter clown.
No,
Sorry, shut up.
Okay.
Do you not understand that when I talk, that means you don't, pilot? That's a question. It's not rhetorical.
There's a delay.
That means shut up. It means shut up. It means that you haven't got any form of proof from your video whatsoever, but you feel it necessary to charge me with proving a claim you're not making, but you are with assumptions that your video uses to make those assumptions. I should give you an explanation for your video and your assumptions, should I? Why? You can't even use it for proof of a globe, but you think I should be explaining it on your behalf, do you?
No, I believe it actually is proof for a globe.
Oh, really? So proof of a globe would mean that you've got a geometric horizon and Earth turn. Prove them both. Now, go.
Well, okay, so what is blocking the sun then?
Why are you asking me? That's not going to have a burden of proof reversal fallacy foisted upon me. I'm not making the claim. Why are you asking me to prove it? You have assumed that Earth turns. I'm not going to prove something.
Because we have an observation that has to be accounted for.
Shut up. Disrespectful pilot. I'm talking, that means you're listening.
I'm disrespectful.
Yeah, I'm talking, that means you will be listening while I point out your error as you lie to us about your assumptions. You're assuming Earth is turning. Now you're going to prove that. Go.
No, you asked me what I believed I was observing in my video, and I told you what I believed. Now,
well, you don't care about beliefs here. We're all for scientific validity being offered to things here. Nature of existence is qualifiable. You're talking about cause and effect relationship. The cause of the effect you're observing is Earth turn. That's what you're describing. Well, that's within the purview of science, my friend, so we don't care about your belief, pilot. So do you pray at the beginning of going out on your plane? Do you pray for your various different beliefs as pilots?
No, I quite...
Right, so what do you account for when it comes to Earth turning underneath your aeroplane then?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you say that again.
What do you account for? If Earth's turning, it'd be turning underneath your aeroplane. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson claims, Earth turned under a football to cause deflection. That's Earth turning under a football. So do you as a pilot account for Earth turning underneath your aeroplane? It's called Coriolis drift, in case you're unaware.
No, we do not.
Why not? Earth's turning underneath your aeroplane, though, isn't it?
It is, but...
It is, but you don't account for it. If it was, your flight times would be shortened, my friend.
No.
Why are you stuttering about no? If Earth's turning underneath your plane, the continent you're travelling to is coming to you.
The air is moving along. Aircraft are limited.
Oh, really? Air is moving along with a turning Earth that you assume?
Say that again?
You just said air is moving along with the Earth that you assume is turning?
Yes, yes.
No. Air is unbonded gas, you complete clown. You think air sticks to your wings? Is it bonded to your wings? Or does it freely move over them because it's unbonded? It's not Velcroed to Earth. Sorry, do you understand what the first law of thermodynamics is?
Yes.
So why would you assert that a gas particle is somehow intrinsically linked to the turn of the Earth? As it would go higher, it would violate the first law of thermodynamics. It would have to increase its energy with respect to the ground to track with the ground. Gas doesn't behave like that. It's unbonded, you complete clown. Why are you asserting that air moves with the Earth? Shut up! Shut up! You stupid idiot!
Wow, I'm disrespectful, though.
Yes, you are disrespectful. I'm telling you how fucking wrong you are, and you're interrupting me. Shut your clown mouth with your first law of thermodynamics violation, gas moving with a turning Earth, that you assume. That effect would violate the actual globe claim of Coriolis effect. It's claimed to have a drift.
I don't think you understand.
Sorry, do you think the ball moved with the air that's turning when Tyson explained how it drifted?
I don't think you understand what...
I don't think I understand is an ad hominem attack. Do you understand that Neil deGrasse Tyson explains that the air definitely doesn't move with the ball to not have any effect? He claims that the ball is seeming to drift as Earth turned beneath it. Now, he's not saying gases move with the ball and with the Earth. He's saying there's drift. You're now saying, no, they move together. So Neil deGrasse Tyson and the entire globe claim of Coriolis drift is wrong, then?
No, I'm not...
Well, why are you saying that you don't have to correct for it on your aeroplane? If Earth's turning underneath your aeroplane, you'd have shortened flight times.
Why would it? Explain...
Because Earth would be turning underneath your aeroplane to cause drift, and that would mean the continent you're travelling to is coming to you?
Okay, yeah.
Okay. That doesn't happen, though, does it, pilot? No continent's coming to you as you travel to it, are they?
Okay, so let's say...
Okay, is that a no? We're not experiencing the globe claim of Coriolis drift, then?
I don't...
Stuttering pilot doesn't seem to want to answer. So Earth not turning beneath to cause Coriolis, then?
The Earth is turning, and there is.
Well, we haven't got any Coriolis drift, and you're not accounting for it, so no, definitely not. So did you want to employ a first law of thermodynamics violation again and tell me that gases that are unbonded move with a turning Earth that you assume? Maybe second do-si-do around that crap argument?
No, I'm trying to...
No, well, Earth isn't turning underneath your plane, my friend. There is no Coriolis effect. You just aren't conceding, you're just stuttering and talking through me a lot.
No, I'm not trying to talk through you. There is a...
Well, your aeroplane is not accounting for Earth turning beneath it. You just haven't conceded that yet.
I said that we don't account for the Earth turning underneath us.
So no Coriolis effect, no proof of Earth turn then, not 15 degrees an hour drift, not the Earth turning to move the sun, with respect to you, as you said. Earth not turning beneath, not a separate reference frame, not seeing the sun move as a result of a non-inertial turning Earth then. Hello, you fucking idiot pilot! Not turning beneath to cause the sun to go behind Earth curve, then.
I'm trying to explain to you...
Trying, but failing. You said Earth turned to cause the sun to go behind the horizon, but it's not. It's not turning underneath your aeroplane, is it?
It is.
Oh, it is? Or is Earth and atmosphere moving together? You seem confused.
Earth and atmosphere are moving together for...
Well, then you're not experiencing drift. Earth isn't a second reference frame, then. Not causing sunsets, then.
Why?
Why are you stuttering, pilot? Aren't you an educated man? Do you stutter at the beginning of your flight meetings?
Yeah, so...
So your aeroplane is not accounting for Earth turning under it, then? The very claim you said causes sunsets?
Yeah.
Yes. No, it isn't. Earth not turning underneath your plane. Not Earth turning to cause the sun to go behind the horizon. It would shorten your flight times.
No, you...
Yes, that's what Coriolis effect is. It's Earth turning underneath stuff as a non-inertial reference frame. That's what it is. Do you not understand Coriolis effect, pilot? You would think that you would understand it, given it be something you'd have to account for if it actually happened. But you seem to be sighing rather than responding.
Yes, because you're throwing out things, instead of actually discussing the matter, you're just throwing out insults and throwing out words
it's that your statement debunks the mainstream claim.
Your
if
statement...
what you're saying is true, that you're debunking Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's running around teaching everybody this shit. That's the problem you're having right now.
Yeah, you're debunking the claim that Earth turns underneath footballs and bullets, because it doesn't turn underneath your plane.
No, I'm not.
Oh, and you're not being rude interrupting me by saying you're not, when you clearly are. You just don't account for Earth turning underneath your plane, but apparently it turns underneath footballs and bullets. And when we point out that it doesn't turn underneath your plane, you offer up a first law of thermodynamics violation, an unbonded gas moving with a rotating platform, negating Coriolis drift being observed.
Okay, let's talk about...
Okay.
It's
just okay, or the end of your claim that is apparently proving drift that I have to explain with your sunset? Because that's what you came in and assumed.
Okay, well, do you want to hear what I have to say or not? I guess...
I've heard you tell me that Earth ain't turning underneath your plane, but you simultaneously assume it turns underneath to cause the sun to go behind a horizon you assume is physical leading edges of a ball Earth, that you also assume. So I've heard plenty, my friend.
Okay, well, fair enough. I think anybody that was listening reasonably could tell who wanted to have an honest conversation and who didn't. So you have a nice day. I appreciate you having me on the show.
Honest conversation being you telling me Earth doesn't turn underneath your plane but also causes the sun to set. That's double speak.
I didn't say it didn't turn underneath the airplane. I said it does turn underneath the airplane.
Oh, really? Well, if that was the case, if Earth was turning underneath a flight from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles, the flight time would only take an hour and a half because you'd have an 800-mile-an-hour assist from Earth turning underneath the plane. Flights from Charlotte, North Carolina to LA don't take an hour and a half because Earth is not turning under planes.
No, we couldn't have an 800-mile-per-hour assist because for that to be the case, we'd have to be going 800 miles an hour faster through the air, and aircraft are airspeed limited.
Oh.
Sorry, Earth is claimed to turn underneath stuff. That's Coriolis effect that you would observe from the ground. That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson says causes balls to drift through goalposts. They leave the ground, enter the air, and the Earth rotates underneath. Likewise, snipers are claimed to have to track their targets because after the bullet leaves the gun, it enters the air and the Earth turns under the claim to be drifting bullet. Now, you're saying that your plane leaves the ground and does not drift in line with the globe claim it will.
Okay, if I may, what I said was that pilots do not account for the drift.
So there isn't any, otherwise they'd have to account for it. That's my point. If they don't account for it, it isn't happening.
Please, listen, I said the pilot flying the aircraft doesn't account for it. I didn't claim that the navigation systems on the aircraft don't account for it.
Don't account for what?
No.
I didn't say that the navigation systems on the aircraft don't account for the Coriolis effect. I said that the pilots themselves do not account.
Stop. Do they account for Coriolis drift?
The avionics?
Yes. You said, I haven't said they don't.
As far as I'm aware, they do, yes. As far as I'm aware,
let me just get it straight. You think the avionics in an aeroplane account for Coriolis effect, correct?
Yes.
What's Coriolis effect?
Well, Coriolis effect, a lot of people call it Coriolis force, but that's not accurate. The Coriolis effect is simply that when you are on a rotating body, let's say...
Sorry, is your plane on a rotating body?
Yes, you don't have Coriolis effect without a rotating body.
You think your plane is on a rotating body?
No, it's above it.
So it's not on a rotating body, but you think it's accounting for Coriolis, which takes place from a rotating body?
The aircraft, there is no Coriolis effect when you're affixed to the ground. The Coriolis effect happens...
Sorry, my friend, you've just said your avionics account for Coriolis effect, and I'm going to call you stupid. Because as you've just detailed, Coriolis effect is observed from a non-inertial turning reference frame, aka on the ground. So your avionics definitely are not accounting for Coriolis effect because it's only experienceable. Did you want to interrupt me humiliating you like I've also humiliated a guy called Wolfie, a fellow pilot, on this exact same error? No, you stupid idiot pilot who should be fired. Your avionics do not account for Coriolis effect, you stupid idiot. Who do you work for so I can have your job?
Yeah, right.
Who do you work for? I want you fired. You think your avionics are accounting for Coriolis effect to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they
No, they don't. I want your name and who you work for so I can have you fired, pilot.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
I do. I want to have you sacked. You're going to cause people's deaths. You think avionics are accounting for things that can only be observable from rotating bodies. You're an idiot.
Well,
you don't deserve to be in the air. I want your name and who you work for so I can have you sacked. Just like Wolfie 6020 thought that he could account for Coriolis from his aeroplane because he's as stupid as you.
Wow, so do you want to let me explain how...
How what? The avionics, to the best of your knowledge, account for Coriolis effect, you stupid idiot. They don't.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't, because it's only observable from a non-inertial turning reference frame, as you just explained to us. You seem to understand how Coriolis is taking place from an observation from a turning platform. I asked if your plane was on a turning platform, and you made very clear it wasn't. So your avionics are most certainly not accounting for Coriolis, you complete idiot who deserves to lose his job flying aeroplanes.
Would you like me to clarify?
No, you've told me to the best of your knowledge avionics account for Coriolis. They don't, you stupid idiot pilot. What's your name? Who do you work for? You don't deserve to be in the air.
What type ratings do you have?
Sorry, you're going to now appeal to authority when I know for certain and you've detailed it by definition what Coriolis is, and it's not happening unless you're on a rotating platform. Your plane isn't, therefore your avionics are, even though you think to the best of your knowledge are accounting for it. They definitely aren't, you stupid retard.
Well, would you like me to explain how?
They can't.
Yes, I can.
No, the avionics in your plane cannot account for an effect that is only observable when on a rotating platform. They cannot.
No.
Yes, you are wrong and stupid. I am righteous flat earther who knows more about Coriolis than you. And Wolfie, who coincidentally gave me money after I took down his pants and spanked him with this exact same argument. He paid me for it. Are you going to give me money? I also said I wanted his job. I want to know who Wolfie 6020 is, because I'm dead serious. I think you flyboy idiots are going to kill somebody. You think you're accounting for a drift that is only observable from roundabouts. You think your plane avionics are taking into account an effect that's only observable from a roundabout?
They absolutely do take into account.
So you're saying that ground control to pilot in Discord, I'm observing your plane from a roundabout. It appears to be drifting. Please adjust your course immediately, because from my vantage point on a roundabout, you're doing corkscrews. Is it that your avionics already account for that observation from a roundabout of Coriolis deflection, my friend? That's idiotic.
They account for it in...
They do? So the plane's avionics account for a man on a roundabout radioing into the plane, telling them that it looks like... Not really. Apparent deflection. Looks like it's doing corkscrews. The avionics account for that, do they, you stupid idiot?
Yes, yes.
Yes! You're not a pilot. I think you're a liar.
I am.
Really? I think you'd know better. Oh, my bad. Wolfie didn't know better. You pilots are all brain-dead idiots, having your asses handed to them by flat earthers, with your assumptions of Earth curve and turning Earth that doesn't have anything to do with continents coming to you when you fly through the air that's not attached and not rotating. Definitely not going to be Coriolis effect accountable in your plane. It's a not actual drift, meaning apparent, meaning it doesn't happen. So is your plane accounting for effects that don't happen now, my friend?
No, you are not.
No, but to the best of your knowledge, they are. That seems like a bit of a contradiction. Is it to the best of your knowledge they are, or no, they're not?
I can't even hear you.
Is it, to the best of your knowledge, your avionics account for Coriolis effect, or no, they don't?
Yes.
They do account for it. Ground control to Major Idiot. We're observing you from a roundabout and you appear to be doing corkscrews. Please account for this not actual drift immediately.
Why would
you stutter, pilot? Is this how you behave in your training meetings?
Your own argument doesn't even hold.
My argument, I'm not claiming Earth turns. That's your argument, based on your assumption that Earth's being blocked by... the sun's being blocked by Earth as it turns. Definitely not my argument. It's me pulling down your pants based on your assumption and pointing out your contradictions. Like you saying the avionics account for Coriolis and then telling us that they don't.
Mr. Pilot.
Yeah, well, am I a pilot or not? I mean,
Mr.
here...
Pilot.
Nobody cares
Pilot.
if you're a pilot or not. We know you're claiming Coriolis deflection and you don't understand what it is because you think, to the best of your knowledge, that your bloody equipment's taking it into account when it's only observable from roundabouts and turning bodies. And your plane isn't on one when it's flying. So it's definitely not going to be having the avionics account for not actual deflection observed by somebody on a roundabout. You're just stupid. And when I point out how the effect works, you say no, they're not accounting for them, even though, to the best of your knowledge, they are.
I know Brian wants to get a word in badly.
Shut up in Discord, G+. Just shut up.
There's rifling in rifles.
Yes, and that's to stabilize the bullet.
So they don't account for the Coriolis drift and Earth turning beneath as is claimed by them then. And the rifling of the ball means it didn't drift through the goal like Neil deGrasse Tyson said then. The ball spins and doesn't have Earth turn under it then. Seems we're moving away from whether or not the avionics do or don't account for Coriolis. So far we've got a contradiction and you wanting to run away.
No, I'm not running. Am I running away?
So do the avionics account for Coriolis? That would be a non-inertial turning reference frame beneath an inertial reference frame observed from the non-inertial reference frame or not?
Yes, they account for
They do. Ground control to Major Idiot in Discord. I'm observing your plane from a roundabout, and it appears to be corkscrewing. Please account for it immediately. Oh, what's that you say? Hello, man on roundabout. This is Idiot in Discord claiming to be a pilot. My avionics have already taken into account the fact that you're observing me from a roundabout. The plane is accounted for this automatically, and we are now performing corkscrews from your position on the roundabout. All should appear normal. Ground control to Major Idiot. Your avionics have immediately accounted for me observing you from this roundabout, have they? All is well. You appear to be going straight again.
You're babbling about nonsense.
That would be the non-inertial turning reference frame with an observer observing an object or item in an inertial reference frame appearing to drift. That nonsense, my friend, is Coriolis effect. It's supposed to be proving Earth turns. It's the claim you made with the sun when you first got here, you stupid idiot!
Calm down.
No, mate, I'm not going to calm down. You've just told me that it's stupid stuff that I'm claiming, not realising that it was your opener by assumption. You assume Earth's a non-inertial turning reference frame, and that you're observing the sun seem to drift behind a physical Earth curve edge that you assume. That's Coriolis effect. I pointed it out to you. Now you're telling me that I'm babbling nonsense. It's your claim, you stupid dumb retard.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's your claim that you're calling dumb now.
Direction, we need you to correct an account.
Yeah, you really do sound like a pilot when you tone your dumbness down.
It's an asinine scenario. It's
Sorry, asinine or just contradictions from you.
great, and rather than have a conversation.
And we're having a conversation about your contradictions.
No, we're not.
How did the
It's
Wright
not a
brothers do it?
conversation. It's just you attacking me rather than actually listening to what I have to say.
I'm not attacking you. I'm asking you if avionics count for Coriolis effect. Your answer, quote, to the best of my knowledge, yes. My avionics will account for a not actual deflection observed from a turning reference frame, aka a roundabout. You and your stupidity has led us through conversation to detail how you think planes avionics account for that. You are an idiot.
There you go, another ad hom.
No.
Can I ask him a question?
No. An ad hom would be an insult in lieu of an argument that you've made. Your argument was that your avionics took into account deflection only observable from a turning reference frame, and when I point out that that cannot possibly be the case, that makes you, by your words, an idiot. Definitely not an ad hominem fallacy. You clearly don't know what an ad hominem fallacy is either.
I disagree with your assessment there.
Oh, well, that's a brilliant hand wave of my absolute annihilation of you, pilot. You should be sacked. I've got justification in saying that. Wolfie 6020, who fell victim to the exact same thing, should also be sacked. You idiots in the sky are going to kill people. If you think Earth and Coriolis effect is something that avionics takes into account, you are thick and will kill people, so should be fired.
There's literally 0 pilots that subscribe to Flat Earth.
I can name one. He's called Wolfie 6020. He literally made the exact same mistake you have made and demonstrated the exact same ignorance about Coriolis effect that you have made here. Yes, there are pilots watching. Yes, I can name one. And he also did the exact same stupid thing you did.
I didn't say there weren't pilots watching. Show me a professional pilot that flies internationally that's a flat earther. I would love to talk to that pilot.
They can't.
They'd be sacked.
When they do that, when they come forward, right, they are sent to the psychiatrist and then they are grounded. So since 2017, no professional pilots have come forward. That's why. Now, you are making a lot of ridiculous claims here. You don't understand what the Coriolis effect is. Yet you're making an argument based around it. You don't understand what the Coriolis effect is.
Why do you keep saying I don't understand Coriolis effect?
Because you said that avionics that would be in a plane that's in an inertial reference frame, definitely not observing anything moving through an inertial reference frame when you're on the plane. That's only possible if you're below it on a roundabout or on a claim to be turning Earth. So when you say your avionics account for it, no, the projectile has no effect in actuality to account for. So you are stupid.
I didn't say a projectile doesn't have anything to account for.
You said your avionics accounted for Coriolis effect.
Yes.
Wrong, stupid flyboy who should be fired.
Wrong. Tell me why.
Because not actual deflection observed from a non-inertial turning reference frame cannot be accounted for in a projectile that has no effect actually happening to it.
Projectile.
Sorry, you're going to rumpus the crap and talk through me? Is this a reasonable discussion with a pilot or a pilot wanker who needs to be sacked because he can't shut up? When I explain that I, to the best of my ability, think that my avionics will account for Coriolis effect, they can't, they won't, they wouldn't, because Coriolis is only observable as you turn beneath things.
Was that a question?
No, it was a statement of fact about your ignorance and a justification for calling you idiotic based on your lack of understanding of Coriolis, exampled by your claim that avionics account for this effect, that cannot and will not and could not be accounted for from the projectile, when it's an effect only observable from the ground if you are turning, and it's a not actual deflection. So how is a plane going to account for something not actually happening to it? Answer, it wouldn't, it can't, you're just thick. You're like Wolfie, the other pilot who doesn't understand Coriolis deflection, because he's also stupid and should be sacked.
Answer to that. I'll tell you the answer to that if you.
There isn't a question on the table, you stupid idiot. That's why you're offering up answers to questions that haven't been asked. I'm stating as fact what Coriolis is, and how your example of avionics accounting for it shows how you don't understand what it is. There's no question to be answered.
Hear why? You want to hear how?
I don't want to hear anything from you. You're an idiot. I want to tell you how you're wrong, pull down your pants like I pulled down Wolfie's, and hopefully get paid at the end for it.
This man's claim.
You're not getting paid by me.
Pilot man. Sorry.
Yeah, well, I got paid by Wolfie. Wolfie gave me money after I said he should be sacked, that we should seek him out. I'm inviting people to dox this other pilot. And his response was to give me money. That was his response. Now, my sincerity in asking for him to be doxed is because I believe sincerely that lives are at risk when pilots like you claim to be, and he seems to be, think incorrectly that they need to account for Coriolis effect. That demonstrates a dangerous level of stupidity that I think should be addressed for all pilots who think Earth turns underneath to cause Coriolis effect. It doesn't. And if you're under that misapprehension, it may lead to people's deaths. So I feel perfectly justified in saying you and other flyboy idiots like you should lose their jobs if they think incorrectly that gizmos and gadgets on planes account for not actual deflection. They don't. You're just stupid.
They do, actually.
Sorry, they can't. It's a not actual deflection. Do you tell me how they account for something not happening?
It is. Well, which is it? Is it happening or it's not?
It's happening as you observe it from a non-inertial turning reference frame. That would be a roundabout or a turning Earth if you assume it to be turning. So it's observable from a turning reference frame. Not on your plane for the gizmos and gadgets to account for, though.
It is. It's happening below the aircraft.
Oh, so Earth is turning below the aircraft, then? I'm afraid not. A flight from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles would only take an hour and a half if Earth was turning underneath it. I thought we already established that Earth isn't turning under your plane. Now you seem to be saying that it is.
Yes, absolutely it is.
So Earth is turning underneath your aeroplane?
And explain to me...
Don't ask me to explain something. So you have just claimed Earth turns underneath your aeroplane?
Yes.
Well then, as I just explained 3 times, a flight from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles would have Los Angeles coming to the plane as Earth turned underneath the plane. That would shorten the flight from 4.5 hours to only an hour and a half.
So does that mean an airplane?
It means Earth's not turning. That's what it means, you stupid idiot flyboy. You should be fired. That's what it means. Earth ain't turning to cause your sunset. That's Coriolis deflection.
Tell me how an airplane can fly east.
Sorry, why are you asking me to justify things that you haven't experienced in? Did you want to make another claim about your little aeroplane, or about Earth curve edge horizons, or about Coriolis deflection causing sunsets? Did you want to make a claim, flyboy? Because so far you're not doing too well. You're not going to demand jack of me. I notice you haven't ran away yet, though, like you threatened to do, because I'm too rude.
I didn't threaten to run.
Yeah, you did stutter quite a lot, though, didn't you? And Discord and G+ did pipe up quite a lot along the way. But ultimately, you are now a stuttering buffoon being demonstrated admirably by a flat earther to be an idiot who doesn't know how Coriolis is working on a turning Earth that ain't turning, because it'd be turning underneath your plane. Now we're at that stage where either, as you've just said, Earth is turning under the plane, which would shorten flight times, or it isn't. And if it isn't, Earth isn't turning underneath the sun to cause that sunset you came in and assumed.
As you elevate, Austin, you're opening up a wider angle to see something. It doesn't need to be rising above a fixed curve.
Sorry, say that one more time.
When you elevate, you're making a larger angle onto whatever you're viewing in the distance. So you're opening up the angle as you elevate.
Okay, I'll accept that. Now, tell me what is blocking the sun as I was level at the lower altitude. What was actually blocking the sun, the view of it?
Sorry, did you want to make a claim that the sun is being blocked by something? You seem
I'm asking if
you seem to be reversing the burden of proof again. You're using what's called a logical fallacy of burden of proof reversal. It's your
you could
claim.
do either, Austin. You could,
Sorry.
could zoom in with a
Everybody going to
telescope,
interrupt
or you
this?
could
Everybody
elevate.
going to interrupt? You've reversed the burden. You're asking me to justify something you claim. You claim the horizon blocks your view because it's a physical limitation for boats to fall over. I mean, I realise you've got this crazy, demented idea that boats fall over the horizon and get blocked by them, and the sun falls over the horizon and gets blocked by it. But that's your positive claim, not mine. So I'm not going to be justifying anything. That's called a burden of proof reversal fallacy. Did you want to reassert your assumption that the horizon's the leading edge of a sphere and boats are falling over it again by your assumption? Be my guest. I'll rip you a new one on that score too.
No, I'm genuinely asking. If not...
Why? It's your claim. Second time's a charm. Burden of proof reversal. Don't just ask. It's your claim.
Okay, I'll concede that it's not the horizon blocking the sun. I'm asking.
Well, then Earth isn't a sphere. You'd have to have a leading edge to your sphere. It would block your view at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height of feet if we were on a sphere. If you're conceding that the horizon isn't doing that, we're not on a sphere.
I'm
stuttering still. I can hear. Yeah, that's right. Concede that the horizon's not Earth curve, then we haven't got Earth curve. Then we haven't got a sphere Earth.
For the sake of discussion...
For the sake of discussion, we haven't got Earth curve? Well, that's the end of your argument, my friend. That's the only thing we discuss here.
It's not. You just don't want to have...
It's not? What, not Earth curve? Yeah, we know. We've known for some time, my friend. The horizon is not Earth curve. We know. Now you know. You concede it isn't Earth curve. Welcome to flat Earth.
I don't think... Do you really not understand the concept of...
Sorry, you're going to ad hom me in lieu of an argument, tell me that I don't understand, insult me? I do understand. I understand that you've just conceded the horizon is not Earth curve.
For the purpose of discussion, yeah.
Then you haven't got an argument at all.
That's not true.
So you think the Earth's a sphere? Where's Earth curve? Oh, we haven't got any, but we'll concede that we haven't got Earth curve and carry on arguing that Earth's a sphere?
See, Nathan, I didn't call you actually to argue. I really...
Yeah, we're on a debate show and you've joined and you've asked me how I'm going to justify the sun going behind the horizon when it's physical as Earth turns beneath. That's what you've done.
I apologize for that.
Good. Now get on your knees for me, pilot, and understand how inferior you are to us flat earthers.
Okay, well...
Good dog. Good pilot. Just like Wolfie, now you can pay me for the education you've received.
No, I'm not...
No, well then fuck off. Get lost. I don't want to know unless you're going to pay me. You're just a wanker telling me I don't understand when he doesn't understand Coriolis. Why would I endure this nonsense from an idiot?
I was asking you a question, not...
Well, I'm not going to be answering it, idiot. Why would I answer anything unless you're paying me?
Well,
Yeah, laugh it up, fun boy. You're a moron and don't deserve answers. You've got nothing to offer but idiocy and fallacy. You've offered up idiocy in terms of Coriolis, which will kill people if you're actually a pilot. And then you've come here with burden of proof reversal fallacies and assumptions that you deny off the bat, because you're a fundy with a globe belief who chuckles when I demand payment for the very worthy price of my education I offer for free. But you're going to demand answers when I've given you answers to your assumptions and begging the question.
You've made a claim now. You've made a claim, and on that claim, you're willing to try to jeopardize my job. So tell me how misunderstanding Coriolis effect would kill somebody.
Because if your gizmos and gadgets that you think are accounting for something that doesn't happen suddenly fail, you might start accounting for something that they're not accounting for and end up crashing the plane. That's how.
Why would I do that? You said...
Because you think Earth's turning beneath you, and you think there's an 8-inch per mile square drop in front of you. That could cause people to die. You think there's a cavity opening up ahead of you. Well, if you head to that cavity that isn't there, you'll crash into the ground, won't you? And if you think Earth's turning towards you as you move towards it and start accounting for that crap, you might cause devastation and death. Am I clear with you, Flyboy? I absolutely want your job.
We train every year.
Do you? And do you train for the gadgets and gizmos accounting for things from roundabouts?
We train every year.
Sorry, do you account for Coriolis?
Do you see here?
Stuttering flyboy, you should be sacked. Like Wolfie should be sacked. And I'm absolutely justified in it, because it would kill people if you started correcting for things that aren't happening. That's going to kill someone. You should be sacked.
How?
Because it's not happening. If you start accounting for things that aren't happening, because you think your gizmos that were accounting for it, to the best of your knowledge, well, when they fail, what are you going to do? Start accounting for it when it isn't happening? That's going to kill people.
You realize that people learn...
Do I need a question from somebody who needs to be sacked? Didn't we already get to the point where you should be paying me if you're going to ask me anything, dickhead?
Do you realize that people...
Are you going to ask me something else? Cough up the money and I'll answer your stupid question, moron.
Do you understand...
Don't ask me anything. You sit here and be berated when you threatened to run away earlier, as I berate you. As a righteous flat earther who knows a damn sight more about Coriolis than this idiot who thinks he can fly.
There you go. You keep claiming again. I don't understand Coriolis effect.
You don't! You think your gadgets and gizmos to the best of your ability account for it. That's idiotic.
So...
Yeah, that stunned silence is you being schooled by me. You understand, flyboy?
I tell you what.
I am going to stutter through every damn word I say.
Because you want to. I'm going to sit here and let you berate me as long as you want to.
You are here of your own volition, flyboy. I haven't twisted your arm.
I know. You're clearly...
Yes, so you can stay and be berated for your stupidity demonstrated here today.
Boot me out if you want.
No, I will humiliate you based on the words you've used and the idiocy you've spewed here for as long as you're willing to stay. Your gadgets and gizmos don't account for Coriolis, even though you think they do to the best of your ability. You're a moron.
Yeah,
Can I point something out to this man?
Go ahead, Brian.
Hello. You know, earlier when you said, this is for the pilot, earlier when you said that the air is moving with an Earth that's also rotating. So if you hypothetically think, right, if we use a hypothetical situation where the Earth is rotating west to east and the air moves with that Earth west to east, right? That's correct, yes?
Yes, they're moving together.
Do you agree? Yes. So do you agree with that, Jeff? Okay, right. So if you're flying from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles, you're going from east to west. So if that air and Earth are going, if the air is moving with this Earth that's moving west to east, and you have to go east to west, you still have to fly against the rotation.
Well, no, go...
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so imagine for a moment the air is sitting still. So we've agreed that the air is moving with the Earth.
Sorry, why would we agree that your assumption that Earth is moving has a first law of thermodynamics violation, and gas that is inhomogeneous, anisotropic, unbonded, is suddenly velcroed to a turning platform? No, we don't all accept your begging the question fallacy that Earth is turning, and there's no Coriolis to observe anymore. So Neil deGrasse Tyson and his football going through the goals because it left the ground, we're just going to assume that that's total bollocks now, are we? Because in fact the air is moving with the ground, so the ball doesn't drift through the goalposts anymore, because suddenly that's a big problem. No, the claim that the globe makes is that the Earth turns underneath footballs and bullets. That's very clear. It's Coriolis effect, the thing you don't understand. It's only observable from the stands. You know, the ball looking like it's curving isn't actually curving. It just looks that way as you turn beneath it on a claim to be turning Earth. That's you turning beneath the football. Now, you seem to be implying that Earth and atmosphere violate the first law and move together. Now, gas isn't bonded, you stupid idiot. It doesn't stick to your aeroplane wings. You move through it because it's unbonded. I mean, you say you're a pilot, but you seem far, far too stupid to be one.
Well, okay, that's your
opinion. So gas is bonded to the turning Earth. Does gas also bond to your wings?
I didn't say it was...
You say it's moving with Earth. That would be moving at the same rate as a turning platform. So it's bonded to the rate of turn of Earth then. So gas bonds to turning platforms, does it, you stupid idiot?
What?
Does gas bond to rotating platforms? The unbonded gas moves in lockstep with a turning platform because it's velcroed to the turning platform. And I say no. Let's not just assume that Earth turns and further assume a first law of thermodynamics violation with gas velcroed to it, turning with it. Because gas doesn't bond itself to anything. Doesn't bond itself to a turning Earth to move with it. It doesn't bond itself to your wings. That's just another idiotic statement made by a flyboy who should be sacked because he doesn't understand how air behaves.
That argument. You're destroying a straw man.
Sorry, you said Earth and atmosphere, we can all assume it moves together? So, bonded to the turning Earth? That's not a straw man. That's your idiotic claim I've just taken apart. Not a straw man. You don't understand logical fallacies either.
Yeah, you just made an argument.
You're just stuttering like a bitch, is what you're doing. Stuttering and stammering around the stupidity that you spout with your double-speak rhetoric nonsense.
Nathan, even within his claim, there's going to be the Coriolis effect observable from the ground within his claim. This is what he doesn't understand. Even if...
No, absolutely.
So did you hear how he said from the ground as you started interrupting him and talking straight through him as he corrected you with his superior knowledge? From the ground was where you, the idiot who's going to interrupt him now, didn't understand Coriolis. The reason Brian said from the ground is that's the only place you can observe Coriolis from. You think to the best of your knowledge your gizmos account for it, you stupid idiot. Now sit down and shut the hell up, or Brian also takes a piece of you. Shut up! You're the idiot asking us questions, and you're the idiot being schooled. You're not going to be the wanker who interrupts every word of your education that you're going to get. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Nathan. Yes, even within his claim of air moving with a rotating Earth, west to east, if he's flying east to west, he has no choice but to fly against that rotation through that moving against him air to get to his destination. If he wants to go east to west, against air that's moving west to east, and against the rotation of an Earth that's going west to east, he has to go against the rotation. So from the ground, the Coriolis effect would still be observable.
Yeah, no. But it isn't.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that.
Well, then, what do you... Oh, you don't? So, in that case, Earth not turning to cause that sunset you assumed at the beginning of your visit here, then? Earth not turning beneath stuff.
I'm saying that I agree with him that he's right, that if you were to, say, fire a bullet from the East Coast to the West Coast, and you could actually observe that bullet, you could... I mean, you'd obviously you couldn't do it with the naked human eye, but there would be a Coriolis trajectory effect on that bullet, and its trajectory would, in fact, appear curved from the Earth reference.
Oh, right. So an aeroplane will appear to drift from Earth's reference because it's got Earth turning underneath it then?
Yeah, I would say it would be probably the same as a bullet. The difference, though...
So Earth's turning underneath the plane now, then?
Yes, Earth is...
So that would shorten flight times. Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles would only take an hour and a half if Earth was turning under the plane.
No, that's not true.
Sorry, yes, that's the consequence of Earth turning underneath the aeroplane. Yes.
Ignoring the fact that... Okay.
Sorry, I'm ignoring the fact that you assume that Earth and atmosphere move together?
Yes.
Well, that's not a fact. Air's unbonded.
Dude.
Hello? Do you not understand how air behaves? Does it bond to things so that it can move at the same rate as them? So at the equator, the gas is bonded to the Earth moving 1,000 miles an hour when it's unbonded, is it?
Sorry, say that. I asked that question.
So you think unbonded gas bonds to a rotating Earth?
No.
No, it doesn't. So when you, the idiot, by example and by your words, say that we should assume it does, we won't be assuming that then. But then we've got Earth turning underneath planes, shortening their flight times, and that doesn't happen.
Okay, so...
So you've been annihilated.
No, I'll offer this. If we were on a flat Earth and the air was still above this flat Earth, then the flight time would take...
Are you claiming this now? Are you claiming that the Earth is flat, or are you offering up a straw man false dichotomy to take apart? It sounds very much like you're about to build up a straw man for something we haven't claimed. Are you claiming this?
No, I'm not.
Are you claiming it, or are you building up a little straw man for something we haven't claimed?
I'm not building up a straw man.
Are you claiming it then? So this is going to be your claim about how flat Earth works.
I'm trying to offer up a thought experiment.
Oh, are you? It sounds more like what you're calling a thought experiment's actually a straw man you're about to burn because we haven't claimed this.
Okay, if I make...
Okay, or just another fallacy that you're about to employ? Not okay.
I'm not going to imply anything. I'm just...
Oh, really? So when you talk about how a flat Earth works, it's going to be your claim of how a flat Earth works then? Not some offering straw man that we haven't claimed then? It's your claim.
Well, how long would a flight from...
Sorry, you're going to ask us about how it works on a flat Earth again? It seems like you're offering up something as a false dichotomy now.
Well, I mean, there are only there is limited possibilities.
So a false dichotomy then? Just those two limited possibilities in fallacy that you're going to offer up then?
Possibilities.
So just those two that you're going to offer up in false dichotomy, you mean?
Are we not?
Are we going to stutter forever, or are you just going to answer my question? I'm asking for the fourth time. Is it just those limited possibilities in false dichotomy that you're going to burn with one half being the straw man you built up a moment ago?
Okay, so
Okay, is that the same okay as the last okay? Definitely not okay to build up a little straw man about how a flat Earth works when we haven't claimed anything, and then offer up a false dichotomy because according to you there's, quote, limited possibilities, aka a false dichotomy fallacy. That's not okay.
What?
Right, you're going to talk through me pointing out your use of fallacy? Maybe claim that I'm an unreasonable host?
Do you claim the Earth?
So you're going to ask me what I'm going to do? I've asked you if what you're about to do and have done is offer up a straw man and false dichotomy fallacy. The answer's yes.
You claim the Earth is flat.
Sorry, you're just going to chant through me. I'm pointing out your use of fallacy. You're just not listening.
Go ahead.
Try again. See if he can contain himself. You've offered up a false dichotomy after building up a little straw man that we didn't claim. No, that's not okay. Your response to me pointing out I was okay. No, it's not.
I would like to know what you're claiming. Are you claiming the Earth's flat?
Yeah, absolutely, without question. Earth is obviously, observably, measurably, and navigatably flat. In fact, your globe model... Do you want to hear my answer, complete idiot who should be fired? Shut up, then. Yeah, I will offer you a claim. I will offer the claim that your globe model that you mentioned earlier was derived from measurements taken from the flat plane we exist upon. The dual radii of the globe model you believe you're on was taken by way of elevation angle measurements to Polaris off a flat plane. Your globe model needs a flat plane to be in existence in the first place. There's my positive claim. Off you go.
There you go.
Well, okay, so I'm not sure how anything you said right there disproves a round Earth or proves a...
Oh, because the round Earth came from a flat Earth. It was measured by way of dual radii and elevation angle measurement to Polaris, as I just detailed. So if you don't understand,
well,
maybe if you shut up, maybe if you shut up while I repeat what you don't understand. Or maybe that which you don't understand when being repeated should be chanted through. Your globe model was derived from measurements taken from a flat plane. So when you say, I don't understand how that debunks the Earth being a sphere, well, the Earth being a sphere, it only exists because the measurements that made that sphere assumption that you hold were taken from a plane. Dual radii, elevation angle measurements to Polaris. That's how your globe model came to be in existence, by angle measurements to Polaris taken from a flat plane. Do you understand now, Flyboy?
I understand what you're saying, and you are presupposing a flat plane.
Elevation angle measurements don't presuppose a flat plane, they require one.
Well, I'm not schooled.
Stuttering? Yeah, you're stuttering, Flyboy. Yeah, they require one. And dual radii is derived by, I quote, elevation angle, that's two straight lines, flat baseline, that's derived only by use of straight lines and angles. Not curved baselines, flat baselines. Do you understand now?
Yeah, I understand. I understand what you're saying, yeah.
Good. Welcome to Flat Earth. Your model's made from a flat Earth elevation angle measurement.
No, that doesn't welcome me into Flat Earth, sorry.
Well, how did you get to dual radii to come up with the globe model you assumed earlier, then?
I am here to talk about aviation-related topics. That is my area of expertise.
Sorry, you don't have any expertise in aviation. You think your gadgets and gizmos on the aeroplane that other people far more intelligent than you created account for Coriolis effect. So you thinking that you're an expert in aviation because somebody's given you a badge and a title, which I think should be taken away from you, doesn't hold any weight here.
Well, I'm glad it's not up to you then.
Oh, really? Well, it could be. I've got an audience that I can appeal to. If somebody recognises this voice, make sure you find out who he works for. Let me know by email so I can have his job taken away from him. Laugh it up, fly boy.
One question.
Yeah, people in life and death situations, Chocolate, they don't matter to this guy. He'll laugh it up. Doesn't matter that I'm pointing out something that I think is a serious and danger to lives. He's not taking it seriously.
Apparently not.
You can't even explain how it would be a danger to lives. You just...
I did. I'll explain it again. If you're aiming to a cavity away from your position where you're flying that is dropping away from you 8 inches per mile squared, that would leave a void that is actually filled with ground. If you head to what you believe is a void ahead of your position that isn't a void, it's actually land, then you'll crash the plane. Further to that, if you think that Earth rotation beneath you observed from somebody on the ground and incapable of correction from your plane is being corrected by the tools and gadgets people far more intelligent than you created for the plane to function on the plane it's flying over, actually fail, and you start accounting for something that to the best of your knowledge is being corrected for in the gizmos and gadgets, then you will crash the plane also. So I have explained why I think you should have your job removed. I am justified in believing, reasonably so, that you could kill people with the misapprehensions you hold about a globe as a pilot who doesn't understand Coriolis drift.
I would like you to find one example of one accident that was ever caused because the pilot misaccounted with Coriolis effect. We simply...
You don't.
You don't.
You stupid idiot. Again, adequately describing how you don't understand this effect. My God, you're retarded.
Oh.
Yeah, you kind of just smashed your own wig off right there.
See, there you go.
Not an ad hoc.
No, but bro, you just played yourself. That's the whole problem. Because you're the one telling us that you don't account for it, right?
Yes, the pilot does not account for it.
Oh, so when to the best of your ability, your gadgets and gizmos and telemetry data does account for it, you now concede you are wrong when it does, to the best of your ability, account for it then? You appreciate you're wrong?
I don't understand.
Sorry, you're going to ad hom me with I don't understand, rather than offering a rebuttal that earlier you said to the best of your knowledge, your gadgets did account for it.
No, so what I'm not understanding is why you don't understand the difference between...
So that's another ad hom wanker. No, we got clear that you think your gadgets account for it. Now you've said they don't, so you concede you were wrong when you thought to the best of your ability your gadgets accounted for it. Now you concede you were wrong, and it wasn't to the best of your ability, you were just dumb and stupid and thought that Coriolis was accounted for in your gadgets, when it clearly isn't.
It is accounted for in the navigation systems. The pilot himself does not account for it.
Go ahead. Tell us again what Coriolis... Go on.
You're breaking up. Say
Tell
again.
us what Coriolis is, and then you can explain how it accounts for it.
Well, Coriolis effect is the effect of when let's say a bullet, let's use your bullet as an example. The bullet leaves the barrel of the gun and it's aimed at a particular point, another point on a rotating body. As that bullet travels, during the time of the bullet travel, the rotating body has moved, and so now the target is in a different location.
I see. So the Earth turned underneath the bullet like Earth turns underneath aeroplanes.
I missed the first part of what you said.
So the Earth turned underneath the bullet like Earth turns underneath aeroplanes, shortening their flight times?
No.
No, so why would you give this as an example then, you stupid idiot?
You asked me to...
Sorry, you asked us for an example. I've given you one and it doesn't compare to how the aeroplane isn't having the same effect applied to it.
I didn't say it wasn't having the same effect.
So why did you give it as an example then, you complete clown?
You asked...
Sorry, did you stutter much, clown? You asked for an example, we got one, and now it's not applicable. Why would you give it then?
I didn't say it wasn't applicable.
So it is applicable. So Earth turns underneath bullets and Earth turns underneath aeroplanes, shortening a flight from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles to an hour and a half, because like the bullet, Earth turns underneath the aeroplane, right?
Yes.
Yes. So this wanker, who definitely should lose his job, thinks that if he hops on a jet and travels from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles, he only needs an hour and a half of fuel. You're definitely going to kill someone. You definitely should be fired. No, Earth doesn't turn under a flight from Charlotte to LA. No, you won't only need an hour and a half of flight fuel, because that doesn't happen like you've claimed it happens under bullets, you stupid idiot who should be sacked.
You just literally
You just stuttering much, bitch. Yeah, you are, because you're having your ass handed to you by flat earthers. Oh, so righteous I'm here with my expertise in flying when I don't actually understand what the hell Coriolis effect is.
You won't let me talk because you know I'm going to show you for what...
I'm going to show you that Earth turns under bullets.
No, you're going to let me...
No, you just told us it did.
No, of course you're not.
No, it does, so Earth does or doesn't.
You just said that if I took off from Charlotte to Los Angeles, that I would run the airplane out of fuel because I think it only takes an hour and a half to get there.
That's how long it would take if Earth turned underneath that flight, as you've just asserted Earth turns underneath bullets.
You're the one that says it takes an hour and a half to get to Los Angeles.
That's a consequence of Earth turning underneath things in the non-inertial turning reference frame. Yeah, hello? If Earth is turning under the bullet, it's turning under the plane. That doesn't happen, though, does it? So while you think I'm saying it should only take an hour and a half, no, I definitely don't claim that. That's a consequence of Earth turning underneath the bullet, as you claim.
I don't claim it takes an hour and a half to get from Charlotte to Los Angeles.
Because it doesn't. But according to you, Earth turns under bullets. And the consequence would be Earth turning under the plane also, shortening its flight time to an hour and a half.
No,
yes. Yes, that's exactly the consequence of your claim that Earth turns under the bullet. It would also turn under the plane, but doesn't. Maybe you should tell us that Earth and atmosphere are attached with Velcro again.
I mean, you don't even...
You are stuttering, Flyboy. Did you expect to come here, talk to flat earthers, and be stuttering like a clown at the end?
I'm sorry, say that again?
I said, did you expect to be stuttering like a clown as you tell us that Earth turns under bullets, and then stutter and stammer away around the fact that Earth doesn't turn under the bloody aeroplanes, like you've just claimed it turns underneath the bullet?
Yes, it does turn underneath the bullet.
Well, then it would turn under the aeroplane, then.
It does.
Oh, it does? So Earth is turning underneath aeroplanes. So therefore Earth, that would be Los Angeles, is turning underneath your little plane and coming towards it as you move towards it. That would shorten the flight time to an hour and a half, you stupid clown Flyboy.
The plane starts off affixed to the ground. So the speed that Los Angeles is coming towards Charlotte, the airplane's already at that speed.
When it's on the ground, but then it's claimed to leave the ground and have Earth turning underneath like it turns under the bullet.
Right, and you...
Right, no, wrong, idiot. Earth isn't turning underneath aeroplanes, you stupid moron.
More ad homs. There you go.
No, moronic to assert that Earth turns underneath aeroplanes, like it turns underneath bullets. That's moronic, not an ad hom. I've addressed your argument that Earth turns under bullets. So when they go in the air, leave the ground, like your plane eventually leaves the ground, Earth's going to turn under it like it turns under the bullet. No, doesn't happen.
No, it does happen.
Oh, Earth turns underneath the plane then? So Charlotte's coming towards the plane then? You stuttering fuckwit! How do you like the taste of a sweaty flat earther's pair of bollocks as you lie dying in your own blood? Yeah, gaming metaphor, fuckwit. Yeah? It doesn't turn underneath aeroplanes, but you think it turns under bullets?
It does turn under airplanes.
Oh, well then, Charlotte's coming towards the aeroplane then? LA.
Yeah, no, well...
Yeah, no. So Charlotte to LA isn't taking an hour and a half, or is LA coming towards the plane?
The airplane's going towards LA, and LA's coming towards the airplane.
Well, that would shorten the flight time, because you'd have an 800-mile-an-hour delta, with the plane increasing velocity as Charlotte leaves your position at 800 miles an hour and LA comes towards your position at 800 miles an hour. That would shorten the flight time to an hour and a half.
See, the airplane is actually moving away from the sun, even though it's heading to the...
Fundy, it would shorten the flight time to an hour and a half. We're not talking about the sun, we're talking about reducing the flight time if Los Angeles is coming towards you, like you claim Earth turns under bullets.
I didn't hear the question.
It wasn't a question.
You just said that the plane is flying towards LA and LA is coming to the plane. Wouldn't that make it a lot faster, significantly faster than if it was just the plane flying to LA?
I can give you the exact numbers, Chocolate. It would reduce the flight time to about an hour and a half.
Why are you... You're doubling the speed, though.
Sorry, I'm doubling the speed that Earth turns underneath aeroplanes. The Earth doesn't turn underneath aeroplanes, idiot.
I said it...
Sorry, you didn't concede that your stuttering, stammering nonsense doesn't stack up. No, Earth just doesn't turn underneath stuff. I mean, it would need to have Coriolis deflection observable from the ground. We just don't have that effect happening. It doesn't happen, mate.
What
I'm doing is ripping apart your claim that Earth turns underneath aeroplanes, because it's stupid. It would shorten the flight times. But of course, to have Coriolis drift, we'd need to turn underneath aeroplanes. We just don't.
You would be right if the winds were moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
You don't think your flight would be a lot shorter
if the air was stationary and the Earth was turning, you would be correct.
Pilot, relax. You don't think your destination, your flight time would be a lot shorter if you were traveling to the destination and the destination was coming towards you as opposed to you just flying to your destination?
Well, on the globe model, the Earth...
do we live on a model? Do we live on a model? Do we live on a model?
Okay.
I'm asking about your practical experience.
So do you want my explanation? Do you want to hear my thoughts? Yes.
It's not your thoughts, you stupid retard. Chocolate's pointing out how you don't understand that if Earth's moving towards you, i.e. LA's coming towards your plane, and you're flying towards it, that would shorten the flight times. He's asking how you can be so stupid as to not understand the contradiction and problem you face. Earth turning under bullets means Earth turns under planes. That shortens the flight time of the plane. You just don't understand that.
The short answer to his question
we could try to make it simpler if you want. You're a pilot. Dude, you're a pilot, right? So when you're taking off or going down a runway, right, you're going at a certain speed. Would that speed not increase if the runway was then traveling to you at the same time?
Well, so
wouldn't you get to the end of the runway a lot faster if the runway was moving to you while you moved down it?
Well, okay, so imagine your two airports, right? Let's use Charlotte and LA. Well, those 2 points on the Earth they're a fixed distance from one another. So as I take off from the one runway, I have to accelerate the aircraft over the ground and through the air and start heading towards LA in that case. Now, the aircraft is limited by airspeed.
LA is coming towards you.
So kind of like
my book is
sorry, just guys into this, please. So kind of like once you take off is a bit like when the bullet leaves the barrel of the gun.
No, it's not like when the bullet leaves the barrel of the gun.
Oh, how is it different?
No, a bullet is ballistic. An aircraft is guided.
Sorry, and this makes and this makes a difference to us observing it drift from the ground, does it?
Well, I mean, obviously it does. You watched airplanes turn.
Sorry, it's not actual drift. Sorry, guys. Hello, again. You don't understand Coriolis. You realise the drift we're observing isn't actually happening because it doesn't make. Sorry, my friend. It's 3 words into my sentence, pointing out your stupidity. You just have to tolerate me correcting your stupidity. It's not an ad hom. That's me correcting your stupidity. You just have to tolerate it, not talk through it. No, my friend. It doesn't make any difference if it's ballistic or powered, because the effect is only observable from the ground, the effect is not actual, and there is no actual deflection in either. In fact, the item you're observing could be static, and you'd still have a not actual drift from a turning reference frame, but you're only going to observe that not actual drift from the ground. So I ask again, given that this effect is from the ground, of you observing things, it is the same as a bullet leaving the ground when it leaves the barrel, and your plane leaving the ground and the ground turning beneath, shortening the flight time, which does not happen.
Was that a question?
No, it's a statement of fact. Earth is not turning. If it was, like you said it did under the bullet, then when the plane left the ground, like the bullet left the barrel, Earth would turn underneath it. It doesn't. That's not a question. If you think you're intelligent because you fly, you stupid namby-pamby idiot, then you'd understand the difference between a statement of fact and a question.
I thought
I am stuttering because I don't understand the difference between a statement of fact and a question.
Yeah, because I've got feedback. It's not a perfect audio.
Oh, that means the distinction between a question and a statement of fact about Earth having to turn under your plane when it's equivalenced with a bullet leaving a gun, and the fact that that doesn't happen means you need to blame Echo.
Did you not say earlier that snipers have to account for the rotation of the Earth?
No, you did about 3.5 minutes ago.
No, much earlier in the conversation, you said we have snipers that have to account for the rotation of the Earth when they take their shot.
No, I claimed you claim it. I exampled it with distinctions. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson claims when he says Earth turns under the ball, and it is claimed by snipers to correct for Coriolis. So no, I don't claim that, you stupid idiot.
Okay, fair enough.
Good. So, you claim it, don't you? You claim Earth turns underneath bullets like you did 3.5 minutes ago. I didn't. You did. You were proven wrong by me. Hello?
Mr. Pilot,
hello?
Was that a question? You didn't ask me a question, buddy.
It's another statement of fact. You claimed it, didn't you?
I claim that the Earth rotates, yes.
Underneath bullets, by example, that you gave 3.5 minutes ago. I mean, only 2 minutes ago you were saying I claimed it. No. Another attempt at reversing the burden, it seems. Another logical fallacy by the idiot flyboy. I definitely don't claim that. You definitely gave it an example 4 minutes ago. You claimed Earth turned under the bullet.
Yes, I believe that.
Yeah, well, it's wrong, because it would turn underneath the aeroplane, bringing LA to the plane.
No.
Yeah, that's the consequence of your belief. It just doesn't happen. Your belief's wrong.
My belief's not wrong.
Well, when your aeroplane enters the inertial reference frame, nobody's watching it drift, and LA isn't coming towards your plane to shorten the flight time. So your belief is definitely wrong.
I don't believe that the Earth turning shortens my flight time to LA. That's your contention.
Not my contention. It's the natural consequences of your claim that Earth turned underneath the bullet. It's not my contention. It's your claim and natural consequences thereof. Stop trying to reverse the burden. I don't claim that. It's not my contention. It's your claim.
Yes, I'm claiming the Earth.
Yeah. So don't reverse the burden for the 5th time here, you logical fallacy-using idiot.
Correct.
Yeah, correct. I don't make it as a contentious claim. You do. It fails because if Earth turned under bullets, it would turn under planes, and it doesn't.
I just explained to you how the Earth turning doesn't mean I get to LA in an hour and a half.
Oh, sorry, it does if Earth turns under bullets, as you also claim. It would be a natural consequence. I mean, you could stutter rather than acknowledge that the natural consequence of the example you tried to reverse the burden onto me with by saying it was my contention that Earth turned under bullets when it was your claim about 6 minutes ago, that has a natural consequence that Earth turns under your plane, shortening its flight time, and that doesn't happen.
How do you not see this,
I told you I misunderstood you. What else do you want?
I want you to concede a single point of your idiocy, like your stupidity that you said that your tools and gadgets made by people smarter than you on your aeroplane accounted for Coriolis when they don't, even though to the best of your knowledge it does.
The people that made the avionics are definitely smarter than me.
Yeah, we know that. I just pointed that out. You don't need to respond to my statements of fact.
I'm trying to.
So not an ad hom when I called you stupid then?
You did?
Yeah, definitely not an ad hom then. By your own concession, you're an idiot.
No, I'm...
Yeah, you are. You think that your gadgets and gizmos made by people smarter than you, to the best of your knowledge, account for Coriolis. They don't. We've also had you concede that. Idiot. No. Not an ad hom. A demonstrable fact, my flyboy friend.
All you're doing is just throwing out absurdities. I mean,
absurdities like Coriolis being accounted for by his instrumentation in a plane. That sort of absurdity.
Yeah, I didn't...
You just stuttering wanker. No, I'm not throwing out anything absurd. You are. I'm the one debunking your absurdities. For example, the absurdity stated by you, an idiot flyboy, that Coriolis is accounted for by gadgets and gizmos in planes. Definitely not the case. The same egregious and fatal, potentially, error also made by Wolfie 6020, a fellow pilot. Something that may endanger people's lives, and you laughed at.
I disagreed with Wolfie. How are you saying...
Why are you stuttering constantly, flyboy? Why is it that when I point out that you think that your gadgets account for something that they don't, you haven't conceded that incorrect error you made earlier? Your best of your ability wasn't very good.
You haven't proven it wrong.
Sorry, the best of your ability, best of your knowledge, wasn't very good.
How do you know that?
Because gadgets and gizmos on planes don't account for Coriolis.
How do you know that?
Because it's an inertial frame of reference that they would be in.
It's an optical illusion, you idiot.
They're not accounting for things that aren't happening, you stupid idiot. Do you understand now, you complete idiot? Yeah, you laugh when you're shown to be stupid, do you, flyboy? Yeah, that's why I can sit here and demand that we dox you. Demand it. Because people could die as a result of your idiocy. And when it's pointed out to you, you laugh.
Yeah, you can't explain how. You can't...
Sorry, I don't need to explain anything. What, explain why gadgets and gizmos don't account for the Coriolis effect you said they do, to the best of your knowledge?
Look, you're the one that...
Right, you're going to project this straight back onto me while G Plus ruins everything? No, my friend, you're not going to project this straight back onto me, my friend. Your idiocy that you have spouted here has been undone by your own words. Now, when I point out that that could potentially cost people their lives if an error was made for things you, to the best of your knowledge, thought were being accounted for, then that could potentially be dangerous. When I point that out, you laugh. It's an absolute outrage. I want you and others like you who fly planes to be sacked if they think that their gadgets account for things that aren't happening.
Well, then you wouldn't have any pilots.
Well, good. Then we're all in mortal danger if we're on planes because all of these idiots think they're on a globe.
Yeah, yet aviation's one of the safest forms of travel.
Oh, really? Well, that's possibly because they get rid of people like you when they get complained about because they laugh about things that are pointed out to them that could be dangerous. Like them having a good knowledge that Coriolis is accounted for in their tools. Yeah, you stupid idiot, those tools made by people smarter than you definitely don't account for that. Now, I think that the reason that aviation's so safe is because of vigilance on the part of people like me, who call out dangerous pilots like you and have them removed from the sky.
I thought you said it was flat Earth pilots that got scrutinized and ridiculed and fired.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, you're putting people's lives in danger, and I want your job for it. That's all that matters. Who cares about anybody else other than you and the danger, if you are a pilot, that I believe you're putting people in and you don't think is serious? I've appealed to you directly and you've laughed at me. Now I want to escalate this because there's people's lives that could be at risk. I want it assessed by your manager, full-on Karen style. What's wrong with that? Don't you respect the chain of command? I've put this to you. You've laughed at me. Now I want to put it to a higher authority that you are subservient to. Give it me.
Get the FAA involved if you...
FAA? This pilot says I should get the FAA involved.
Yeah.
Okay. That's our next course of action according to the pilot. I'll also include Wolfie when I contact the FAA about this concern of mine that pilots are accounting for things that aren't happening.
Yeah, tell him.
Good, you stuttering clown. I hope I have your job and Wolfie's.
Well,
now sit down and shut up.
Another question.
Unless Brian wants to ask you something. Go ahead, Brian.
I would like to ask him another question.
You're dangerous.
Do you agree that commercial airliners, 747s, the commercial airliners, the big ones, that they fly with an average pitch of +3 to +5 degrees?
Well, I don't fly those aircraft, so I couldn't say specifically, but the aircraft I fly, yeah, we fly around in level flight. It depends on our altitude. The higher we are, the more pitch up angle we have. And that's just because the air is thinner, so we have to utilize more.
Sorry, why?
We have to use more lift of the wing. But yeah, that sounds about right, but I don't know specifically for those aircraft, so I can't speak on them.
Well, that's what it says on Google. So you will agree that when you fly with a pitch up angle, yes?
The nose of the aircraft is pitched up, correct.
Yeah, and that's pitch up above horizontal, yes?
Correct.
Yeah, so how can you ever believe that you're flying around the globe Earth, which would require you, from the moment you get to cruising altitude, to start having an accumulated pitch down? If you know the math, you know what it is.
Yeah, that's a good question. And so when we're in cruise, we couple the autopilot to altitude. So what the autopilot does...
Don't tell me what the autopilot does. You don't understand what any of the gadgets or gizmos on your plane do. Don't even try it.
He's asking me a question.
You do not understand what the gadgets on your plane do. We've already established they have been created by people smarter than you. You, to the best of your knowledge, thought that the gizmos accounted for Coriolis. Don't ever dare speak on what the gadgets and gizmos on your plane do when in cruise. You don't know.
I'm literally certain.
You don't know.
You're a LARP.
Hang on, Erwin, 1 second. The argument you're about to make is that you hold an altitude above the surface of Earth. That's your argument, yes?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
But you have to pre-assume that altitude means that you have to stay a certain height above the surface of a globe. But your pitch angle disproves this belief.
No, so pitch angle has nothing to do with whether you're flying level or not. You can be in a very high nose-up attitude and be in a descent, as a matter of fact. So pitch angle and trajectory are
that's
not
like
the same.
Yeah, but we're not talking about landing. We're talking about you're at cruising altitude. You hold an altitude, right? You set it to an altitude. That means you have to pre-assume that your airplane is keeping an exact altitude above a surface that's curving around and down below you. But your pitch angle disproves that is possible, because you would have to violate horizontal from the moment that you get to cruising altitude. There is no way around it.
No, that's not true. So to answer your question, again, the pitch attitude of the aircraft, what the nose is, has nothing to do with the gain or loss or maintaining of altitude. That's simply a way to change the way we change the angle.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point. You have to pre-assume that when you're holding altitude, that you're holding a curved parallel to a curved surface. But that's a pre-assumption. For you to do that, for you to fly around a surface that is curving away and down below you, you have to fly with your nose below horizontal. There is no way around it. You have to do that, but you don't.
No, that's not.
You don't ever do that.
That's not true. So the altimeter and the autopilot maintaining altitude would work the same way on a flat Earth. They would be the function would be exactly the same.
Yeah, exactly. So your altitude argument is not an argument for a globe.
No, I didn't make an argument about this. I don't say that the altimeter and altitude hold mode, I didn't say that proves a round Earth in any way, shape, or form. I never claimed that.
But that's
Brian said it disagreed with the claim of it being a globe, because you'd have to descend around the cavity, the void that is opening up ahead of you, but you don't. So he's making
So you're talking about when you're saying that if I was to maintain a pitch, I would keep getting higher and higher, and I have to lower the nose.
One moment. When I asked you about the pitch angle, right, and why I asked you about the pitch angle, and we both agreed that you would keep a constant above horizontal pitch angle. And then you went on to talk about altitude. And I pointed out that altitude, you have to beg the question within your own mind that you are making a curve parallel with a curved surface that's dropping away below you. If you understood the maths, you would realize that you would have to have an accumulated pitch below horizontal from cruising altitude. There was no way around it. If you were in a commercial airliner and you're flying from London to Los Angeles on a Globe Earth, then for the minute you get to cruising altitude, from that point to when you get to Los Angeles, you have to be, I think it's, if I remember right, 78 degrees below your initial starting point. The nose has to be 78 degrees below. But you agreed that you always fly with the nose above horizontal. So your presumption about altitude is debunked by the fact that you have to fly with the nose above horizontal. You can't hold lift at cruising altitude without it.
No, you're again making the inaccurate conclusion that the pitch attitude determines where the aircraft is going, and that's generally true, but not precisely true, because we can be nose up but be in a descent.
Because when you want to fly horizontal, you have to have.
Sorry, I just hold on a second. Hold on, Brian. Hold on, Brian.
That's a contradiction.
Sorry, you say you can do that, but
it's not.
But you'd be descending. What do you mean? You could be stalling, landing?
No, he's talking about a landing, Nathan. I already addressed that. He's talking about,
I'm not talking about
okay. So sorry, just 1 second.
Or you can drop in altitude by dropping power. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Brian. Just 1 sec.
Drop power and drop in altitude.
Yeah,
that's not an argument.
Yes. Thank you.
Go on.
So Brian's trying to establish that for the majority of the flight, you're not landing or stalling.
Yes, sir. I understand that, but that doesn't change the fact that our pitch attitude has nothing to do with whether we're in fact climbing or descending. We can be in a very high nose-up attitude. For instance, as we get higher, we have to have a higher nose-up attitude. And as we fly along, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you talking.
No. What you're doing is stepping away from the argument. You're going into talking about thrust. If you want to gain altitude or lose or drop, go up in altitude or down in altitude, you can do that, right, with a nose with your nose pitched above horizontal. That's not the point, right? You can do that using thrust, right? The point I'm making is for you to fly around a globe Earth, then you can never, ever, ever fly with the nose above horizontal. It has to have an accumulated pitch below horizontal. For you to even fly horizontally, your nose has to be above horizontal. What does that tell you?
No, so those are incorrect. With all respect, those are not correct. I don't have to adjust thrust to change whether I'm ascending or descending with relation to that.
It's not his argument.
For instance,
okay, let me try it a different
one thing
way.
That can happen. One thing that can happen in an aircraft is you can do we call it getting behind the power curve. So let's say I try to go too high.
We're not asking about the power curve. He's just clarified. He's not asking, and you're just distracting. Right. I'll try and clarify what Brian's explaining.
Okay, I understand what he's saying, but it's wrong, and I'm trying to explain why.
It's not wrong.
Okay, let me just ask you a question. Is the situation that you're about to describe with power curves, right, does it alter the fact that for the majority of the flight, you're above horizontal in terms of your pitch? Does it change that in any way, shape, or form?
No, it doesn't.
So then we don't give a shit.
Yep.
Well, it does matter.
Shut up, you stuttering idiot. You're just segueing away from Brian's point. Right, if you've got a picture of a sphere and it's got a plane at the top of that sphere, and then you move that plane 6,000 miles around it, its nose is pointing in a different position, isn't it?
Well, yes, that's...
Right, your plane does not do that. It would do it on a globe, though, as I've just eloquently described without even having a picture up. Plane at top of globe, points left, nose pointing left. Globe with plane on the side of it at the end of the journey. Now nose pointing down. Yeah, that's the nose in a different position having traversed a sphere. Well, given that your nose never goes below horizontal, that violates the assumption that you're moving around a sphere.
Yeah, because our artificial horizon is...
So shut up! That's the end of your bloody argument.
It's not. The ADI is Earth referenced.
Yeah,
but is ADI one of your gadgets and gizmos that you don't have a clue about? Because according to you, to the best of your knowledge, according to you, as you chant through the middle of me, the best of your knowledge says those gadgets and gizmos account for Coriolis effect. So again, I don't want to hear what you think the gadgets and gizmos on your plane do. You don't know.
I do.
No, you do not. You made it explicitly clear that to the best of your knowledge, which on the best day is a Weasley statement to begin with, to the best of your knowledge. That's not I damn well know what I'm talking about, is it? It's to the best of your knowledge that was later disproved by a flat earther 5 minutes later. You think the gadgets and gizmos on your plane account for an effect that's only observable from a turning platform. No, you do not know what the gadgets and gizmos do on your plane, just because you can press a few buttons on it and flirt with the bloody waitresses.
Oh, trust me, I don't flirt with...
Yeah, shut up, dickhead. You don't know what the gadgets do. That's the point here. Don't appeal to them.
I don't think you're a pilot.
Well, of course, yeah.
Yeah, you don't know what the gadgets do. That's been proven.
It's been proven?
It's been proven that smarter people than you make them and understand them. You don't.
I agree. Smarter...
Good. So don't appeal to them like you know what they do. Okay, clown?
Yeah, so I...
Yeah, good, stuttering clown boy. You don't know what those gadgets do. You know how to press a button. That's what you know how to do.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, good. So the people smarter than you that know how they work might be able to tell us what they're doing. You don't know. You know how to turn it on.
Have you talked to any of them?
You know how to turn it on, but you don't know what it does because you think to the best of your knowledge, which isn't I know because I'm smart, it's to the best of my knowledge, later to be disproven by a flat earther, you think gadgets on planes account for Coriolis. Idiotic stupidity! You definitely don't know what these gadgets do, you're a moron, so don't appeal to them.
One way, or there's a couple ways they could do it. I don't...
Could they? Well, I'd like to know from a person who does know, not you.
Okay, well...
Yeah, your musings about what they could do, rather than I'd know because I'm a pilot and I can turn an on button on with a device that someone smarter than me made, that I don't really know how it functions. Yeah, that's not going to fly here, clown.
Okay, do we want to keep talking about the nose attitude thing? We came off that topic and I thought we were actually going somewhere with that.
That has to account for an observation of an apparent deviation that takes place from the non-inertial reference frame, being the turning Earth. Wouldn't your avionics have to account for the actual Earth turning beneath you instead of an illusion that, according to your side, is from the ground?
Well, they do. The avionics, we're saying avionics, but avionics really encompasses everything in the cockpit.
No, you pressing buttons definitely isn't all-encompassing. People smarter than you had to make technology you could turn on. That definitely isn't including it. I like how you try and associate that which smarter people have created, that you press the on button on, is all included in what goes on in the cockpit. No, there's been smarter people than you involved in that, mate.
Okay, anyway, back to the question.
Yeah, back to the plane that I don't understand how it works, but will appeal to my ethereal understanding of how it could work. Yeah, back to that nonsense that you don't understand. Yeah, okay,
anyway,
go on.
We're really talking about the flight management system.
That you don't understand. You didn't make it. You know how to turn it on, though, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah, you know how to turn it on. So we're not going to appeal to how it works because you can turn it on. I don't know how a microwave works. I could turn it on, though. Yeah, it doesn't mean I'm going to be appealing to how a microwave works because I know how to turn an on button on. Yeah, that's all you can do, Flyboy. Press on very clever tools that you didn't make.
Well, yeah, if you want to argue that way, then...
No, it's a fact. We definitely know that you don't understand what the tools on your plane do. You thought they accounted for Coriolis. So that's not something we can ponder on. We know you don't know.
No, you...
Yeah. We definitely know you don't know what your gadgets do. Because to the best of your knowledge, those gadgets account for Coriolis, don't they?
It's an optical...
Neil, shut up! So to the best of your knowledge, those tools on your plane account for Coriolis, don't they?
They do, yes.
No, they don't. It's only observable from a non-inertial turning platform. Hello? Do you really need your pants pulling down again by a flat earther about your lack of understanding of this? Definitely not, my friend. It's... Remember what they were telling you from the panel while they interrupted every word of this? It's an illusion. You think your panel of gadgets that you don't understand is accounting for illusionary? Magic button that you turn on, right? Hello?
That's my point.
Yeah, you didn't ask a question.
I said, are your gadgets doing what you think they do to the best of your knowledge and accounting for an illusion? Yes, that's a question. Again, struggling with the differences between statements and questions. But you think you're smart, don't you, Flyboy? You think you're more intelligent than us? Definitely not the case. If it was the case, you'd be smart like the people who make the gadgets you think account for Coriolis.
A lot of you guys are quite smart. I don't think...
Yeah, sorry, you're going to appeal to how smart we are. You're dumb. You think your tools account for Coriolis. They don't. Idiot.
Well, they do.
No, they don't. They can't. Coriolis is only observable from a turning reference frame. You complete idiot.
This is just...
Sorry, just stuttering much about how idiotic your assertion that you can account for an illusion in the inertial reference frame when it's only observed from the non-inertial reference frame? I don't think so, idiot.
Look, the navigation...
Look here. He's going to tell me what's what. You don't understand what your gadgets account for. You're an idiot. You don't understand what they do. We already established that. I'm not going to be looking at anything you tell me to look at. You can look at the on button on your tools you don't understand. Fly boy.
Did you hear what I said or no?
Sorry, I heard that you said that your knowledge was good and that your knowledge led you to the incorrect belief that the tools on your plane account for something that's only observable from a non-inertial reference frame. That is simply impossible and simply you being wrong and thick and definitely not understanding how the stuff on your plane works because it doesn't account for Coriolis. You complete idiot. So stupid that I feel you should be fired for it. But also, further to that, more stupid than initially met the eye because you're now arguing with me about that fact you got wrong.
I didn't get it wrong. You're just asserting I got it wrong. And every time I've tried to explain it, you've interrupted me.
Sorry, you can't have gizmos on planes account for Coriolis effect. It's only observable from a non-inertial turning reference frame.
You can.
You can. Stutter for me, bitch. No, you cannot. You are wrong. You don't understand Coriolis. You definitely don't understand what the tools on your plane do. And no, you can't account for it. It's an illusion.
I don't understand what the tools...
I just don't understand that it's an illusion.
I don't think it's an illusion.
You don't think it's an illusion because you don't understand what it is. It's a not actual deflection. Something deflecting when it doesn't really. That's what it means when we say it's an illusion. The not actual deflection of the bullet. The appearing to deflect when not really deflecting. The travelling in a straight line but looking like it's curving. Yeah, that's definitely only observable from a turning platform. Definitely an illusion. And definitely not something your gadgets could, to the best of your ability, account for. You complete clown.
Can I ask...
Can I stutter over the top of my conclusion that you're a clown and that your gadgets aren't accounting for what you think, to the best of your knowledge, they do? Can you interrupt that?
I have a genuine question.
You have a need to incessantly chant the same first two words through everything I say. I know. But meanwhile, your knowledge and best of your knowledge wasn't very good because you're wrong.
Can I ask you guys a genuine...
You could just concede that your knowledge isn't very good and you don't understand what the gadgets on your plane do, even though you constantly appeal to them, like the all-encompassing knowledge of a pilot extends to the gadgets and how they work.
Well, I'm not going to concede that I don't understand my instrumentation.
You don't. You thought it accounted for Coriolis effect. That's a fact.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I said it's a fact you don't know what they do. You thought they accounted for Coriolis drift, the not actual deflection observed from a non-inertial turning reference frame, the illusion of a turning path when you're actually observing a straight one. That illusion is something not actually happening. Now, that not actual happening isn't going to be accounted for by any gadget or gizmo ever. It's not happening. But you don't understand that and keep telling us how your gadgets do account for it. Because you're stupid.
I still have a question. I mean, we can argue all.
Sorry, did you pay me for this question you're going to ask? Because I'm just taking your pants down and spanking you based on your idiocy that your gadgets account for Coriolis. They don't.
Can you let me ask my question, please?
Why? Have you paid me to educate your dumbass? You don't understand anything. Why would I waste my time answering your questions?
I really just, I said I really don't think you guys are dumb. Oh,
really? You're just going to imply it by inference when you suggest that you don't think it? Oh, I don't think you're a child-abusing wanker or anything. I don't think that you being a flyboy means you fiddle with kids. I don't think that.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, but you do then. So you do fiddle with kids. That's okay, because you do that, right?
No, I didn't.
Why are you denying it then? Why are you denying it? So don't imply that you don't think we're dumb so that it's hinted at that we are when you don't understand what Coriolis effect is. Yeah, that little trick just immediately gets turned into you being a paedophile, my friend.
Does the flat...
Does it get turned immediately into you being a paedophile when you try that trick here? Yeah, it does get turned into you being a paedophile immediately. Don't do that here, my friend. I'm not implying that you're dumb and don't understand how the tools work. I'm proving it with your words.
No, you're not.
Yeah, you don't understand Coriolis. You think the tools in your plane account for it. They can't. They won't. It's an illusion. Tools on planes don't account for illusions, you idiot. You just don't understand Coriolis effect. You are stupid and should be fired.
You don't know whether they can or can't or do or don't.
Yeah, you said to the best of your knowledge that they do, though, don't you?
Yes, from my experience, they do account.
Best of his knowledge and to his experience, they do account for illusions.
That's you're claiming it's an illusion, not me.
No, it is an illusion. I understand the Coriolis effect definition.
Does flat Earth...
Sorry, are you going to ask me something? You've just stated again that, to the best of your knowledge, your tools account for illusions that don't happen. You're a moron.
Does flat Earth...
You're going to ask me something continually, rather than accept how stupid you are? Ask again.
Does flat Earth...
No, you're not going to ask me anything, my friend. You're an idiot. You don't deserve to ask me anything. You haven't paid me. Yeah, laugh it up. I want your job. I want you fired. I'm not here to answer your questions. All I'm waiting for is to find out who you are after finding out how dangerous you are, because I want to I want to appeal to your employers to have your job taken away.
Well,
that doesn't mean I'm here to answer your questions. It means I'm here continually to point out that your instruments don't account for Coriolis. That's dangerous. You think they do, that's wrong.
Your tactic. When somebody disagrees with you, you want to dox them and...
No, when someone potentially puts the lives of passengers at risk because they think they're accounting for drift in their tools when they're not, I want them sacked.
You have no basis.
And when they laugh at me for pointing out a very serious concern about a danger of accounting for illusions that don't happen, you think that's funny. Another reason to want your job.
Well, see, that's the thing. Is that that's all that is your misunderstanding. Can I read him something real quick? Can I read you something real quick, buddy? Is that cool?
Yeah, go ahead.
Coriolis effect is an apparent effect and illusion produced by a rotating frame of reference.
Where is that from?
So you have, that is from, what the hell is this called? .co.com. Okay.
I didn't hear the first part. All I heard was .com.
No, .com. You fucking retard.
I heard .com. I didn't hear the first part.
Right, meanwhile, it's an illusion. You understand that bit, right?
Well, I understand where he's going.
Not where it's going. That's the definition of Coriolis effect. It's not where he's going. It's an illusion.
My God.
Well, so there's several definitions of illusion. So which definition?
No, but there's only one definition of Coriolis effect, and the definition of Coriolis effect is the illusion of a curved trajectory in the straight path observed from a non-inertial turning reference frame. That's the definition of Coriolis, if you understand it. You don't. That's why I'm concerned that you might put people's lives at risk, and that's why I want your job. It's not that when people come here that they just need doxing. It's that people who might put other people's lives at risk because they think that illusions have to be accounted for or being accounted for by tools in their plane, they might actually kill people. That's you.
No, see, listen. So them using that term illusion I don't think that means what you think it means. And so the illusion would be.
It means it's not happening. You don't need to tell me what I think when you perceive what I might think. Don't tell me what I might think. I know what an illusion is. You don't need to strawman me with what I might think it is. I know what an illusion is.
So on the bullet example,
it's
so
a
if you
little
were
weird
sitting on
that
a
you're
bullet,
saying you have instrumentation that takes illusions into account, but you don't have instrumentation that takes an actual moving runway into account? Because that's what you would have to account for, right? Not the illusion that's observed from the ground, because that, according to your side, is what Coriolis effect is. But you're telling us that you're accounting for something for that from the ground, from your plane. When technically you should be accounting for the ground actually moving, causing that effect, which is why people would see that from the ground. Do you get that?
Yes. The illusion would be seen from the ground, but it would also be seen from the air.
Sorry, the illusion would be seen from the ground.
For it then.
So if it's seen from the ground, why are you accounting for it?
And from the air.
Sorry, do you think that from the air you're rotating in the plane?
Well, so the aircraft...
Sorry, my question, I'll repeat. Do you believe that you are rotating in the air?
The aircraft is not rotating in the air.
Then it's not a rotating non-inertial reference frame, is it?
I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah, you don't know what Coriolis effect is.
No, I do.
Well, you'd know that it's only applicable to non-inertial turning reference frames then, wouldn't you, if you did, but you don't know. You know that aircraft aren't rotating, but Coriolis is only observable from rotating bodies, non-inertial turning reference frames. You see, me, I do understand what Coriolis is.
No, so it's also observable from an object traveling past a rotating body. Because if you're on the football that's being launched, okay, or the bullet, the path of the bullet from the ground is going to appear curved.
Sorry.
And if you were riding on the bullet, the path of the bullet would appear curved. But in fact, the path of the bullet is straight.
No, if you were riding on the bullet, your path would be straight, and the path of the bullet is straight. So therefore not deflecting. So if you're on the bullet, you're taking a straight path, there's no deflection, there's no illusion to account for. Now, by equivalence, if you're on the plane, you're travelling straight, there's nothing to account for. But you think the gadgets account for it, don't you, clown?
They do, because...
They do? What, account for the straight path? There's no curve in a straight path to account for anything.
Yes, when we...
Yes. So the plane accounts for a straight path. So what's it correcting for?
When we punch into RFMS, go direct to this.
Right, that sounds like another gadget that you're going to talk about. You're going to appeal to the things you turn on with an on switch. You don't know how those work.
I'm trying to tell you.
Sorry, don't appeal to the buttons you press on your aircraft. You don't know what they do. Don't appeal to the gadgets. You don't know what they do.
Okay, I don't need to appeal to the gadget. Let's go.
Well, you just did.
The bullet flies straight. From a perspective on the bullet, it's going to look like you're flying a curved path.
No, it won't, because it's travelling straight. If you're on something travelling straight, why would it appear curved? This is idiotic. Coriolis is not actual drift observed from a turning body.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, Coriolis effect is observed from a turning body. So the moment you detail what you would observe if you were on the bullet, you're not detailing Coriolis effect anymore. Something you don't understand. You don't understand Coriolis. That's why you're giving an example on the bullet.
It's not Coriolis isn't a force. It's an effect.
Quick question.
Then why are you telling me what Coriolis is? I know what Coriolis is. It's an effect observed from a rotating platform.
Yes, but it can...
Yeah, so that's not your plane then, is it?
It can also...
So that's not your plane then, is it? Your plane's not a rotating platform.
I didn't say it was a rotating...
Right, so you're saying that the gadgets account for something that's only observed from a rotating platform. To the best of your knowledge, the gadgets account for that, don't they? No, you're just stupid. You're just wrong. You just don't know how the gadgets you press on work. Facts, my friend, facts.
Would you like...
Would you stutter around everything I say? Yeah, you would, because you're having your ass handed to you by a flat earther who understands Coriolis, unlike you.
I'm trying to explain it to you. Are you going to let me explain?
No, you don't understand anything about anything. You don't know what Coriolis drift is. You think your plane's got to account for it. You're stupid. Why would I listen to anything you've got to say on the subject?
Well, bro,
I still don't
you're
know
trying
how.
to explain to us
is it
how
gonna
your
account for it?
instrumentation takes illusions into account when your instrumentation should be taking into account the ground moving beneath you, which is definitely not an illusion. You get that?
Okay, so you have so if we have the rotating Earth, the air is rotating with it. We're flying through the air. When we hit direct on our
Sorry, you just want to beg the question of first law of thermodynamics violation, Earth and atmosphere moving together, Velcro together. No, we didn't accept that.
I didn't say they're Velcro together. That's a straw man argument.
Yeah, that's what you're saying if you say they move at the same rate.
They do.
Well, then they're Velcro together by metaphor, aren't they, idiot? It's just that's a first law of thermodynamics violation and would require the gas particles higher up in the air with an increased radial value to move at a higher rate than the ground below them. That's a first law of thermodynamics violation. Further to that, gases in the air are an isotropic, inhomogeneous mixture of unbonded gas. They're not fixed to anything.
Unless your rate is 0.
I didn't say it was 0.
You're
I didn't say they were
violating the first law of thermodynamics. You're violating the second law of thermodynamics. Also, Boyle's law, Charles' law, Gay-Lussac's law, Dalton's law, and Brownian fucking motion. Also, you're violating just incoherent second grade experience. Can you please show us east, north, and south surface winds, please?
Well, at what location? I mean,
any location. You have to deny, Crayon Muncher. This is number 1. You have to deny east, north, and south surface, mid-level, and high-level winds because you said the atmosphere, which is a contradiction in terms, is traveling from west to east. It can't be traveling from west to east and then also traveling north, south, and east.
No, that's not true. It not at the same point.
You're
not
a
at the same
fucking moron.
Not at the same point in time.
Let's just get this down to brass tacks. I want you to define the Coriolis effect with citation in main chat right fucking now.
Define the Coriolis effect with citation? Okay.
Exactly.
Let me get my citation then.
Yep. Because you denied it was an illusion. You also denied it was on the non-inertial reference frame.
Dude, he denied it and then confirmed it. He's double speaking all over the place.
I know he is.
I'm not. You're just not listening.
Yeah, we're listening to your fucking retarded ass.
I'm going to give my definition.
Not your definition, citation, please.
Yeah, I'm going to provide a citation.
Right now.
I'm typing. Relax.
No,
relax.
He's typing. You don't know what a citation is either.
Yeah,
You're
I've got my
fucking
citation
idiot.
up. I've got my citation. You want to read it?
I already read mine.
Chocolate's already read his.
Chocolate's is beautiful.
In the inertial frame of reference, upper part of the picture, the black ball moves in a straight line. However, the observer, open brackets red dot, who is standing on the rotating non-inertial frame of reference, lower part of the picture, sees the object following a curved path due to the Coriolis and centrifugal forces present in the frame. Two things that stand out in the definition I've just read out. The observer standing in the rotating frame of reference. Yeah, that's not the aeroplane, is it?
Are you saying that the person on...
No, my citation from Wikipedia makes it clear that the observer standing in a rotating frame of reference will observe Coriolis. That's not the plane, though. That was my question.
Yeah, so...
Yeah, so when you said you can see Coriolis from the plane, wrong. Because the plane's not rotating, is it?
No, you can't.
No, you can't. Because as per my citation, the effect is observed from the non-inertial frame of reference and it even specifies what that is. It says, quote, who is standing on the rotating non-inertial frame of reference. That's the citation, because I understand it, I didn't need it, I've gone and got it for my audience to show how right I am and how idiotic you are to say that you can see it from the air in a plane as the projectile, because that's not a rotating frame of reference. You're just thick, and we're having to school you on what Coriolis is because you don't know. You also thought that your gadgets on the plane accounted for this effect that, quote, standing in the non-inertial frame of reference. Yeah, that's not you in the plane, and that's not the gadgets on the plane either. You're just thick.
Yep. Well, I'm still waiting for that citation, please.
I'm also waiting to find out how my balls taste, you stupid pilot globe-believing clown. Yeah, that's how they taste, is it? Giggly? Do they tickle your chin as you lie dying in your own blood? You think that the tools on your plane account for this illusion? You're a moron.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I know you don't understand.
We know.
We do. We understand here on Flat Earth Debate what you do not.
I don't understand why you...
Yeah, that's where you should leave this discussion. You don't understand. We know you don't understand. You're thick.
No, I don't understand.
We know you don't understand. We understand that you don't understand.
Yeah, you know that I don't understand you.
Yes, we know that you know that we know you don't understand. Thicko, you don't understand Coriolis. You think gadgets on planes account for it. You're thick.
They do.
They don't. They can't. It's only observable from a non-inertial turning reference frame. It's on screen with a diagrammatical example of it happening. You are just wrong and just stupid.
That doesn't mean that avionics can't predict for it and account for it.
Sorry, predict for things that you observe from a roundabout? So it's back to this. Ground control to Major Idiot. I am observing your plane from a roundabout. You seem to be taking a corkscrew path. Please can you make sure your avionics are accounting for my observation of you seeming to take a corkscrew path, you demented idiot. Is that the same chuckle of my balls on your chin as you lie dying?
You're funny, man.
Funny? What? Humiliatingly funny? No, people on roundabouts radioing into your plane to tell you to account for Coriolis isn't something your best knowledge was right about. The gadgets don't account for that, moron. You're just wrong.
Why would they have to do that? Why would the aircraft be cork?
Why would you assert they did?
No, I didn't.
Yes, you definitely did. Now you're going to lie about claiming that the best of your knowledge said they did?
Nah.
I didn't say the aircraft corkscrewed.
Sorry, it's Coriolis deflection. You just don't understand what that is. On a roundabout with a straight path of a plane over the top of you, you'd have a corkscrew motion. Now, I can extrapolate that from an understanding of Coriolis. You can only extrapolate your globe Earth faith that the sun's moving behind because of a 15 degrees an hour turn. Well, a roundabout's turning a lot faster than 15 degrees, you stupid idiot.
Is it? How fast is it turning?
Yeah, it just means corkscrew would be observed from the ground. Is your avionics accounting for that corkscrew motion observed from the roundabout, clown?
Yeah, you're...
Yeah, the best of your knowledge is that you're accounting for that.
To address them.
Best of your knowledge, yeah, it is. The avionics account for that, do they, idiot?
Yes, they account for the...
Oh, they account. Ground control to Major Idiot. I'm watching you while spinning around on the spot. Check it out, you seem to be moving in a curved path as I turn very slowly on the spot. Make sure you correct for me turning around on the spot. I'm observing you have a not actual curved path as I turn on the spot. You're an idiot.
No, that's your fiction. That's your...
fiction? It's on screen by citation. It's had 2 citations read out by 2 people. You think it's my fiction? No, it's by definition, idiot.
We're still waiting.
And the definition you're using is not wrong. But
oh, so I'm not wrong that it's observed from the rotating body and that's not the plane, and this illusion observed from the rotating body isn't going to be accountable in the plane by the gadgets that, to the best of your knowledge, did account for it.
Yes, it does account for it.
It accounts for the illusion, so we're back to you pressing the illusion accounting button. Ground control to Major Idiot. Be sure to press your illusion accounting button on your plane because I'm observing you from a roundabout.
You're a fucking retard, dude.
Okay. Yeah, I know you guys
we're waiting
think that.
for that.
You have,
We know that. You've demonstrated it here. We don't think it. You have demonstrated it to us. It's not an assumption. It's not a thought. It's not a fleeting feeling we have about you. It's what you have demonstrated here. Your idiocy.
Okay, let me ask you something.
Don't. You can pay me or accept your idiocy as you educate you on your assumptions you had. You came in with two assumptions. Earth turns and it causes the sun to go behind a physical geometric limitation called Earth curve. You're wrong on both scores. You won't let go your Coriolis misapprehensions, and you were stupid enough to say that this illusion was accounted for by gizmos in planes. You're an idiot.
It is accounted for.
Can I ask him a quick question? If I'm standing and there's a plane flying over my head, will I observe that plane taking an apparent curved path due to the rotation of the Earth I'm standing on?
I couldn't hear that. There were too many people talking.
Yeah, I'm talking.
Okay,
I'm still waiting for the citation.
Okay, I just put a video in chat, and what this is there are people.
Is the video a citation?
Yeah. So, I mean, what are you looking for?
A citation.
No, it's
a citation.
He doesn't know what a citation.
He doesn't know what a citation is.
I literally cited.
Doesn't know what Coriolis is, but thinks he's smarter than us because he can press on a plane and flirt with the waitresses. That makes him smart in his mind. He's dumb.
I never said I was smarter than you guys.
You're not.
Ryan had a good question.
You, without question, are not smarter than us. You are most definitely, and by demonstration, stupid.
Ryan had a good question.
Yeah, can I ask him that question again?
Yeah, tell him, David. Tell him.
Can you
Tell
hear
him
me?
how it is.
Pilot. If I'm standing and I look up at an airplane flying over me, a commercial airliner, will I observe that plane taking an apparent curved path because the ground I'm standing on is rotating?
Well, yes, you will, but you're not going to be able to perceive it. It's so slight. You're just not going to be able to actually perceive it, but it is there.
I won't then. So that's a double speak.
So yes,
I will
but no.
observe it, but I won't observe it because no. Either I'll observe it or I won't. If I'm on a rotating reference frame, I will observe it. I don't observe it because I'm not on a rotating reference frame. That's just
okay. Let me try to rephrase.
I'm sorry.
Yes, you are observing it, but you're not able to perceive it.
Then you're not observing it. That's idiot doublespeak. Yes, I'm seeing it, but you can't see
doublespeak.
it. Because observing something means seeing it, and observing something and claiming you can observe it, and then saying that but you can't perceive it, is to say you can't see it.
When you look on at the hour hand on a clock, do you see it moving?
Sorry, when we look at the stars, do they take a 15 degrees an hour deflection that you can observe? Because that's claimed to be your position of Coriolis deflection. So you're saying that we don't...
With the naked eye, you're telling
So you can chant through me as I give you an example that we definitely can see and is claimed to be caused by Earth turn. That's star rotation.
No, it doesn't move every hour. It moves incrementally.
What, the stars? Yeah, we see them move at 15 degrees an hour, and that's claimed to be something we can see and observe and is definitely not imperceivable.
Oh, what are you using, a digital watch?
Sorry, we're not talking about watches. We're talking about the Earth and stars. You just like to appeal to gizmos and gadgets and watch hands. When I'm saying no, it's claimed that we can. Claimed by you, not me, in case you mistake this for me making the claim later like you did earlier. It's claimed by you, idiots who think you're on a globe, not Nathan Oakley, that the Earth turning beneath the stars causes them to have perceivable Coriolis drift. Are you suggesting that that's imperceivable, you idiot?
I said, what are you talking about?
The stars moving in a perceivable manner you're now claiming is imperceivable, because that's the claim that they're moving as a result of Earth turn. That's the drift we're talking about. The same drift that doesn't happen under the plane, and you're now saying we cannot perceive.
Yes.
So we do perceive it then. When you said it was imperceivable, we can perceive it. If it was there, we could and would perceive it. It's even claimed to be the perception of the star movement.
He's just talking right through you, Nathan.
Yeah, wanker.
Well, you don't give me a chance to.
We don't
respond.
According to this man, we don't observe sunrises and sunsets because we can't observe them. That's what he's saying.
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah, you did. You just said it's imperceivable. But the drift in the stars and the sun you claimed when you got here is that very same drift, you idiot.
Yes.
Yes, so we are perceiving it. You're claiming a Earth that's turning caused that perception, but now you're saying it's imperceivable. Do you not understand how fucking irritating that is?
You're a retard, sir.
The problem is that you deal.
The problem is you're affectionately retarded. That's the problem.
You've just argued for how imperceivable the effect is, but yet your opening assumption was that we perceive the effect in the sun going behind Earth curve, you also assume. So is that imperceivable, dickhead?
Yeah, how long did...
So it's imperceivable seeing a sunset. So we don't perceive sunsets now. It's not his original claim that Earth curve blocks it as we turn, because now it's imperceivable.
How long does a sunset...
So are you back to always asking me questions every single time I point out your double-speak contradiction? You claimed here that you've got perceivable Coriolis in the sunset. Now you're telling us how imperceivable it is, you stupid double-speaking clown.
Well, okay, so if you don't want me to ask
how are
you a
your
question...
instruments accounting for
That
it
isn't
again?
a question, there's a statement of fact. Fact. You claim Coriolis drift is observable in the sun at the horizon as Earth turns beneath it. Now you're telling us how imperceivable that drift is. You stupid, contradictory, double-speaking clown. That's not a question, it's a statement of fact about your stupidity.
Hard to perceive. It's there, but it's hard to perceive. Once it's
hard to perceive, so it's hard to see a sunset then?
No, it's not hard.
No, so you're just double-speaking idiocy coming to the forefront again? Reference frames that give you perceivable sunsets?
When you stand up, when you go out,
you're a fucking idiot.
Thing moving. It is.
You're an idiot.
Okay.
Yeah, you are.
Great,
you don't know what the Coriolis effect is.
Just let me have one last try with you. One last try.
Good.
Dude, do you understand that your initial claim is perceivable Earth turn via sunsets?
Yes.
Do you also understand that contrary to that perception of turn you assume, you're now launching into how we can't perceive that?
Yes, I see.
So sit down, shut up, understand how idiotic you are. You're contradicting yourself. Now shut up.
Nathan, in celestial navigation, they have to time and angle are important. And the reason for the chronometer is to know the exact hour, minute, and second where that sun is, or else you're going to be off every second almost by 20 miles. So what's he talking about?
Did he get that citation yet?
Apparently, I'm not going to be allowed to appeal to how that works with the avionics. So, I mean...
Why? You don't know how they work. What you mean, typically, when you're somebody starry-eyed that you're a pilot, you can tell them all about how the avionics work, and they'll believe that you know. Whereas you come here, and suddenly you can't appeal to the smart work that smarter people than you have done to create gadgets you press on. No, you can't appeal to that. That's correct. Yeah, when you do, we'll point out how stupid you are with your assumptions about what they do, despite your firm belief. No, to the best of your knowledge with the weaselly words you use to describe them. So no, you won't be appealing to that fly boy.
I'm not appealing to that.
What? When your best ability and best knowledge told you that Coriolis effect was in those tools? Yeah, you will be, and you have. You just had your ass handed to you as a result of your total lack of knowledge about what they actually do when you press on.
That's in my experience.
In my experience, they accounted for Coriolis effect, an illusion that doesn't happen.
That's your contention.
Not my contention, it's a fact. It's still on screen. No, it isn't. The definition's been read out to you. Only observable from a rotating body. That's not an aeroplane.
I didn't see it say only observable from a rotating body.
Oh, really? Maybe you could find us a citation that says it's available to you to view from the inertial reference frame then. Let's see your citation.
Give me a second. Let me see what I can find.
So you haven't got one to hand with your exemplary knowledge like me and Chocolate did?
Well, no, I didn't have one.
Oh, really? So you're blarting on about what gadgets do that you don't understand, and now you need to go and quickly look up what Coriolis effect is. Yeah, that figures.
Posted a video that I was hoping we could actually...
What, when you asked for a citation?
You can't improvise your way out of this, numpty.
It's not improvising my way out of it. It's just, I mean, we can do some little...
Yeah, it is.
I asked you for a citation.
It's not Stu. Yeah, and
I asked you for a citation, and we're still waiting, by the way.
Geographic.
National Geographic, that's a reference or a source, not a citation.
Yeah. Do you know what a citation is?
Sorry, I'm getting a phone call.
Ground control to Major Idiot.
Hey, he's getting a phone call from the guy on the roundabout. We are experiencing
I said before I even
from
came
the
in this
ground.
channel, I had a plumber.
Don't you got to
so, yeah, I'm having to deal with the plumber.
Saved by the bell.
I didn't realize we'd go this long. I figured you guys would boot me off or something before we got this far. So
what before humiliating you with your assumption?
You really did think you could win this one.
We actually enjoy this.
I wasn't
really
trying
thought
to
he
win.
could win this one.
That's the thing. That's the thing that blows my mind. You guys think I came in here to argue?
Really care.
Okay,
let me just correct him again.
Shut up and post a citation for the Coriolis effect and demonstrate some understanding of what it is.
Hey, I didn't think it was going to go this far. Such a stupid.
Didn't come to argue. That's a total lie. You came with your assumptions and you laid them out for us, and then told us.
I came.
You came to interrupt me while I point out how you're lying. You came and made claims about Earth turn and geometric horizons and suns going behind them. Yeah, you did come here to argue.
I asked for.
Yeah. You asked by way of false dichotomy and burden of proof reversal fallacy. Yeah, I know what happened.
You came.
Right. So I'm sorry you took it.
Right. So you came here to argue with your position about Earth turn and Earth curve edges, and then you offered up false dichotomy and burden of proof reversal fallacy in order to present your argument and claim. So, liar, yes, you did come here for that, and that's exactly what you did. Liar.
I came asking you to...
Assuming Earth turn, assuming Earth curve, and asking us with false dichotomy, reification fallacy, burden of proof reversal fallacy, how we would explain it, so you could position your argument that way, with fallacy. Yes, I know.
Okay, I'm sorry you took offense to that.
I didn't take offense. I took down your pants and smacked your ass. Didn't take offense. Took your argument apart.
I disagree.
You disagree. So you think Coriolis effect is accountable by gizmos and gadgets in planes when it's an illusion only observable from non-inertial reference frames. You haven't got a citation to back that a plane could experience this, even though you've claimed it so. No, mate, you've had your ass spanked by flat earthers. That's what's happened. You can live in denial all you like.
Well, some people will think...
Maybe you could just disagree. You fucking retard.
Just disagree, and when people disagree, generally they try to have a conversation.
You're a retard, sir. Proven over and over again. Yeah. Double speaking, pretender clown, retard. That's what you are.
Accounting for an illusion.
The problem, right, besides the two problems here, three problems. One is you have a belief when you're coming in here. Two is you think because you're flying a plane that somehow the instruments on the plane account for the things that you as the pilot don't account, and no pilot has ever accounted for. And three is you don't understand, and I'm sorry to tell you this, but you don't understand what the Coriolis effect is. What you think the Coriolis effect is something that we termed globiolis because it's total nonsense.
And with that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams. Hope you're smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.